Chaos swallowed the inn outside Yanba City, but amidst the crushing tide of humanity, a single shadow slipped through the net. The enigmatic merchant dissolved into nothingness. Damn that wretched brat! Since when did a junior possess such slippery arts? His original scheme lay in tatters. It was time to find a pawn. Cloaking himself in the uproar, the old man made his phantom exit. That disciple has eyes like a hawk. He will piece together the puzzle before long. He may even return to claim a blood debt. Deep within the forest's spiritual embrace, the human guise melted away, unveiling his true, terrifying visage, the white ape demon king. Disciples of Mount Shu, wash your necks and pray. This Grandmaster Ape has come to collect a life for a life. He tore through the heavens, streaking toward a gloomy cavern on Black Whale Mountain. Dao brother, I am in dire need of your strength. He descended with a tremor before the Red Fox's sanctuary. The fox emerged, suspicion narrowing his gaze. Why do you disturb my cultivation? I bring a matter of life and death for us both. The white ape began to spin a web of deceit and woe. Days ago, those hypocrites from the immortal sect raised my valley. My cultivation was insufficient to hold back their endless waves. They snatched my mystic sunflower right from the soil. But their greed is a bottomless abyss. You must lend me your power when they return for more. If we remain idle, this entire mountain's spiritual veins will be bled dry. Terror flickered in the red fox's pupils. Disciples of the immortal sect. Here, what if they bring forth their elders? The ape spat in contempt. If they dare escalate this war, I shall invoke the blood pact with the Heaven Gang Gate. However, the true calamity is their guardian, a golden fur lion of the fifth realm. The fox shuddered. A fifth realm beast. That is suicide. Your illusion arts are unrivaled under the heavens, where the disciples face and lure the beast away. I need but a single breath to massacre the humans, but a fifth realm beast can scent deceit from 100 miles. The ape bared his fangs in a sinister grin. Leave the heavens' eyes to me. I shall activate the valley's grand ancient formation. A dense fog will blind their spiritual sense and cloak your aura completely. Lead the beast into the wilderness, away from the slaughter. Once the humans are dust, we shall return and crush the beast as one. Refuse, and you shall share the grave of those intruders. I would sooner burn this mountain to ash than let them defile it. Cornered by fear and twisted logic, the Red Fox had no path left but to agree. The following dawn. Black Whale Mountain's Spirit Garden. The duo arrived. Thirsting for justice, Lin Bei tapped his foot, his patience wearing thin as paper. Where is that ancient thief? Did he sense my killing intent and scuttle away like a rat? Chu Liang shook his head, his gaze piercing the Impossible! A greedy merchant would have harvested these ripe herbs first. He is lying in wait. Suddenly, a ghostly white mist swept over the land. It choked the heavens, thick with killing intent. This fog, it carries the stench of a trap. I'll scout the heavens. Chu Liang soared upward to pierce the veil. But from the white void a colossal staff descended like divine punishment. Dodge. Boom. The staff slammed squarely into the golden fur lion's skull with earth-shattering force. The beast was swatted from the sky like a fallen meteor, leaving the disciples wide open. Yet, the beast landed with the lightness of a falling leaf. That devastating strike failed to even ruffle its magnificent fur. Through the swirling mist, a familiar silhouette materialized. Over here! Boy! It was the Red Fox, wearing Chu Liang's face with terrifying precision. Come! Follow your master! The lion, confused but bound by loyalty, trotted after the illusion. The fox retreated, successfully stripping the guardians of their shield. Just a few more steps, you lumbering brute. The fox smirked within his mind. A fifth realm, spirit beast. Nothing more than a brainless kitten. But suddenly, a reaper materialized from the shadows. Behind the fox, the twin-blade assassin held a death warrant. Found you. He assessed the disguised fox with utter contempt. This fragile ant is the genius of the third realm. Well, the face matches the bounty. Target confirmed. Zero hesitation. Cold steel painted the air. Asterisk slash. Instant execution. The fox was logged out of the living world. Mission accomplished. The assassin sheathed his blades and faded into the void. Easiest gold I ever earned. The lion approached the fallen form, sniffing with curiosity. A sniff. A pause. The spiritual scent was wrong. This was not its master, merely a corpse wearing a stolen face. Meanwhile, in the chaotic skies above, the white ape unleashed a storm of devastation. Chu Liang was forced into a desperate, retreating defense. "You thieving rat! Taste the wrath of this grandfather." The staff struck with the weight of Mount Tai. Asterisk crash. Chu Liang and his barrier were sent hurtling through the mist like a broken kite. "There is no escape from my domain." The ape pursued, bringing his weapon down on the fallen figure. What? A decoy? The aura had dissipated into thin air. Chu Liang had merged perfectly with the shadows, while the ape stood bewildered. A sphere of mystic yin thunder silently approached his blind spot. The ape failed to lock on to Chu Liang's coordinates. He never saw the lethal spell closing in on his back. At the final second, primal instincts took over. Smash! The orb was shattered midair. But the explosion released a sinister miasma that seeped into his very pores. A spiritual soul attack. The ape immediately formed a hand seal to purge the toxin. Heavenly Gangha Trema. With a primal roar, he expelled the poison, cleansing the ki around him. Yet the enemy remained a ghost. I cannot sense his physical form, but I can surely track the stench of his killing intent. There you are. The ape spun, staff raised to the heavens, bringing judgment down upon the reappearing Chu Liang. Greenleaf. Absolute defense. Chu Liang clasped his hands, summoning the familiar emerald barrier. The ape sneered in mockery. The same cheap parlor trick again. How long do you think that fragile toy will hold? 3 strikes. 5. I will grind it into dust! But the ape had made a fatal miscalculation. The barrier didn't block the staff it expanded to swallow him whole, and waiting inside were 2 more spheres of yin thunder. The spiritual barrier sealed the ancient beast within, alongside 2 explosive dawn pills. This was no longer a shield, but a toxic prison meant to dissolve bones and flesh. The poisonous miasma expanded, devouring every inch of the sphere. Moments later, the glowing sphere crashed into the earth with a deafening boom. A deathly silence descended upon the battlefield, heavy with suffocating anticipation. As the energy barrier dissolved, the white ape lay motionless, its body twisted in agony. But Chu Liang's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Something was wrong. There was no soul essence escaping the corpse, playing dead in front of this master. Chu Liang instantly pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, transmitting a mental command via spiritual sense. Big Mao, strike now. Leave. Nothing left. The golden lion received the decree. Without a single second of hesitation, the beast roared across the sky, locking onto its prey with predatory instinct. The white ape realized his deception had failed. He glared in fury, but before he could even attempt to circulate his ki to flee, the golden lion's jaws clamped down on his leg with bone-crushing force. Damn you! The great elder will avenge me. Ignoring the beast's futile curses, Chu Liang launched a flying sword, the blade piercing straight through the demon's heart. The white ape's life force was finally extinguished, leaving Big Mao to toy with the carcass. As the beast's soul essence finally drifted into Chu Liang's grasp, the surrounding mist began to disperse. Lin Bei rushed over, his face beaming with the joy of survival and profit. "We are legends, brother Xi." Suddenly, a mysterious purple leaf detached itself from the chaos, soaring into the heavens before vanishing without a trace. Ignoring the anomaly, for now, the duo located the hidden herb garden of Black Whale Mountain. Chu Liang's spatial inventory exploded with loot from the white ape, including 4 fully matured spirit herbs. These are top-tier treasures from the valley. Once we sell these at the alchemy pavilion for spirit stones, shall we split the profits 50? Lin Bei scratched his head, clearly flushed with embarrassment. Ah, that is too generous. You did all the heavy lifting this time, brother C. I was barely a spectator, but Chu Liang smiled, listing every contribution Lin Bei had made. If you had not guided me to this hidden valley, I never would have obtained the sword leaf or the mystic sunflower. Do not speak of debts between brothers on the path of cultivation. Lin Bei was already hallucinating a future filled with wealth and beautiful jade beauties. He could not suppress a maniacal laugh. Fine, then take this as a token of my gratitude, my entire private collection of artistic scrolls. Chu Liang sighed, his expression deadpan. Keep it! If I look at your treasures, my Tao heart might crumble right here and now. Let us rewind the clock 1 month prior. Xuanhuang emerged from his cultivation cave, profound energy radiating from his body. Little sister! Little sister! I have finally exited seclusion. But Xuanhuang's reaction was icy cold. Xuanhuang froze in his tracks. What was wrong? He desperately tried to crack jokes to lift the gloom hanging over her like a dark cloud. By the way, before I entered seclusion to cultivate, I wrote a letter promising you a new flying sword. Have you chosen one yet? Is it a lack of spirit stones? Your big brother has plenty to spare. Xuanhuang's face darkened even further. Sigh, just, ... Do not mention that last mission, okay? Seeing her distress, Xuanhuang's suspicions skyrocketed. She looked like a cultivator suffering from a heart demon. What exactly happened during that mission? Determined to uncover the truth, Xuanhuang flew straight to his junior brother, Fang Ting, demanding answers. Junior brother, I entrusted my sister to your care while I was in seclusion. Why does she look like her soul has been crushed? What happened when you took her out? Fang Ting jumped, looking guilty. UHL to senior brother? He fell into a thoughtful silence, clearly hiding a heavy secret. His expression screamed of secrets. The mission to the South Domain went smoothly. Technically. But I believe Xuanhuang's foul mood is indeed tied to those events. Xuanhuang's patience snapped like a brittled twig. Cut the riddles. Tell me exactly what transpired. I need to know the cause of her condition. Fang Ting, sweating under the pressure of his senior's aura, finally cracked. It seems, while in the South Domain, senior sister Xuanhuang encountered some complications of the heart. Xuanhuang's face turned the color of a pig's liver. Complications of the heart. He barely stepped out of his cave, and some dog has already tried to steal his precious sister. Which bastard dared to lay eyes on her? Murderous intent exploded from his body as he unsheathed his sword. Was it Lu Ren? Or that scoundrel, Lin Bei? Neither of them are worthy of breathing the same air as her. Seeing his senior brother about to commit a massacre within the sect, Fang Ting desperately grabbed his robe. Senior brother, calm down. It was not them. Hearing it was not the usual suspects, Xuanhuang lowered his blade slightly. Fang Ting seized the chance. Sister, Xuanhuang, she seems to have taken a fancy to a disciple from Silver Sword Peak. Let me explain the full story. Fang Ting quickly narrated the events of the past. After hearing the full tale, Xuanhuang let out a long breath. Just a fleeting encounter. Good. It cannot be deep love then. But the investigation revealed the harsh truth. His sister had tried to show favor to this Chu Liang, only to be ruthlessly rejected. She is the jewel of Jade Sword Peak. She grew up surrounded by stars, holding up the moon. Any man should be kneeling in gratitude for her attention. To be rejected so coldly, ... No wonder she is questioning her very existence. Xuanhuang watched from the shadows for days. Slowly, her mood seemed to stabilize. It seems the storm has passed. I knew my sister was strong. She would not let a mere boy break her spirit. for long. Satisfied, Xuanhuang crouched in the bushes, lost in thought, completely failing to notice Ziqing watching him from her window. It was likely just a momentary infatuation. Even if that Chu Liang reciprocated, they belonged to different worlds. He recalled the brief interaction with Chu Liang. I will let time heal her wounds. But fate has a twisted sense of humor. To think I would run into that very same brat at Elder Jiang's lecture. That single lecture. ... It utterly dismantled everything I thought I knew about Chu Liang. Eloquent, brilliant, a supreme talent rising among the common disciples. I found myself compelled to investigate his roots, though his origins are humble. ... His spirit shines like flawless jade, untainted by the world. It is no surprise ... that my younger sister's heart was captured by him. To think a disciple of the chaotic Empress Phoenix could harbor such a refined and gentle temperament, like a pure lotus blooming pristine from the mud. A man worthy of cultivation. And I truly owe him a debt of gratitude. Because of his insight, I have taken a monumental stride on my path to immortality. Xuanhuang marched toward Jade Sword Peak, the phenomena of the perfect heavenly cycle. Magnificent. Truly worthy of the title head disciple. To grasp perfection from a mere lecture. Xuanhuang clenched his fist, feeling destiny pulsing in his veins. Junior sister Jiang's path, combined with junior brother Cho's wisdom. They were the keys that unlocked the gate. With a flash of light, he vanished into the azure sky. I owe junior brother Chu a debt heavier than a mountain. I shall use this gratitude as a pretext to test his mettle once more. Meanwhile, back at Silver Sword Peak, Chu Liang's fingers danced across the bagua plate. Blazing spiritual fire erupted, wrapping around his form. In his palm lay the crystallized essence of the white ape, a single strand of golden fur. The effect, a flawless mirror image of his own physical body. It persists for 6 hours. However, it is a hollow shell, devoid of sentience, useful only for menial labor or as a distraction in battle. It evokes memories of that legendary art. The external incarnation. Could this be a diluted version of that supreme technique? Essential for navigating death traps. A life-saving trump card. Chu Liang gazed at the artifact with eyes full of adoration. What a magnificent harvest. Time to reap the rewards. I must make haste to the Pill Pavilion immediately. These treasures must be converted into resources. He pushed the door open, only to find a looming shadow blocking his path. Their gazes locked instantly. Chu Liang blinked, taken aback. Xuanhuang broke the silence first. Lin Bei mentioned your return. This is the first time I have visited you personally. Terror seized Chu Liang's heart like a vice. Senior brother, Xuanhuang, the absolute monster of Jade Sword Peak, is standing on my doorstep. Is he here to settle a blood feud? But contrary to his worst nightmares, Xuanhuang bowed. I came to offer my gratitude. The pressure only grew heavier. Why does his gratitude feel like a death threat? There is no killing intent. Only an overwhelming, razor-sharp aura that cuts the air. Xuanhuang's expression softened to a faint smile. The air ceased its trembling. After receiving your guidance, I entered deep seclusion. I consumed spirit-enhancing pills to bolster my essence, and by sheer force of will, I shattered the gates to the perfect heavenly circulation. A cold drop of sweat rolled down Chu Liang's temple. So, that was the secret. Only a monster like Xuanhuang could brute force a breakthrough like that. But relying on alchemy to achieve perfection, the cost to one's foundation is catastrophic. Not a sustainable path for the Tao. The gains are negligible. You truly need not thank me. Xuanhuang shook his head with conviction. Exceptions exist at critical junctions of fate. Alchemical aid is a valid strategy. Chu Liang couldn't refute him. True enough, Xuanhuang's gaze burned with intensity. Therefore, how can I not repay this favor? Chu Liang smiled, his face stiff. Senior brother is too polite. Sharing the Tao among sect members is our solemn duty. If anyone deserves your gratitude, it is senior sister, Jiang. At that name, Ziyang's expression sharpened like a blade. His eyes burned with renewed resolve. But you played your part. I hear you approach the threshold of core formation. You should seek your fortune in the immortal essence swamp. I shall act as your Tao guardian. Chu Liang's mind raced at lightning speed. The immortal essence swamp. That forbidden ground requires a fifth realm expert to open the path. If Ziyang possesses such capability, and even Yubai is only at the peak of the fourth realm, ... A pang of envy struck Chu Liang. Has Ziyang already ascended to the legendary fifth realm? Even the sacred sun is merely at the early fourth realm. Isn't this power gap too tyrannical? Why even bother with the Mount Shu summit? Just crown him the champion and be done with it. Silence descended like a heavy curtain. Ziyang broke the stillness. Junior brother. I have one final question. Chu Liang tilted his head. Yes. A rare flush crept up Ziyang's neck. Chu Liang felt the chill of impending doom. Tell me, do you like women? The question hung heavy in the air. Chu Liang turned to stone. His soul threatened to leave his body. He scrambled back, slamming against the doorframe. He stammered a reply, desperate to survive. I haven't even considered such worldly things yet. Ziyang exhaled a breath of relief. So there is no one in your heart. Excellent. He gripped Chu Liang's shoulder with familiar intimacy, completely ignoring the cold sweat drenching his junior. Then you are free to pursue my sister. Her impression of you is already favorable. Just ensure you maintain proper etiquette. Ziyang grinned, blissfully oblivious to the terror he was inflicting. Chu Liang, feel free to deepen your bond with her, but remember, honor and propriety above all. As the words sank into his consciousness, Chu Liang's brain short asterisk. He wants to become my brother-in-law. He waved his hands frantically. Senior brother, please, I beg you, do not jest with me. I am untalented and unworthy. My heart is set solely on restoring the glory of Mount Shu. I seek only the great Tao. I have no time for romantic entanglements. Ziyang froze in place. His face went pale. The words echoed in the chambers of his mind. Asterisk, restoring Mount Shu. Seeking the great Tao. Asterisk, no time for romance. Wait. ... The Peak Master once uttered those exact words. All my life, I lived only for Mount Shu ... I chased the Tao and ignored love until I was old and gray. Ziyang's hand drifted thoughtfully to his chin. A deep frown marred his handsome features. Asterisk, why does Junior Brother's rejection sound so hauntingly familiar? Asterisk, didn't I say the exact same thing to Master the moment I left seclusion? At that moment, Senior Brother Su towered over him like a judgment god. Brows locked in fury, he roared. My master said those exact words. He sacrificed a lifetime to the sect, chasing the elusive great Tao, while ignoring the red dust of romance. Now, in his twilight years, his regret is an endless ocean. Chu Liang stood frozen, as if struck by heavenly lightning, his jaw unhinged in shock. Brother, can you speak such blasphemy aloud? If these words escape, if the world learns the head elder of Jade Sword Peak weeps over being single, the dignity of every peak master on Mount Shu will crumble into dust. Chu Liang wanted to retort, but it was useless. Senior Brother Zu's lecture had mercilessly shattered his dreams of a grand Taoist wedding. After escaping the eccentric senior brother, I made a beeline for the alchemy pavilion. It was time to exchange the spoils from Black Whale Mountain for cold, hard resources. The crimson jade flower, the seven-vein mystic blossom. The appraisal was astronomical. Those 4 divine herbs alone yielded over 10,000 sword coins. With my spatial bag finally heavy with wealth, I descended upon the sword pavilion. I needed to find junior brother Wen for a crucial favor. As he began the refinement process on my damaged flying leaf, I described the strange abundance of the hidden herb garden I had discovered. Junior brother Wen's eyes widened in recognition. He confirmed that the chilling legends of Black Whale Mountain were far more than mere nursery rhymes. It is true, he declared. No ordering valley gathers such dense spiritual ki, nor can nature birth so many heavenly treasures in isolation. Unless... A supreme expert lies fallen beneath the earth. As their divine body decays, their essence returns to the soil, transforming the very laws of the land. Even common weeds growing atop a supreme being's grave evolve into spiritual treasures. Wen's words struck me like a tribulation bolt. A terrifying idea exploded in my mind. If the lingering resentment of Black Whale Mountain could birth a paradise, then what of the golden skeleton I had hidden away in the secret cave? Couldn't that mysterious corpse serve the exact same purpose? My body moved before I could think. I spun around and sprinted toward the sect's logistics hall. I needed high-tier spiritual seeds, and I needed them now. I must admit, the foundations of our Mount Shu sect are terrifyingly deep. They even possessed seeds for the legendary ascension grass. Purchase secured. I rushed back to the secluded cave where the golden skeleton waited. After performing the sealing rites, the grand experiment began. I was about to manually accelerate the cycle of heaven and earth essence. Chu Liang dropped to his knees before the remains. Senior, forgive this junior's offense. With steady hands, he planted the ascension grass seed directly between the golden ribs. He covered it with spirit soil, doused it in spring water, and sprinkled a fortune's worth of wood spirit dust over the grave. I had done everything humanly possible to force its evil. Chu Liang packed the earth down with his palms and swore a solemn blood oath. "Oh, great senior, grant me just one stalk of this divine herb, and I will burn the finest incense for you until the end of time. I will serve you eternally. I promise your spirit shall never go hungry. I do not ask for blessings without price. Senior, please." The very next dawn, a transmission crane fluttered in from the Sword Pavilion. The decree was absolute. The Immortals Marsh Expedition Team had formed. We were to mobilize instantly, but since my flying leaf was still undergoing repairs, I was forced to fly on my sword for my first official mission. Chu Liang sighed, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. A tragedy. The Immortals Marsh is a death. I couldn't risk bringing the little treasure-hunting mouse into such danger. Yet without him, my odds of locating the ascension grass have plummeted. Arriving at the rendezvous, the roster was confirmed. Leading us was senior brother Su, flanked by the exquisite senior sister Chunsu of the Alchemy Peak. And the final member was a face that made my blood run cold. Shangzi. Of course! Fate plays a cruel joke by pairing us together. We boarded senior brother Zu's massive spirit beast and soared toward the horizon. Although my hopes were dim, I had no choice. I had to gamble my life for the ascension grass. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a chamber swallowed by darkness, two figures shrouded in purple demonic aura plotted in the gloom. Are you absolutely certain Chu Liang is a corpse? The seated figure demanded. 100%. The Southwest Envoy's voice dropped to absolute zero, then explained why he was seen strolling through the heaven-reaching peak this very morning. Not only did that Mount Shu disciple return, he secured core formation materials without a scratch. Tell me ... Who exactly did you butcher in his place? The double-blade assassin stammered, cold sweat soaking his back. Impossible! I executed the Shadow Blade's severing art. He could not have survived. He was defenseless. I severed his life force. There was no mistake. The killing intent in the room spiked, suffocating the air. Did you confirm the corpse? The envoy hissed. The golden-maned lion was hunting me. I had no time, but my eyes did not lie. I cleaved him into 3 pieces. How does a mere third realm cultivator survive bisection? The thing I killed was never him to begin with. The envoy interlaced his fingers, darkness swirling around him. Whatever the trick, the brat still breathes. I must report this failure to the boss immediately. If the master discovers we concealed this, well, you know the fate that awaits those who deceive him. Terror drained the color from the assassin's face. He fell prostrate, eyes wide. Give me one more chance. Let me kill him again. I will end it properly this time. The envoy pointed a finger toward the ceiling. Granted. The master is occupied in the western regions. You have a small window to clean up your mess. But remember, I will not carry the burden of your incompetence. He drew a talisman brush from his robes, ink swirling with dark energy. The brush danced, transforming purple Qi into a majestic eagle that shrieked for blood. The envoy spoke with the chill of the grave. He is likely heading to the Immortals' Marsh for the Ascension Grass. Follow the Spirit Eagle. It will lead you straight to his final resting place. The assassin gripped his blade, scars twisting into a demonic grin. Understood. His voice grated like stone-crushing bone. So, ... The Immortals' Marsh. It is one misstrike in this hell ... And my own head becomes the trophy. The scene shifts. Welcome to the Immortal Lake Realm, a graveyard where death hunts from every shadow. Chu Liang rode the winds atop the giant spirit beast, gazing at the abyss below. Breathtaking and terrifying. Like a god of war, Chu Liang descended first, shattering the quiet. Listen closely. Form a net from west to east. Maintain your rhythm. The golden-winged eagle shall be our divine eye in the heavens. At the first sign of intrusion, the heavens will scream. If you face a demon corpse beyond your cultivation... Do not be a hero. Defend, stall, for your lives. Hold the line, and I will descend to obliterate it. He looked back, his gaze heavy with the weight of leadership. Finding our prize is like seeking a single drop in the endless ocean. But here, this decree, if the fabled ascension herb reveals itself... Destiny favors the finder. I will tolerate no greed, no betrayal within these ranks. Zai King's eyes sparkled, masking a cunning intellect. She practically clung to him like a vine. I shall shadow, Senior. Brother Su, surely your side is the safest fortress. Chu Liang watched the performance, his inner thoughts dripping with acid. Predictable. Sister Shen is clearly auditioning for the role of the war god's concubine. This holy mission, just a pretext to warm his bed. The ascension herb is the last thing on her mind. Meanwhile, Shang Ziliang witnessed the same scene. Jealousy burned in his veins like poison. He ground his teeth, his mind. A tempest of chaos. Curse it all! Why does this cockroach persist? How did he ascend to the peak of divine intent so quickly? This spells disaster. A nightmare vision struck him. Jiang claiming the bride. He stroked his chin, schemes forming in the dark. I only joined this suicide squad for senior brother, Su. This was meant to be my stage. If I forge a bond of blood with brother Su... If I win the favor of my future brother, then the path to Zai King's heart becomes a royal highway. But a twisted thought infected his mind. Zai Qing... Smiling at Chu Liang. His face contorted in sheer horror. Pure, unfiltered wrath exploded within him. Steam practically vented from his 7 orifices. I am here for her. Which means that scoundrel must harbor the same filthy ambition. Son of a Dima... I cannot show my killing intent before my future kin. I must wear the mask of indifference. One slip against Chu Liang could destroy my destiny. I have swallowed enough humiliation. Shang Ziliang trembled, his fists clenched until the bones creaked. I must eclipse him. I must prove to senior brother Su that I am the supreme choice. I must demonstrate my value. Battle them. The fantasy returned. Zai King's head resting gently on his shoulder. His resolve hardened into unbreaking diamond. No retreat. I shall ascend. For romance. For glory. He was drowning in delusions until Xiang's voice sliced through like a cold blade. Why do you stand there like a stone statue? Xiang's eyes narrowed, radiating a freezing, killing intent. Lower your guard in the immortal lake, ... and your soul stays here forever. Shang Xiang snapped to attention, saluting with frantic desperation. Sir. Yes, sir. He bounced around like an eager puppy, begging for validation. I am departing immediately. Witness my speed. Chu Liang watched the circus act, exhaling a heavy sigh. Am I the only one with a functioning brain? Am I the only soul here actually seeking the treasure? He took point, brows knit, in calculation. Whatever. It matters not. We have breached the danger zone, whether slaughtering demons or seizing immortal destiny. My blade is ready. I must harvest every scrap of essence to fuel my cultivation. Now, recall the bestiary of this hell. Ghosts are born of lost souls, fueled by undying resentment. But in the deepest shadows, a viler abomination lurks. The Jiangshi, the antithesis of a ghost. A vessel void of soul, animated by pure, rotting grudge. And their kings, the terrified, whisper them as drought demons, born only when a cultivator's corpse refuses to rot, retaining its spiritual might. When the dead rise with mana surging through cold veins, a drought demon awakens. Once, they brought the apocalypse to these waters. Even the lowest iron demon wields the might of the third realm. By gorging on human blood essence, they evolve. Iron turns to bronze. Bronze hardens to silver. Silver ascends to gold. The higher the tier, the rarer the monster. A sixth realm gold demon is a living nightmare in this domain. That is why Mount Shu deployed a fifth realm disciple as our shield. But above gold lies the calamity demon. A seventh realm extinction event. The drought calamity that drinks the land dry for 1,000 miles. The flood calamity that drowns cities in sorrow. The snow calamity that entombs the summer earth in ice. They emerge once every millennium. But when they rise from the immortal lake, they harvest lives like a farmer scythes wheat, truly indestructible. 2 centuries ago, the Wu dynasty drowned in their wrath. They allied with the 9 heavens and 10 earths to cleanse the river, but the victory was ... hollow. The demons simply retreated into the abyss, lurking in the underwater labyrinths. Unless a supreme art can boil the entire river ... Total purgation is a fantasy. The root of this evil, the corpses of the cultivators themselves. If humans ceased their invasion of the immortal lake ... the demons would starve. No fresh corpses. No new monsters. But greed is the ultimate cultivator. The spiritual density here is intoxicating. The treasures, irresistible. Cultivators will always gamble their lives for a taste of power, like the ascension herb that drinks from this cursed soil. The lake is too vast to cage, so we let the poisonous weeds flourish. Jiang swept the horizon, his voice commanding the silence. If the ascension herb exists, it waits by the water's edge. Comb the shoreline. Leave no pebble unturned. Abandon your aerial sight. The sky breeds illusions, and the open air makes you pray for the horrors hiding in the canopy. Understood. The squad prepared to scatter. Go. Spread out like a net. My divine sense shall cloak you. My beast will scream if a demon draws breath. Yes, we obey your command. The formation shattered into action. The hunt for the ascension herb had officially begun. High above, their spiritual senses wove an invisible dragnet across the sky. Chu Liang held the core, while Su Jiang and Shang Liang guarded the wings. Wu Liang's gaze pierced the desolation, his mind calculating rapidly. Worthless! Not a single chaotic variation here deserves my time. The ancient texts were clear. This wasteland is dead. It lacks the spiritual ley lines required for the legendary ascension grass to bloom. He stood with the grace of a grand master, lecturing his team. Most spiritual herbs are tyrants. They plunder the heaven and earth origin energy, choking all life around them. But the ascension grass follows the Tao of harmony. It blesses the land. Where it blooms, life flourishes in abundance. So we ignore the dead zones. We hunt only the verdant paradises. He let out a theatrical sigh. But at this turtle's pace, ... we won't finish sweeping the immortal river in 10 lifetimes. Is this our speed? Suddenly, a tear in the void, a shadow dove from the ink-black heavens. Warning bells rang in Chu Liang's soul. A drought demon, he calmly channeled ki to his brow, expanding his divine sense to the absolute limit. He locked onto the trajectory instantly. It ignored me. It huns. Shangzi. Meanwhile, nearby, the arrogant young master, ... mimicked the detection technique. A smirk curled his lips as he gripped his blade. I see you, little vermin. You dare enter the tiger's den. My future brother-in-law is watching. He witnesses my glory. The heavens have granted me the perfect stage to prove my dominance. I sought battle and found none. Yet now, destiny delivers. Before the words fully left his lips, the beast descended like a meteor, fangs glistening. Shangzi Liang laughed. Future! He executed a movement technique, soaring above his enemy, with the eyes of a god looking at an ant, to challenge a genius of Mount Shu. You chose the wrong day to die, beast. His spiritual energy erupted. 100 sword art, descend. Spectral blades manifested from thin air, bombarding the earth in a relentless storm of steel. Clang. Sparks flew against rut-hardened skin. The drought demon's body was forged iron. It tanked the damage and launched itself skyward, ignoring the pain. Shangzi Liang hovered, his smile finally fading. Thick hide, fine. 100 swords, ... unity. The blades fused into a colossal sword of light. It slammed into the demon's chest with the weight of Mount Tai, unleashing a shockwave of destruction. Yet, the beast merely staggered back. Shangzi Liang gritted his teeth. He summoned a golden Dharma treasure above his head. Physical attacks are useless. I prepared for filth like you. He channeled raw power into a devastating palm strike. Vanish. Taste the might of the Yang Mirror, the nemesis of all evil. Holy light bathed the demon, dissolving it into nothingness as he descended. He held the pose, robe fluttering in the wind. A clean kill against an iron-ranked demon. Brother Su surely witnessed my magnificence. He was completely oblivious that Su Jiyang stood guard, and Chu Liang was merely analyzing the corpse. Shangzi Liang blinked. He quickly masked his shock with a boisterous laugh. Brother Su, a flawless victory. Wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, the spiritual alarm screamed a piercing shriek. Chu Liang's expression darkened. That frequency. A catastrophic threat approaches. He sensed the killing intent too late. Crimson eyes flashed in the void. A massive bronze-ranked drought demon materialized from nothing. A fist of rotting flame struck. Chu Liang spun, barely parrying. His skeleton groaned under the impact. Heavy. The 100-sword art cannot block this. No time to hide his strength. He roared. Immaculate sword, awaken. Fire and water spiraled around the beast in a dance of death. Chaos reigned. The earth shattered as he chanted the mantra. Water, fire, thunder, tri-talisman, sword art, explode. The dust settled. Su Ziking watched from the side, cold sweat trickling down her neck. That strike, it was pure devastation. Su Jiyang analyzed the crater. Such destructive force, even at the peak of the divine intent realm. Could I match that? Junior brother Siku is a monster. Meanwhile, Shangzi Liang's soul left his body. I needed a supreme artifact just to scratch a weakling. Double quotes ... Yet he vaporized a bronze demon with a casual flick of his wrist. The color drained from Shang's face as reality crushed him. His eyes trembled in disbelief. I thought he was trash. I thought I was the dragon and he was the worm. When did he become a Mount-Tai that I cannot even see the top of? Chu Liang broke his trance. Junior brother, Shang, you're mumbling? Huh? Shang froze, scratching his head awkwardly. Just noting the strong winds today. Later, by the crackling fire, the atmosphere grew heavy. The situation is abnormal, Chu Liang stated. The outer rim is usually for trash mobs. You must venture into the abyss to find bronze or silver ranks. Gold demons are legends of the deepest hells. The balance shouldn't shift like this. But today... The firelight cast grim shadows on his face. Today we faced both ranks in the shallows. Chu Liang mused. This is a harbinger of something terrible. History speaks of the beast tides. Lesser demons only flee when a disaster demon is born. When a new king ascends, the subjects run in terror. But the calamity cycle is 200 years. It is far too early for a new devil to emerge. Shang Ziliang laughed nervously, wiping sweat from his brow. A fluke, right? Just bad luck. The rest of the patrol was quiet, wasn't it? Chu Liang ignored the optimism. We must verify. If we confirm high-level demons are fleeing the core region, we abort the mission instantly. Chu Liang frowned. But the ascension grass... Must we not search the entire basin? Silence reigned until Xiking spoke, her voice steady. Not necessarily. The ascension grass is divine. Its spiritual resonance is unique. In the cruel laws of nature, most spiritual herbs possess an innate survival instinct, burying themselves deep in the wild to evade the voracious greed of mankind. However, the ascension grass is a terrifying anomaly. It does not cower or hide. Instead, it is a predator that actively hunts for the alluring scent of human blood. Because of this, venturing into the depths of the Immortals' swamp is unnecessary. Simply patrolling the perimeter is bait enough. The prey will come to the hunter. As Shang Ziliang, Chu Liang, and Xie Qing finalized their strategy, a bone-chilling realization settled over the group. Does this demonic flora actually possess sentience? It does not merely move. It offers itself as a sacrifice. Like a spider spinning a web, it nourishes the surrounding flora to help cultivators ascend, only to harvest their ripe spiritual energy when the time is right. After all, a golden core is the most delectable delicacy. As twilight consumed the sky, Shang Ziliang, burning with a desire to prove his superiority, volunteered for the night watch alongside the powerhouse, Chu Liang. Meanwhile, Chu Liang and senior sister Chun rested beneath the protective aura of the golden-winged ego. Seizing this moment of peace, Chu Liang sat in the lotus position and closed his eyes. It was time to enter the white pagoda and claim the spoils of fate. His consciousness shifted, and within his mental realm, he stood before a colossal, radiant cage. Imprisoned within was a creature with skin like burnished bronze. As he extended his hand, a new treasure descended from the void, the bronze drought demon talisman, he muttered low, analyzing the artifact. In terms of raw combat utility, this might rival the comprehensive enhancement of the Spirit Cat talisman. It grants the user the terrifying physical attributes of a drought demon. Indestructible skin, mountain-crushing strength, and explosive velocity. The transformation would last for exactly 1 hour. A true trump card for close-quarters devastation. Returning his consciousness to the waking world, Chu Liang's tactical mind began to spin. If a bronze demon yields a bronze talisman, then by the laws of this system, if I slay a golden drought demon, would I be granted a golden talisman of legend? Suddenly, Chu Liang sprang up, his voice slicing through the silence like a drawn blade. Everyone, prepare for battle. A horde of drought demons is closing in. The disciples scrambled, spiritual weapons manifesting in their grips. But in the rear, Chu Liang frowned, his spiritual sense picking up a fatal inconsistency. This defies logic. Drought demons are mindless beasts, driven by an insatiable lust for blood, essence. If they were this close, they should be swarming us in a chaotic frenzy. The only force capable of suppressing their hunger and organizing a formation is the command of a high-tier overlord. Suddenly, the night sky was torn asunder by countless streaks of blinding golden light. Chu Liang's face went pale as the horror dawned on him. "Golden Drought! Demons! It's an ambush!" he roared. "Golden-winged eagle, take the juniors and flee the immortal swamp immediately." He commanded the spirit beast to carry his martial siblings to safety while he held the line. He would face this army of monsters alone, his sword energy expanding to a colossal, heaven-touching size. The blade hummed with destructive resonance, locked on to the incoming wave of death. The eagle took flight with Ziai Qing and Chu Liang, just as a cataclysmic explosion rocked the very earth beneath them. "Fly, you beast!" But in the chaotic turbulence of the ascent, Shang Ziliang's luck ran out. His grip failed, and he plummeted from the heavens, tumbling painfully across the unforgiving terrain. The mount soared away, leaving him dazed and vulnerable on the battlefield. Terror seized his heart as Shang Ziliang scrambled up, sprinting after the bird while screaming, "Hey! You forgot me!" The giant bird, carrying the other two, continued to ascend into the clouds. Shang Ziliang ran as if the hounds of the underworld were snapping at his heels. High above, Chu Liang and Chun Suzi looked down. The desperate disciple wailed, "Wait, I haven't boarded yet." Chu Liang stood on the eagle's back, the wind whipping his robes as he assessed the grim reality. Looking back at the erupting battlefield, Chu Liang's heart sank. This is catastrophic. Brother Su cannot hold off a golden horde forever, and Shang Ziliang is too slow. The eagle is leaving him to die. At this velocity, Shang Ziliang is a dead man walking. Even though the guy is an annoyance, Chu Liang made a split-second decision. Petty grievances mean nothing in the face of oblivion. The life of a fellow sect disciple is paramount. If I can save him, I must act. With steel in his eyes, Chu Liang leaped from the safety of the golden-winged eagle, diving into the abyss. Shang Ziliang watched in shock as Chu Liang descended like a meteor. To vent his frustration, Chu Liang landed behind him and delivered a legendary kick to his backside, shouting, "Get up there." That kick transferred enough kinetic force to launch Shang Ziliang into the sky, propelling him right into the talons of the golden-winged eagle. Chu Liang signaled the bird to depart immediately. Now alone, he flashed forward with phantom-like speed to support Chu Liang. He produced the spirit jar containing Old Fei. Channeling his energy, he shouted, "Old Fei, awaken!" The ghost drifted out, but upon laying eyes on the golden drought demons, his soul nearly dissipated from sheer terror. "Have you lost your mind? Those are golden demons of the swamp. Do you want me to die a second death?" Chu Liang smirked amidst the chaos. "Relax. This is a chance for supreme merit. I won't let you suffer." Reassured by his master's arrogance, Old Fei charged in. "Very well. The old master has arrived." But strangely, the moment the demon saw Old Fei, it froze as if struck by lightning. To everyone's disbelief, the monster spun around and fled in abject panic. Chu Liang blinked, completely baffled. It ran away. Chu Liang looked at Chu Liang, breathless and bloodied. "Why did you return? Save the questions for later. Stay sharp. We cannot expose a single opening." Chu Liang nodded, his grip tightening on his blade. "Understood." Time seemed to stretch. The three of them scanned the desolate area, the silence deafening. Chu Liang whispered, "It seems the assault has truly ceased." Chu Liang began to lower his guard. "Good. Then we should." Before the sentence was finished, a rotting hand burst from the earth and seized Chu Liang's ankle. Panic flared in their eyes. Chu Liang gasped. An earth escape technique. Chu Liang's mind reeled. Impossible. How can a golden drought demon retain the complex magical arts it knew in life. In a heartbeat, Chu Liang was dragged beneath the surface, but he kept his composure, instantly activating the bronze drought demon talisman. Simultaneously, a massive sword plunged from the heavens. The blade pinned the monster to the subterranean bedrock. It wasn't Chu Liang's doing. It was Su Xiang's godlike reaction speed that saved him from being dragged into the abyss. Su Jiang cast the heavenly sword art, sweat dripping from his brow as he Junior brother. See. Hold on. Old Fei floated down, unleashing his speech law ability. He commanded with the weight of the heavens, within 15 meters, nothing shall move. The monster, skewered by the sword, roared in agony, struggling against the invisible chains of the law. Above ground, the situation was critical. Both Su Jiang and Old Fei were reaching their breaking points. Old Fei gritted his teeth. I can't maintain this seal forever. Kid, hurry up. Su Jiang was trembling from the spiritual exertion. Its skin is impenetrable. My blade cannot pierce any deeper. Deep underground, Chu Liang could feel the desperation of his allies. The pressure was crushing. Even with their combined might, they couldn't land a fatal blow. If Brother Zu's sword wasn't pinning it down, I wouldn't even be able to scratch its iron hide. This stalemate leads only to death. But then, Chu Liang's ears twitched. Wait, that rushing sound. Is that an underground river? A plan formed in his mind. He decided to seize destiny with his own hands, rather than wait for salvation. Summoning every ounce of his cultivation, he drew his sword and roared, Shatter. Chu Liang channeled the subterranean torrents, riding the dragon of the deep with a burst of adrenaline. But alas, his spiritual foundation trembled, power depleted. Gravity reclaimed him, plunging him into the churning abyss below. A violent whirlpool roared to life, devouring him whole. Yet the heavens were not done with him. Dragged from the jaws of death, he gasped for air on the damp shore. As the haze lifted from his eyes, destiny revealed a peculiar sight. A petite figure stood before him, crimson robes fluttering, hair like cascading ink. She looked like a doll, carved from jade, innocent and cherubic. Her attire was exquisite black sash, gold embroidery fit for a princess. She leaned in, eyes burning with intense curiosity. Chu Liang recoiled. Asterisk, a child. Where did she come from? Asterisk, she sniffed him, like a predatory beast, testing a scent, while his mind raced. Asterisk, impossible. This is the immortal Marsha grave for the living. How can a mere mortal survive here? Yet, I sense zero fluctuations of ki. No demonic energy. She appears completely ordinary. He sat up, scanning the gloom. Asterisk, I must have been spat out by the washed up like driftwood. Asterisk, distracted by the tunnel's maw, he missed the chilling transformation behind him. The girl had found a scent she craved, and a guttural growl vibrated in her chest. Asterisk, our senior brother, Su, and Elder Fei alive. He worried, oblivious to the danger at his back. The girl's eyes shifted, no longer curious, but ravenous. She looked at him not as a human, but as a meal. Saliva dripped from her lips as she vividly imagined the exquisite crunch of gnawing on Chu Liang's bones. Chu Liang turned his back, completely blind to the killing intent radiating from the child. Even if she feels mortal, caution is my Tao. That accursed golden toad is still out there, lurking in the aquatic labyrinth. With luck, our paths won't cross. He turned to the child. Little sister, how did a flower like you end up in this house? Where's your clan? She merely shook her head. He calculated rapidly. Asterisk, mute. Or perhaps intellectually lacking. However, in the cultivation world, paranoia saves lives. He pointed dramatically into the void. Behold, a heavenly phenomena. The moment she turned, distracted, Chu Liang summoned the legendary artifact, the verification brick. Bonk. He brought it down gently upon her skull. She whipped around, eyes wide with betrayal and confusion. Chu Liang froze, analyzing the data. Asterisk, No demonic key leakage. No transformation. Asterisk. Safe! He exhaled. The girl just stared, questioning reality. Instantly, his face shifted to a mask of brotherly concern. Heavens. A stray rock fell from above. Let Big Brother make the pain fly away. She pouted, the very picture of aggrieved cuteness. Stay close, he commanded, plucking a golden feather. I must cast the heavenly wayfinding arts. Guard my physical shell, little one. Do not wander. She is truly mortal. His conscience struck. I cannot leave an innocent soul to perish in this treacherous domain. He entered a meditative trance. Spiritual energy erupted from the feather, weaving together a perfect golden replica. To encounter the toad now would be suicide. Witness the golden ROC's divine art. The external avatar. As his spirit clone shot into the distance, his strategy formed. Asterisk. Objective. Regroup with senior brother Su and elder Fei before making a rash move. With his consciousness away, the predator shed her disguise. She poked Chu Liang's defenseless body, molding his face like dough, enjoying her new toy. Suddenly killing. Intent spiked. A hideous beast plummeted from the shadows, hungry for flesh. It landed with a quake, unleashing a roar of dominance. But the roar died instantly as it met the little girl's gaze. She didn't scream. She growled. Terror shattered the beast's soul. It fled in panic, realizing it had stepped into a dragon's den. This child was an existence beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, in the celestial heights, the great powers stood vigilantly. Heaven's secret pavilion, Cloud Palace, Mist-hidden mountain, and the ancient Taiyin sect, alongside the Infinite Sword sect, Mount Shu, and Heavenly Peak. Within the boundless palace, the air grew heavy with fate. A grand elder bowed before the supreme authority, awaiting the mandate of heaven. The celestial bell has tolled thrice, the sect master boomed, voice shaking the void. Catastrophe descends. Elder, pierce the veil of destiny. Your will is my command. Activating the Void Realm token, his voice transcended space. I summon the Nine Heavens Alliance. Fellow Taoists, convene in the void. A storm approaches. The sky tore open as 9 supreme beings descended. The master of Tianshu spoke, his aura heavy with dread. For a century, the bell has slept. Its awakening heralds a crisis of extinction. I have gazed into the river of fate. A calamity scorpion awakens in the immortal marsh. Shockwaves rocked the assembly. A 7th realm monster, gasped the Cloud Void Elder. The Mount Shu Lord frowned. Did we not seal such a horror 200 years ago? The Tian Shu Master nodded gravely. Indeed, history dictates the scorpion rises once per millennium, but the heavens are chaotic. Fate has played a cruel hand, birthing the beast prematurely. The lunar sect matriarch's eyes froze over. If that abomination breaches the seal, the mortal realm will drown in blood. It must be exterminated immediately. Beside her, the Lord of Penglei was swift. Kill it! Agreed. Agreed, roared the heavenly steel master, slamming his fist. Strike with thunder! Show no mercy. Peace, interjected the mist-hidden elder. We shall honor the ancient pact. Let each sect dispatch a 7th realm grandmaster to the marsh. Fear not. When the beast rises, its demonic aura will act as a beacon. It cannot hide. The Tianshu master delivered the final verdict. It is decided. Mobilize your elites. We converge on the immortal marsh in 1 hour. Do not fail. Meanwhile, deep within the festering gloom of the marsh, a silhouette draped in wolf shadows emerged. He sneered at the fog. Tonight, chaos shall be my canvas. Save for the calamity scorpion, nothing here can touch me. He signaled his companion. Keep your eyes sharp. If any fool interferes, execute them. Why waste energy? Croaked the spirit bird on his shoulder. Let the scorpion devour the target. We simply watch the carnage unfold. The dark cultivator smirked. A perfect plan. He had better pray the shadows swallow him whole. If that trash dares to show his face, I will butcher him myself. Only a river of his blood can quench the fire of my rage. The spirit bird unleashed its heavenly vision technique. Its cry, piercing the air. Target locked. I have traced Chu Liang's spiritual ripples. Prepare for slaughter. The assassin moved like a bolt of tribulation lightning. Unaware of the reaper closing in, Chu Liang sensed an anomaly. Why are the spirit scorpions fleeing in such panic? My perception scans no gold or silver scorpions, he calculated. This route should be secure. High above, the bird mocked him. Run all you want. I will enjoy watching your demise from the heavens. There's nowhere to hide, the assassin hissed. Instantly, a deathly chill froze Chu Liang's marrow. Killing. Intense. He whirled around just as the Black Wolf warrior crashed down like a falling star. Impossible speed. Chu Liang's pupils constricted. The enemy unleashed a cross-void slash, tearing the very atmosphere with apocalyptic force. A deadly silence fell as the boy's body was instantly shredded into ribbons. Yet, the bloodlust remained unsatisfied. The Black Wolf plunged his blade into the remains again and again, eyes burning with madness. Steel flashed in a symphony of destruction, reducing the corpse to dust. Cease your tantrum, the bird chirped darkly. Any more mincing, and you will be serving him as meat bun filling. If he survives this annihilation, I will write my name backwards, the assassin spat. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of the immortal swamp, the true Chu Liang jolted awake. He gasped, clutching his chest as phantom pain assaulted him. What was that sensation? Did I just... perish? His head pounded as the final memories of his clone flooded his mind. That masked figure... Chu Liang's eyes sharpened like daggers. Ruthless. Decisive. He was not just clearing obstacles, he was hunting me specifically. Heaven smiled on me. Only my phantom clone was obliterated. But to shred a clone with such tyrannical blade, arts... This enemy is a master of slaughter. His grim thoughts were shattered by a loud stomach growl. The mysterious girl stared at him with eyes full of hunger. Starving already, Chu Liang chuckled, retrieving a lustrous spirit fruit. Here, he offered with a gentle smile, this is the last of my supply. Go on, taste it. It is sweet as nectar. The girl snatched the fruit, devouring it like a ravenous beast. Chu Liang. Sweat dropped at the sight. She eats like the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Moments later, they breached the surface of the immortal swamp. The chaotic key turbulence had finally subsided. The killing intent has faded, Chu Liang observed. That assassin believes he claimed my head. He must be long gone. The path is clear. Time to escape this accursed hellscape. Suddenly, the girl drifted toward the dark riverbank. Chu Liang paused, sensing trouble. What has caught your eye? Little one, we must retreat. We cannot afford to. Splash. Before he could finish, the child plunged straight into the abyss of the waters. By the heavens! Chu Liang summoned his flying sword, diving after her in a streak of light. Hey, where are you going? That water is a den of monsters. Return at once. Suddenly, a massive shadow blotted out the sun. A colossal river leviathan erupted from the depths, its maw wide enough to swallow the sky itself. Chu Liang grabbed the girl, frantically burning his key to escape. Damn it! He cursed, but the suction force was like a gravitational singularity. Resistance was futile. Absolute darkness consumed them. Is this where my path ends? He despaired. But instead of a stomach, they crashed onto the floor of a magnificent underwater palace. You nearly sent us to the Yellow Springs. Chu Liang groaned, but the girl ignored him, darting deeper into the hall. Chu Liang finally looked up, his jaw hitting the floor. Unbelievable. A crystal palace, hidden within the belly of a beast. As he chased the girl, the scenery defied all logic. 6 golden scorpio corpses lay scattered, their ancient shells decaying. Looming ahead was a massive obsidian monolith. The inscription radiated power. Tomb of Zhang Kui. I, Zhang Kui, knowing my sins angered the heavens, burned my remaining lifespan to seal this calamity. Chu Liang read aloud. My final wish, ... is for my mortal shell to transform into the immortal ascension herb, aiding the geniuses of humanity for eternity. But Chu Liang stopped reading. His gaze locked onto a blinding radiance. A luminous flower swayed in the gloom. The immortal ascension herb. His heart pounded against his ribs. After all the peril, after dancing with death, the supreme treasure is finally mine. This is the prize. The entire cultivation world was slaughtering each other for... He glanced back at the monolith. So, this legendary herb is actually the spiritual essence of ... The venerable master buried here. No wonder the herb actively seeks out humans. It is fulfilling the master's dying will to pass on his inheritance, to manifest such divine power. This, Zhang Kui, must have been a supreme 8th realm cultivator. But before he could reach it, a small shadow blurred past him. Snap! The little girl plucked the divine herb without a shred of hesitation. She raised it to her lips. No! Chu Liang screamed, lungs bursting as he rushed forward. Stop! Do not swallow that! The girl paused, startled. She turned to him, a low, primal growl rumbling in her throat like a beast. Chu Liang froze instantly. Her gaze flickered from him to the skeleton on the throne. Chu Liang followed her eyes, then looked at the small stone sarcophagus behind her. The shards of the puzzle slammed together. Cold sweat drenched his back. I see now. The scorpions outside. They tried to steal her food, and she annihilated them. And that small coffin. It fits her perfectly. She is no ordinary child. The reason I cannot sense her aura is not because she is a mortal. ... It is because her cultivation realm towers over mine like a mountain. Forcing his trembling limbs to stay calm, Chu Liang decided to gamble. This girl was an ancient monster in human skin. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved another spirit fruit. Little ancestor, look here. You remember this divine taste? Right? He coaxed with a trembling smile. Delicious and sweet. Yes? I will trade you for that weed. The girl hugged the herb tighter, shaking her head vigorously. Chu Liang added another fruit. 2 for 1. A generous offer. Still no. Desperate, he pulled out 2 large jade boxers. Look at this! Over 20 premium spirit pills. All of this for 1 blade of grass. Surely that is a fair trade. Seeing her hesitation, he slammed 2 more boxers down. This is my entire stockpile. I am going bankrupt here. Final offer. These replenish ki and blood essence. They are sweet. They enhance jade-like beauty. Essential for travel. Perfect for home cultivation. The girl eyed the mountain of snacks. She glanced at the divine herb. The grass tastes bitter, she reasoned. It grants power, but, ... It will grow back in a few centuries. These snacks look delicious. After a tense eternity, she spoke her first word. She extended the herb. Deal. A boulder was lifted from his heart. It turned out the child wasn't mute, after all. She had simply existed in a world devoid of conversation. But her aptitude. It was monstrous. In a single breath, she mastered the Tao of speech just by listening. Suddenly, the firmament above the immortal swamp ripped apart. A rift in the void. Descending upon a celestial stag was a figure of supreme authority. Holy light purged the shadows as the clouds disintegrated. The darkness recoiled in fear before his arrival. Sect leader Wang manifested behind the elder, his aura sharp but bowed in reverence. He bent his waist in a perfect salute. Greetings, elder son. The voice from the stag resonated like thunder rolling through a canyon. Leader Wang. Mount Chu has deployed you personally. It seems the sect takes this anomaly seriously. Indeed, Wang replied, his face grim as stone. But my presence here is personal. My disciple is trapped within this domain, and his jade slip is fading. I could not cultivate in peace, knowing his life hangs by a thread. The elder raised a skeptical brow. You speak of Tutu, your direct disciple, the future pillar of your summit. The very same. Before Wang departed, the elder revealed the true scale of their operation. I have severed the connection between heaven and earth. The sky Bagwamir has sealed the swamp's coordinates. Not a fly enters, not a soul leaves. We have become the cage, and the calamity is our prey. Yet, the beast remains cloaked in shadow. If you cherish your student, Leader Wang, scour the core region without delay. Wang nodded, his spiritual pressure exploding as he prepared to dive. Your will be done. If the Grand Master of the Nine Heavens descends, please inform him of my trajectory. Boom. He tore through the sound barrier. Plunging toward the surface, he pinpointed two Duongs, aura amidst the spiritual turbulence. Duong! The swamp is collapsing. You are unhurt, so why do you linger? The disciples stiffened, pupils trembling. Master! He fell to his knees, voice cracking with emotion. This disciple stayed to ensure the retreat of his martial brothers, but one is still unaccounted for. I cannot abandon him. Who is worth risking your life? Wang barked. It is Chu Liang of Silva Sword Peak. The blood instantly vanished from Wang's face. What did you say? Wang clutched his head, terror crashing over him like an avalanche. Silver Sword Peak, ... The legend of Empress Phoenix was a nightmare etched in every elder's mind. That wasn't love she held for her disciples. It was a demonic obsession. If so, Luang died under Wang's watch, ... Empress Phoenix wouldn't just demand justice. She would level Jade Sword Peak until nothing but dust remained. It would be a sect-ending catastrophe. We must find him at all costs, Wang screamed, true fear coloring his tone. Flip the swamp upside down, if we must. Meanwhile, in the abyss below... So, Luang was unaware of the panic he caused. Little one. The sun sets on our time together. I must return to my sect. His smile was gentle. Fate was kind to let us meet. Farewell. He turned his back to the girl. His Dao heart was calm. I was paranoid for nothing. This is the immortal swamp, a graveyard of cultivators. A mortal child surviving here. Absurd. Mission complete. Time to return. But the heavens laughed at his plans. Rumbled. The entire cavern groaned as the earth buckled beneath them. So Luang stumbled, his composure shattering. The girl froze, clutching her spirit food in terror. Then came the roar, a deluge of rushing water. A flood smashed into the cavern. The spray hit his lips, salt. His pupils contracted 2 pinpoints. This is a freshwater forbidden zone. The ocean shouldn't be here. ... Unless survival instinct screamed. To hell with logic. Run now. He grabbed the girl, sprinting as the cavern collapsed. Escape is the only path. With an explosion of ki, he shot out of the beast's gullet, skidding to a halt. His eyes witnessed a miracle. The colossal water beast, ... was being reeled in like a pathetic shrimp. The fisherman landed on the monster's spine, light as a feather. His voice was calm, but commanded absolute obedience. Come out. My spiritual sense sees all. Concealment is futile. The little girl hopped from the beast's mouth, landing on the massive scales. The fisherman let out a breath. As I thought... A mere child. She stepped forward, still guarding the snacks, so Luang gave her. She snarled at the stranger, ferocious as a tiger cub. But the moment he stood before her, her hostility evaporated, replaced by bewilderment. No bloodlust. Just a warm, calloused hand patting her head. He tipped back his straw hat. I found you just before the point of no return, before you could accidentally destroy this realm. Now, ... we part ways. Suddenly, the giant shifted his gaze. Thienko towered over Xuanhuang, a titan blocking out the sky. His smile didn't reach his predatory eyes. And where are you scuttling off to, little cultivator? Xuanhuang bowed so low his nose touched his knees. Senior, this junior did not mean to intrude, ... double quotes. Thienko's stare weighed heavy on his soul. Which sect do you hail from? Cold sweat drenched Xuanhuang's robes. His thoughts spun at light speed. Irradiatis no malice. But his pressure is suffocating. Lying to an expert of this caliber is suicide. The truth is my only shield. This junior is a disciple of Mount Shu. The air temperature dropped instantly. Thienko's playful demeanor evaporated. His aura sharpened into an invisible sword. Mount Shu. The atmosphere grew dense enough to crush both. Xuanhuang trembled like a leaf in a hurricane. Y.S. Senior. Did I offend you? Thienko's hand clamped onto his shoulder. It felt like the weight of MT. Do you know Zheng Ubai? Time seemed to freeze. Despite the terrifying aura, Xuanhuang forced his voice to remain steady. In Mount Shu, ... her name is chanted like a mantra. She is the radiant moon of our generation. Thienko's eyes lost their edge, filled instead with distant longing. Is that so? Tell me, what stage has she reached? Fourth realm. Peak. Stepping into the fifth. A spark of surprise lit the elder's eyes. His hand moved, a blur that defied the laws of physics. An azure vial appeared from the void. Deliver this to her. Before Xuanhuang could even reach out, the vial sat in his palm, transported by pure intent. Seeing the boy paralyzed by shock, Thienko chuckled. Ease your mind. This elixir will smooth her path to ascension. He turned, his cloak snapping in the spiritual wind. Xuanhuang shouted, desperation overcoming fear. Senior, please, to whom does she owe this debt? The giant paused. He stroked his chin, a mysterious glint in his eye. With a casual wave, ... Tell her, it was the immortal who rides the whale. He dissolved into the horizon with the girl. Xuanhuang stood rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the ground beneath the beast began to ascend. An eye, large as a palace, opened to gaze at the heavens. The ocean exploded. Tranquil waters transformed into a cataclysmic tsunami. The monster he fought, ... was nothing but a parasite on the back of a true ancient. So, Luang's jaw unhinged as the Leviathan blocked out the sun. His concept of size was obliterated. That wasn't an island. ... Quotes, it was a divine tune, large enough to swallow the world. Meanwhile, back at Silver Sword Peak, ... a storm of blood was about to begin. Chu Liang stepped forward, a triumphant grin stretching across his face as he whispered to the slumbering form of Empress Nufeng. Master, your disciple has returned. And behold, the ascending immortal grass is finally ours. Drifting in the sweet embrace of the dream realm, she only mumbled unintelligibly. Slowly, the fog of slumber lifted, and Empress Nufeng's weary eyelids fluttered open. Little Chu, what is this racket? Did you come back empty-handed again? But the second her gaze locked onto the spiritual urbanist's hand, her drowsiness evaporated into thin air. Is that truly the ascending immortal grass? Countless prodigies of Mount Shu failed, yet you snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Truly, you are my pride and joy. Her praise warmed Chu Liang's heart like the morning sun. It is all thanks to your divine guidance. Master, he beamed beside his yawning teacher, yet his mind drifted to the shadows, to the mysterious girl from the heavenly origin tomb. This grass was a treasure that defied the heavens. If he revealed the secrets of the tomb to the elders, now, it would send shockwaves through the entire sect foundation. Such a monumental secret could not remain buried forever. It was best to entrust the tale of his perilous journey to his master first. However, Empress Nufeng frantically waved her hand, banishing him like a fly so she could return to her dreams. After a brief moment of silent contemplation, Chu Liang reached a swift conclusion. He would bypass her and take these grave matters directly to the sect leader. Within a heartbeat, his master had already drifted back into the void, her mind completely empty. Seeing her state, Chu Liang bowed with profound respect. Then, this disciple shall take his leave. Nufeng re-entered the dream realm with frightening speed. She twisted into wild positions, her snores thundering like dragons, a snot bubble expanding with rhythmic precision. Suddenly, her peaceful cultivation was shattered by a voice that shook the heavens. Empress Nufeng, awaken at once. She jolted awake to find Xuanhuang and the Peak Chief looming over her like grim reapers. Flustered, she stammered. Huh? What are you doing here? Who died? The chief wore a mask of solemn gravity. Disciple, you break the news. Xuanhuang bowed, his voice trembling with emotion. Martial Ant! Nufeng! A terrible tragedy has befallen our sect. Junior brother Chu Liang accompanied us to the immortal swamp, but the legendary beast Huodo emerged, unleashing absolute chaos. To save his fellow disciples, Chu Liang faced the danger alone. Master and I scoured the lake through the night, but we found no trace of his aura. I fear that he has... Martial Ant, please restrain your grief. Nufeng blinked, confused. You mean... My disciple has perished. She knew Chu Liang was alive and kicking, but a devilish scheme instantly sparked in her mind. Suddenly, she wailed with earth-shattering sorrow. Her feigned rage caused waves of scorching flames to erupt from her body, heating the very air. What? My precious disciple! Do you know how much blood and sweat I poured into raising him? And now he has fallen in the swamp. Oh, heavens! Who will care for me in my twilight years? How can the white-haired send off the black-haired? Why is fate so cruel to a weak, defenseless woman like me? A woman possessed of both peerless beauty and wisdom, left all alone. Tell me, Earth, where is my disciple? We cannot let his soul wander as a hungry ghost in a foreign land. The chief, sweating profusely, tried to intervene. Junior sister, please cease your weeping. But Nufeng only cranked her volume up to the max. He panicked and tried to comfort her. We cultivators spend our lives slaying demons to protect the Tao. Life and death are but a cycle. If he is gone, your tears will not bring him back. Instantly, her face went stone cold. Fine. Then give me his pension. The two men froze, their brains short-circuiting at her sudden, shameless shift. Seeing their hesitation, Nufeng immediately switched back to the mask of agony. I raised him since he was a babe to look after me. Now that he is gone, who will I rely on in this cold, heartless world? Oh, cruel fate. The chief sighed in total defeat. All right. How much do you need? She flashed two fingers. For all the years of nurturing ... He must be worth at least 20,000 sword coins. No. The chief nearly coughed up blood. How much? His brow twitched, sweat pouring down like rain. 20,000. I already have to cover your monthly debts from the sect treasury. And now you open your mouth like a greedy lion and demand 20,000. Lately, the sect's finances are tight. ... Nufeng cut him off, throwing her hands up indignantly. What is a mere 20,000 to the majestic Mount Chu? Do you think that... I don't know how much you peak leaders pocket every month. 4 years... Your stipends have only increased. You should reflect on whether you are truly serving the sect with all your heart. Outside, a life is worth far less. But this is my disciple. Oh, Chu Liang. My poor Liang. Hearing his name, Chu Liang innocently responded from the doorway. I just arrived, master. Why are you calling for me? The air in the room instantly solidified into ice. Everyone stood like statues. Xia Yang and the chief stared in utter disbelief. You... You are alive. A deadly silence descended upon the master and disciple. Feeling the intense awkwardness, Chu Liang gave a stiff, frozen smile. I'm doomed. It seems I have ruined Master's grand extortion scheme. Finally escaping the farce, Chu Liang made his way to the alchemy hall to find Senior Sister Chun. It was time to prepare for the core formation. Senior Sister Su Ci looked at him with wide, incredulous eyes. Junior brother, see, you are unharmed. That is a relief. He smiled warmly. Fortune favored me, and in the midst of disaster, I found opportunity. I secured the ascending immortal grass. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Liang got straight to business. He needed her to refine the external pill. Su Ci examined the materials, her expression turning grave. Junior brother, are you certain you wish to cultivate the divine firmament, lesser yin golden core, refining an external pill to become an internal core? Will cause irreversible changes to your constitution. When a man cultivates the lesser yin technique, his very essence may shift. You could become withdrawn, passive, even feminine. Chu Liang hesitated for a fraction of a second, but his resolve hardened into steel. I must try. I have prepared 2 sets of all the necessary ingredients. Even if we fail once, I have a backup. Su Ci raised a skeptical eyebrow. You have common materials? Yes. But if the refinement fails, where in the heavens will you find a second stalk of the legendary ascending immortal grass? Chu Liang realized she was right. True. He pondered inwardly. I wonder how that branch I planted in my spiritual dimension is faring. For the days that followed, Chu Liang immersed himself in the art of alchemy, to break through the earth gate to the spiritual sense realm, and finally reach the golden core realm. This pill was the key to his destiny. The golden core is the very gateway to eternal life. To forge such a treasure, one must walk the path of the alchemist, fusing rare heaven and earth treasures with divine techniques to create a spiritual vessel known as the external pill. As he guided the medicine into his mouth, his mind was sharp as a blade, chanting the ancient mantras of the Tao. Once swallowed, the external pill descended like a falling star. He ignited the spirit fire within his sea of qi, dissolving the essence and forcing a tidal wave of energy into his dantian. The goal was simple, yet perilous. Compress that volatile power into a true internal core. Chu Liang's gaze was fixed on Su Ci, analyzing every subtle mudra. Her hands formed. The flames roared with the fury of a dragon, with the grace of a celestial maiden. Su Ci cast the ascension herb into the inferno, weaving her spiritual arts into the heat. The massive earthen furnace trembled, devouring the spiritual qi like a starving beast. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the cauldron's heart, piercing the heavens. Flames danced wildly at the peak, white smoke billowing like clouds of omen. Then, in the span of a single heartbeat, the chaos vanished. The air grew deathly still. The spiritual fire faded into nothingness. Su Ci exhaled a long, shaky breath. Chu Liang leaned in, his eyes sparkling with raw anticipation. Is the refinement complete? Hold your breath, she whispered, her voice tight. It needs a moment to settle. He frowned, but obeyed. Suddenly, a pill shot out from the furnace, dragging a vortex of spiritual pressure with it. Su Ci gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Heavens! Is that... a supreme-grade golden core? Chu Liang beamed. My first attempt, and I've birthed a legend. Though, knowing my tragic luck, it might also be my last. Su Ci, trembling with sheer excitement, placed the treasure into a wooden container with the utmost reverence. Junior brother, Chu. Accept this. May your path to immortality be paved with limitless fortune. Hearing such a heartfelt blessing, a genuine grin broke across Chu Liang's face. My deepest gratitude, senior sister. But just as the atmosphere crash, a heavy footstep shattered the moment-late glass. It was Lu Xun. The man froze like a statue the instant he realized he wasn't alone. Susai blinked, caught off guard. Senior brother Lu. He composed himself in a split second, offering a cold, dismissive grunt before vanishing into the shadows, leaving the two of them completely dumbfounded. Senior sister, Chu Liang? Whispered, narrowing his eyes. Who was that guy? She smiled brightly. That is the personal disciple of the Pill Peak elder, Lu Xun. His status within our sect is second to none. Chu Liang rubbed his chin, replaying the man's terrified expression in his mind. Strange. Why did he look at me as if he had seen a vengeful ghost? Susai walked him to the exit, waving her hand in a warm farewell. Junior brother, take my luck with you. Cultivate diligently. I consider that embryonic golden core my only true child. Chu Liang waved back. His spirit lifted. Senior Sister Susi. Her blessings come from the heart. But his peace was destined to be A figure charged at him like a raging bull. Big brother, you're alive. Chu Liang didn't even have time to react. Zai Liang gripped Chu Liang's hands, tears flowing like a river. Big brother, if not for your life-saving kick that sent me flying toward the golden eagle, I would have perished in the depths of that swamp. You are my savior. From this day forth, you are my boss, my sworn brother for life. And Zi Qing, she is my I will never dare fight you for her affection again. Chu Liang panicked, yanking his hands away as if burned. Whoa, hold on. Senior brother, Shang. Calm down. Chu Liang tried to explain, cold sweat forming on his brow. I only saved you out. Sect fellowship. Besides, I had my own escape plan prepared. There is no need for such dramatic displays of gratitude. I'm sure if our roles were reversed, and I was the one in danger, you wouldn't have just sat there watching, right? Zai Liang interrupted instantly. I would have absolutely sat there and watched you die. The word struck Chu Liang like a physical blow to the chest. Chu Liang kept his smile plastered on, but internally he was screaming. Zai Liang continued, snot and tears mixing on his face. I used to see you as a bitter rival for Zi Qing's heart. I even plotted dirty tricks to ruin you. When you kicked me, I thought it was vengeance, but I was wrong. It was divine mercy. Hearing this passionate confession, Chu Liang's expression shifted. A sudden realization dawned on him. Wait a minute. This guy isn't just a fool. He's a gold mine. His first plot against me led me straight to senior sister Jiang. His second plot convinced his father to send a mountain of spiritual stones to me and my master. This guy, he's a walking, breathing, lucky charm. Chu Liang's voice turned stern, adopting a commanding aura. Listen well, regarding junior sister Zia Qing. I am not that close to her. Say what you want about me, but do not tarnish a maiden's reputation. Do you hear me? Suddenly, Zai Liang dropped to the ground, hugging Chu Liang's leg and wailing like a banshee. Big brother, you are my true blood brother now. And Zai Qing is your blood sister. Seeing two disciples approaching, Chu Liang pointed sharply. You two, listen up! From now on, I am your boss, and my big brother here is your big brother, understood. The lackeys snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Stop, right there. Chu Liang cut in, flustered. Don't do this. Senior brother, Shang, you're being too polite. Let's just stick to standard sect titles. Zai Liang's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. Fine. Then we compromise. You call me senior brother, and I will call you big brother. Chu Liang could only sigh in defeat. Turning around, he found Chu Liang waiting for him by the mountain slope. It seemed he had been expecting him. "Senior Brother Zhu." It turned out he was there to return the Confucian soul jar left behind during the chaos. He pulled out the vessel with a wry smile. "This spirit, he has treason etched into his bones. He kept hovering around me, begging to serve me instead. He refused to let me return him to you." Chu Liang laughed out loud. "If that old ghost weighed 10 pounds, 9 pounds would be pure betrayal," he thought to himself. "Anyone who keeps that spirit around is working for free. It wouldn't surprise me if he tried to flee the moment the job was done." Chu Liang took the porcelain jar, inspecting it with curiosity. "So, did he instruct you to light 3 sticks of incense for the summoning ritual?" Xuanhuang shook his head, his expression grave. 3 sticks. No. He specifically demanded 2 sticks of soul-binding incense for every invocation. Cold sweat drenched Senior Brother Wang, while Chu Liang's fist clenched in silent resolve. Forcing a polite smile, he dismissed Senior Brother Su with a casual remark. He immediately sought out Jiang Yubai, but her presence had vanished without a trace. "I sent a spirit missive to Senior Sister Jiang the moment I returned to the peak, but after all this time, nothing but silence. Could she be entangled in some grave peril? Since fate prevents me from delivering her gift immediately, I must attend to my own cultivation first." Chu Liang transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward a secluded cavern deep within the forest. All ley lines seemed to converge on this secret grotto. How has the ascension grass fared? A cocktail of anxiety and anticipation raced through his veins. Pushing through the tangled ancient vines, his heart missed a beat. The ascension grass, was gone. A hollow void tore open in his chest as he stepped inside. The soil bore lingering traces of spiritual growth, yet the divine herb was missing. "Has it been stolen?" Chu Liang closed his eyes, fighting down the rising tide of panic. He massaged his temples, forcing his mind to cool. Wait. The ascension grass possesses a unique instinct to seek out living aura. It likely matured and went wandering in search of a host. Grasping this critical detail, he instantly unleashed his spiritual perception. He swept the surroundings for any spiritual fluctuations. "I cannot allow such a heavenly treasure to fall into another's hands." Moments later, his senses locked onto a vibrant aura near an ancient tree. "Found you." The mischievous ascension grass was scuttling among the roots. Seeing the divine herb intact, a mountain of weight finally lifted from his shoulders. Sensing a human presence, the grass darted forward, dancing joyfully around Xia. He beamed with delight. Truly, a miraculous spirit herb. This seeking instinct is actually quite charming. He owed this fortune to the legacy of that nameless senior. If I ever encounter his descendants, I must repay this karmic debt 1,000-fold. Scene shift. Chu Liang's chambers. He sat in the meditative lotus position by the window. With the herb secured, it is time for the final step, forging the core for the big-headed avatar. He entered the white pagoda realm, finding the infant in meditation. Without hesitation, he fed the golden core directly into its mouth. The condensation process began. It was terrifyingly seamless. With the external core consumed, the 9 heavens' profound heart sutra roared to life. As the core solidified, the avatar synchronized its energy flow. After one full cycle of circulation, it transformed into his exact mirror image. The avatar continued refining. Chu Liang hovered in the void, feeling waves of majestic power crashing from the active golden core. Pure, true ki flooded his dantian like a breaking dam. The spectacle was awing, but a critical issue arose. He hadn't reached the golden core realm yet. The vessel was too fragile. Energy poured in and leaked out just as fast. He couldn't contain it. As twilight fell, a frantic Chu Liang rushed to the alchemy pavilion. "Senior Sister Chun!" She jumped at his sudden intrusion. "Senor Sister, it seems I have no destiny with the divine lightning golden core. The refinement was a failure. So, I've come to beg for your aid once more." Hearing this, her face crumbled in disbelief. You failed, even with the blessing of the ascension grass. She wept, utterly heartbroken. 1,000-year herb wasted, and my perfect golden core prototype destroyed. Junior brother, my heart is bleeding. Witnessing her genuine despair, Chu Liang chuckled and extended his hand. Senior sister, relax. It is not the apocalypse, he whispered mischievously. Look closely. I still have a reserve stock of ascension grass right here. Her tears evaporated instantly. Her eyes went wide, shifting from the depths of hell to the peaks of heaven in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the soul of old Ding raged. I saw that wretched Chu Liang at Mount Shu. Not only is he unscathed, he obtained the immortal grass and forged a top-grade golden core at the Alchemy Hall. Mark my words. That boy is evolving into a true monster. The dual-blade assassin gasped in horror. Impossible. How can he still draw breath? The purple gold, Marquise roared, his aura crushing the air around them. He is merely a divine intent realm ant. Yet you failed repeatedly, and you dare call yourself an assassin. I will report every detail to the boss. Let us see how he judges your Dual Blade stammered, but I killed him with my own hands. I minced him into meat paste. You saw it too. The Marquis scoffed. Do not drag me into your failure. I merely sent a stone crow to observe. I know nothing of your botched execution. He paused, eyes narrowing in calculation. Forget it. I will report the cold facts to the boss without embellishment. I have no need to exaggerate your uselessness. However, failing to eliminate a core Mount Shu disciple repeatedly, the boss will be displeased. When that time comes, someone will have to pay with their life. Dual Blade fell to his knees. Give me one last chance. The moment he leaves the sanctuary of the mountain, I will slaughter him. I'll bring the soul-ripping artifact. If I don't shatter his very spirit, I will never return. The Marquis nodded coldly. Very well. I shall buy you one last window of opportunity. He lowered his voice. The boss is currently at Evil Spirit Mountain. He is meeting a disciple from the Thunder Fortress. He won't return immediately. Until then, I will withhold the report. You better pray. Chu Liang steps out of Mount Shu before the boss arrives. Dual Blade hesitated. Can you offer me a strategy? The Marquis sighed. I will assist you, but only this. Once Dual Blade bowed deeply. My eternal gratitude. The next morning, high above the peaks, a colossal eagle sliced through the cloud layer. A muscular figure leaped from the beast, crashing down like a meteor. It was the Thunder Fortress's pride. Head disciple, Du Wu Han. Suddenly, a calm voice drifted from a nearby pavilion. So, this is the renowned young hero Du. No wonder you are the Thunder Fortress's #1 prodigy. A truly imposing presence. Du Wu Han narrowed his eyes at the speaker. Lu Qing, the man replied with an eerie calm. Young hero Du, you may dispense with the titles. Simply call me ... Mr. Lu. Cold steel kissed the skin of his throat, the voice dropping to a deathly whisper. Mr. Lu. Though our faces meet for the first time, our spirits have danced in the shadows for an eternity. Tell me ... Du. You walk the path of the righteous, or the road of the demon. How can I forge a pact with a stranger? Lu Changchu's spiritual energy seized a teacup, suspending it in the void. His voice remained unshakable as a mountain. Righteous, demonic, mere labels for the weak. Do such things truly matter before the face of absolute ambition? Rest assured. Regardless of the methods I employ, the Thunder Fortress shall suffer no harm. My only desire is simple. ... is the beast-taming manual, the key to controlling your sects, ancient, ferocious beasts. If you dare to brave the chaotic storms of Wushan Island, then I Lu Cheng, shall grant you a prize that outweighs the heavens themselves. Imagined the glory. The Thunder Sect, replacing Mount Shu, to ascend the 9 heavens immortal registry. A heavy silence crushed down upon Duwu. Meanwhile, miles away within Mount Shu's alchemy pavilion, Chun Susi unveiled a wooden box, the golden pill within pulsing with blinding, divine light. "Take it!" she commanded imperiously. Chu Liang's eyes widened, shimmering with gratitude. "Senior sister, She cut him off with a sharp huff. "Save your breath. Just condense your core successfully. Stop making this senior sister's heart ache with worry." With a final bow to senior sister Chun, Chu Liang's eyes hardened with resolve. Back in the seclusion of his chambers, he channeled his ki to forge the golden core. Guided by the memories of his past life, the energy flowed effortlessly, like water returning to the sea. As the golden core coalesced, the chaotic energy roared like a primordial beast, like 1,000 rivers bursting their dams. A torrent of power flooded his newly formed ki. In less time than it takes to sip a cup of tea, the vast ocean of the golden core realm was filled to the brim. Chu Liang had ascended. The 4th realm was now as solid as bedrock. High above, DNV Feng, perched on the roof tiles, watching the phenomenon with a smirk playing on her lips. "Not bad, brat. That is indeed the aura of a golden core, though it is still 30% weaker than my own foundation back in the day." She laughed, radiating boundless confidence. With this power, the upcoming Mount Shu summit is practically already in the hands of Silver Sword. Peak DNV. Feng glanced sideways, her tone dripping with amusement. "Zhang Yubai, coming all this way just to watch little Chu break through. You really do have a soft spot for him." The peerless beauty beside her could only manage a stiff, awkward laugh. Zhang Yubai's mind was a whirlwind. "The moment I left seclusion, I received a spirit crane from Chu Liang, claiming an urgent emergency, but he mentioned nothing of the golden core. Has it not been merely 3 months?" Her memory drifted back to their first encounter. He was but a lowly disciple of the 3rd realm. How does he now stand on the same peak as I? A storm of complex emotions swirled within her gaze. Bam! The door flew open. Chu Liang stepped forth, his aura blazing with excitement. "The core is formed. I must test my blade against the back mountain immediately." Hand seals flew in a blur. "Dustless sword, heed my call." His expression turned grave as he chanted the ancient mantra. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning. 8 runes, sword art, ... Destroy! Boom! The mountain peak groaned under the weight of terrifying force. An explosion tore through the atmosphere, scattering debris like shrapnel. Zhang Yubai watched, breathless. That strike, it was magnificent. Seeing his growth shakes my very confidence as a CULTIVATOR ... single. And yet, ... Why does my heart swell with joy rather than envy? She descended from the roof, landing as lightly as a falling feather. Chu Liang. Congratulations. He spun around, stunned. Senior sister Zhang. She tilted her head gracefully. Your letter arrived the moment I walked out of seclusion ... Is there trouble? Chu Liang grinned, revealing a small green vial. Ah. That? Someone entrusted me with a gift for you. Fear not. I have already verified its purity. It is safe. Zhang Yubai extended her spiritual sense, her eyes widening in disbelief as she scanned the contents. Is this ... the red gold dragon snake gall? Her voice trembled. This is the final ingredient I needed to breach the 5th realm. But who could have sent such a treasure? Chu Liang scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. It was a senior expert, a mysterious figure who rides a colossal whale through the clouds. Chu Liang recounted the tale of his adventure. Zhang Yubai listened, her soul shaken. So that is the truth. Could that immortal be Him. She turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Crystalline tears traced paths down her pale cheeks. Chu Liang stood in respectful silence, allowing the sorrow to flow. She turned back, a smile blooming through the tears like a flower in rain. "Forgive me. I have shown you an unsightly appearance." Her gaze drifted to the horizon. "Few on Mount Shu know my true lineage. Born with the innate spirit body, they assumed I was a daughter of the main Jiang clan. In truth, I was raised here from infancy. I have never looked upon my father's face." She sighed, the heavy burden of the past pressing down on the air. "My mother hailed from the enigmatic divine void. She and my father shared a love that defied the heavens, and I was their fruit. But destiny is cruel." Mother returned to the divine void. "Father did not entrust me to the clan. Double quotes. ... Instead, he hid me away on Biluo Peak. He left to find her, and vanished into the mists of time. The only whisper that returned was a legend that the divine void descended and erased the Zhang family from existence." Chu Liang pursed his lips, his mind racing. "I recall the rumors of senior sister's background, the 3 great cultivation families, heirs to ancient bloodlines. The Xia clan ascended to become imperial royalty. The Ji clan became warlords, dominating the martial world. But the Zhang family, once a titan among the 3, silenced in a single night. What manner of enemy is she facing?" A realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, if that legend is true. Single quotes. His thoughts flew back to the image of the whale riding, immortal. That man, he must be her father. The legendary Zhang Tiang. Heavens, I inadvertently crossed paths with senior sister Jiang's missing father. That is absolute madness! Zhang Yubai stared into the empty void. Her voice cold as glacial ice. "If your words hold truth, then that crystal palace in the immortal marsh, double quotes, if it is truly connected to the Zhang family legacy, if the ancient Zhang bloodline truly lingers in this realm, then apart from myself, he is the only one left." Seeing the abyss of sorrow in her gaze, Chu Liang spoke with gentle reverence. "Senior sister, Jiang." He offered a smile warm enough to melt winter snow. "My clumsy words may not heal your spirit, nor can I fully grasp the mountain of weight you carry. However, you are never alone. You have me. You have us. All of Mount Shu holds you in their hearts. This peak is your eternal sanctuary, a truth written in stone that not even destiny can erase." Gratitude softened Zhang Yubai's eyes, like moonlight breaking through clouds. "Thank you." Her voice returned to its icy composure. "In truth, for years now, I have scoured the world for traces of the divine void, yet the clues are as scarce as stars at noon." Suddenly, her aura shifted, heavy with foreboding. "My master warned that the void is a land of death. Those who approach are tainted by calamity. Yet, my mother hailed from that very abyss, and my father vanished into its infinite depths. Perhaps I was cursed by the heavens for my very first breath." She clenched her fist, her voice ringing with steel-like resolve. "But I swear on my life, I will rip the truth from the shadows." Chu Liang watched her, mesmerized. This is the true senior sister Jiang. Ice, on the surface, but possessing a will of forged dragon steel. The festival of the mountain god, a sacred rite within the sect, to honor the guardian spirit of Mount Shu. 3 months before the grand opening, each peak selects a concealed relic, a theme for the disciples to pursue in the wild. These treasures are hidden deep within the mountain range. Disciples must form 5-man squads to hunt them down. It is far more than a simple game. It is a trial of fire designed to resonate with the sect's history and the mountain soul. When the peaks awaken, the victors shall be crowned in glory. Essentially, it is a magnificent spectacle for the bored elites. Chu Liang drifted into yesterday's memory. It was a rare blessing to share a moment with senior sister Jiang. Simply heart, without the suffocating pressure of cultivation talk. She mentioned that leaving seclusion was her master's command. A lesson in balancing the Tao of action and stillness. She had formed a squad with her sisters to join the festival, spearheading the spirit to ignite the flames of the upcoming summit meeting. Chu Liang rested his chin on his hand, a look of pure, unadulterated bliss on his face. Ah, this is the life. Asterisk, if I could just spend my days chatting with senior sister, I would ask for nothing more. But reality snapped him back. Today, the roster is revealed. Asterisk, the Divine Peak opens for registration. Usually, these lively team events have nothing to do with a solitary cultivator from the asterisk, humble, silver sword peak like me. But I wondered if I should witness the chaos. Suddenly, a wild Lin Bei popped his head through the door, beaming like a maniac. Greetings! I am here to recruit you for my ultimate squad in the Mountain God Festival. Chu Liang paused, considering the absurdity. Asterisk, Lin Bei's invitation does spark a hint of intrigue. Just as they were discussing where to find 3 more sacrificial teammates, 3 figures marched in like they owned the place. Shang Liang led the charge, flanked by his 2 loyal lackeys, Chu. Liang smirked. The wealthy scion threw his hands up in excitement. Boss, we are here to form a party with you? Chu Liang's mind raced. Asterisk, the roster is full. We instantly caught 3 eccentric fish. Asterisk, and thus, the Silver Sword Peak Tactical Squad was born. The scene shifted instantly to the Divine Peak Plaza, now a bustling sea of cultivators. It was the proving ground for every disciple hungry for fame. Chu Liang touched down with his 4 teammates, stunned by the sheer scale of the gathering. Quite the electric atmosphere, is it not? Then, Zhang Yubai descended, leading the stunning flower disciples of Deadlier Peak. All eyes were magnetized to them as the crowd erupted into worshipful whispers. It is Goddess Zhang. Senior sister has arrived. Look at the celestial lineup from Deadlier Peak. But Chu Liang was forced to turn as a new wave of awe swept the crowd. It is the eldest brother of Jade Sword Peak. Heavens! To see the 2 great prides of Mount Shu in one location. Chu Liang's ragtag crew stood awkwardly in the center, watching Zhang Yubai and Su Jiang face off. They stood under the scrutiny of thousands. As Chu Liang observed, the crowd naturally parted like the Red Sea, making way for the 2 titans, Jade Soar and Jade Luo. Senior sister Jiang, senior brother Su, both acted with extreme humility. A battle of politeness that caused the plaza to fall into a strange silence. Assessing the stalemate, Chu Liang thought, asterisk, if these legends are too polite to move, I might as well seize the chance to save us all some time. Asterisk, decisive as ever, under the shocked gazes of the elites, he dashed straight to the registration desk like a streak of lightning. He greeted the registrar with a smile bright enough to blind. Hello, senior brother. I am here to sign up for the festival. His shameless enthusiasm made the disciple behind the desk sweat nervously. Right? Once registered, disperse and await the signal. Chu Liang stood his ground, waving a cheerful goodbye to Zhang Yubai. Though his internal monologue was screaming, asterisk, I am just politely saying farewell to senior sister. So why does this feel like a tactical retreat? Regardless, he moved to his next objective. Moments later, they arrived at the Hall of Justice. Entering the room, Chu Liang announced, Senior brother Fang, the prodigal son, returns. Fang Yuan looked up, recognizing the chaos bringer. Junior brother Chu, is that you? Indeed. Chu Liang laughed awkwardly before getting to business. I seek a specific esoteric art. I am unsure if such a thing exists. It involves 2 golden cores operating in perfect resonance, supplementing and boosting one another. Fang Yuan's eyes widened mischievously. You refer to a dual cultivation manual? He grinned. Have you formed your core? And since when? Did you find a partner for such ... night activities? Chu Liang stammered frantically. No, it involves a lesser Yang golden core and a lesser Yan golden core. Fang Yuan slammed his fist into his palm. A match made in heaven. Let me ponder if there is a technique suitable for the celestial harmony of yin and yang. Chu Liang quickly added, Oh, right. Is there also a divine art that allows one to strike a shadow and thereby sever the physical body? Fang Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The link between light, shadow, and the soul is profound. 2. The shadow and wound. The soul requires supreme mastery. However, if you merely wish to destroy the flesh, only the art of the shadow eclipse could possibly pierce such a veil. Chu Liang bowed with the grace of a true scholar. Your guidance illuminates my path. Senior brother Yuan. The man dismissed the gratitude with a casual flick of his sleeve. Trifles. I shall retrieve a dual cultivation manual worthy of your roots. Remain here. But then a presence materialized behind him. Zai Qing's voice struck like a thunderclap, nearly sending his soul fleeing from his body. Senior brother Chu. Chu Liang plastered a stiff, radiant smile onto his face. Junior sister Zai Qing. Truly, it has been an eternity. Does the library summon you as well? What a twist of fate! Zai Qing's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, her tone sharp enough to cut steel. Indeed. Far too long. Your shadow never graces us at Jade Sword Peak anymore. Ah, well, the Tao. Ah, ... Cold sweat raced down his spine, like icy centipedes. He scratched his chin, stumbling over his words, as she pouted. Jade Sword Peak. Has it been so long? I would not dare dist at that precise moment. Fang Yuan emerged. A golden tome floated mystically in his palm, sealing Chu Liang's doom. Junior brother, behold, the dual cultivation manual you desperately sought. The yin-yang creation scripture. It is the perfect match for one harboring the lesser yin energy, tailored specifically for the lesser yan golden core. When yin and yang harmonize to commune with the heavens, both cultivators shall reap fortune beyond measure. However, heed my warning. Though the path of dual cultivation offers great power, one must exercise restraint. Countless geniuses have withered away, drained dry by their own greed. Sweat cascaded from Chu Liang like a torrential waterfall. Behind him, Zai Qing's gaze bored into his back, her eyes gleaming as if she had unlocked the universe's darkest secret. Wait. Hold your judgment. I am merely acquiring this for a friend. Yes, a close Taoist brother who, before the sentence could finish, Chu Liang executed a tactical retreat toward the exit. My friend faces a cultivation bottleneck. I must deliver this with haste. Zai Qing watched his desperate escape with a knowing look. She covered a mischievous smirk with her sleeve. The scent of a scandal hangs heavy in the air. She stroked her chin, her mind racing. Lesser yang, golden core. Lesser yin, golden core. Dual cultivation. It explains why senior brother Siku avoids the female disciples like the plague. The signs are irrefutable. He has already sworn his heart to a Tao companion. Zai Qing began to weave a grand tapestry of romance in her mind, drawing upon a library of forbidden love stories. According to the sacred scrolls of romance, a man like senior brother Chu, yet hiding a handsome face. Suddenly, his cultivation defies the heavens. His talent shocks the ancient masters. It is the quintessential rise of the hidden dragon. He is the archetype of a true protagonist. Her eyes sparkled with the intensity of stars, a sly grin curling her lips. The male lead has finally entered the stage. And where there is a hero, there must be a heroine. The veil of mystery is about to be lifted. Zai Qing continued to pen this melodramatic masterpiece within her soul, within the Mount Shu sect, of similar age, and possessing the rare divine firmament lesser yin golden core. Fate points to only one woman. She fits the role of the tragic beauty perfectly. Terrified yet exhilarated by her own deduction, she screamed internally. A forbidden romance between the humble junior brother and the unreachable eldest senior sister. What twist of destiny bound the mortal dust to the cloud-dwelling goddess? Finally, Ziqing swore a solemn oath to herself. I must seal my lips regarding senior brother Xiatu's affair. I shall remain a shadow, watching this magnificent drama unfold from the darkness. Moments later, Chu Liang assumed the lotus position. A brilliant aura of azure ki spiraled around him, wrapping his form in a cocoon of power. He chanted within his soul, Yin-Yang creation, scripture, awaken. Instantly, the azure energy ignited into a blazing orange, and Chu Liang's physical form began to condense. He drowned in the torrent of energy. The colors cycled in an infinite loop from mystical blue to scorching orange. The rhythm of the universe itself. As a grand heavenly circulation concluded, he exhaled a breath of turbid impurity. A paper crane fluttered down. Refinement complete. Chu Liang extended a hand, catching the delicate construct. I have never witnessed this method of spirit transmission before. He unfolded the crane, revealing the script within. A directive from the Sword Pavilion. Elder Shen personally wrote this. The characters glowed faintly. Word has reached me that, in a mere blink of time, Wotes, you have not only condensed the core, but achieved the legendary, perfect golden core. Such talent shakes the foundation of our sect. Fate has presented a mission requiring a disciple of the golden core realm. I have decided to gamble on your potential, Singo, quotes, to test the sharpness of your new power. Succeed, and I shall personally recommend you to the High Elders Council. What is your answer? Chu Liang's heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. Rumors say that once one ascends to a core disciple, the Sword Pavilion's petty tasks, are beneath them. Instead, the sect directly summons the elite only for matters of grave importance. His eyes shone with the brilliance of blossoming peach flowers, a grin stretching wide. Is this not my golden ticket to the inner circle? I must seize it. I will grasp this opportunity with both hands. Chu Liang arrived, radiating eager determination. Greetings, Elder Shen. It has been too long. I stand ready to accept your command. Elder Shen felt a swell of pride and chuckled softly. Excellent spirit. As Chu Liang departed with a beaming smile, Elder Shen nodded, blind to the truth. Good. The youth should always strive for greatness. Directive in hand, I prepared for the journey, but as the gates faded behind me, my mind darkened, drifting to the inexplicable assassination attempt at the Immortal Lake. This time, the Golden Fur Lion accompanies me. It was not merely about that faceless killer lurking in the wilderness. I required absolute dominance. I must be ready for any calamity and drag the killer into the light. Meanwhile, deep within the miasma of Ghost Soul Valley, Old Ding's voice dripped with venom. The trap is set. He inhaled deeply, the air crackling with tension. It appears that wretched brat, Chu Liang, has defied the odds and achieved the perfect golden core. I pulled the strings within the Sword Pavilion to send this rising star to his doom. Chu Liang has swallowed the bait and marches toward demon-herding mountain. In the valley's deepest shadows, Old Ding's gaze pierced the double-blade guest. Fail me this time, and it will not be the mountain you are unable to leave, but this life. The double-blade guest bowed under the crushing killing intent. Your will is my command. His expression hardened, then twisted into a mask of arrogance. This time, the soul-shaking banner comes with me. Failure is an impossibility. Once I harvest his essence, his destruction is absolute. The winds of death began to gather around demon-herding mountain. The inferno raged like a living nightmare, devouring the forest with insatiable hunger. A panicked sprite rushed in, gasping for breath. Patriarch, the origin of this spiritual fire remains an absolute mystery, and yet the tongues of flame are licking at the boundaries of our sacred grounds. Patriarch Wan Lin stroked his beard, his expression sinking into shadow. His voice dropped to a grave whisper, heavy with suspicion. This is no natural disaster. It feels like a calculated strike against our very existence. Our clan has always walked the path of peace. Our only alliance is with the mighty Mount Shu sect. Who would dare challenge us? Or what has brought this calamity to our doorstep? Suddenly, the heavens trembled. Chu Liang descended on his golden lion, his voice rolling like thunder across the sky. Fellow Taoists of the Wood Spirit clan, I am Chu Liang. I come by the decree of Mount Shu to shatter your crisis. Hope flooded Wan Lin's face like the morning sun. The heavens have eyes. The young hero of Mount Shu has descended. We have prayed day and night for your arrival. Wan Lin skipped all formalities, desperate for salvation. Young hero, you surely witnessed the devastation from the clouds. Our home is under siege by a strange, unnatural flame. It is a force of destruction that threatens to consume us all. This mountain is the blood and bone of our ancestors. If it turns to ash, my people will be left with nothing but eternal sorrow. Chu Liang's gaze sharpened into cold steel. I understand, Elda. Tell me every detail. We must find the root of this disaster. The patriarch nodded solemnly. It began with a star of calamity from the west. A burning meteor crashed into our peaks, and instantly a hellish inferno was born. We are powerless. We tried to suppress it, but the flames mocked our spiritual arts. Our bravest warriors charged into the blaze to investigate ... and none returned. Agony etched deep lines into Wan Lin's forehead. It is not that our clan lacks powerful cultivators, but this fire is the natural nemesis of the wood spirits. Even at full power, we are suppressed, able to exert barely 30% of our strength. That is why we begged for Mount Shu's intervention. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chu Liang's voice remained calm and steady. Rest easy, Elder. I will scout the danger zone personally. We need intel before we can formulate a winning strategy. Wan Lin bowed, unable to hide his gratitude. A wise decision. Chu Liang moved with purpose. The origin of this fire was still a terrifying enigma waiting to be solved. With assassins lurking in the shadows, I'll let the golden lion take point. Chu Liang scanned the burning abyss below. This was no ordinary wildfire. Why does this flame carry the chilling trace of yin energy? Fire and yin, a complete contradiction. He drifted closer, only for a massive shape to erupt from the smoke. Chu Liang didn't flinch. A blazing fire snake. Judging by that terrifying aura, it has reached the peak of the fifth realm. I cannot defeat a beast of this caliber alone. He instantly turned to retreat. Target identified. Now to report back to the clan. The beast roared, hot on his heels, until its colossal body jammed between two jagged cliffs. Chu Liang watched the struggle from a distance. A perfect chance to shake it off. But suddenly a spin-chilling, killing intent spiked from behind him. The double-blade assassin. Found you! Today is the day you die. Without a heartbeat of hesitation, his twin blades carved the air in a lethal The assassin stared at the dissipating image with grit teeth. An afterimage. Still alive. How is this possible? Why didn't the soul banner react? Why can I never kill this brat? In the distance, Chu Liang wore a mocking smirk. Hey, maybe you can't kill me because your luck is cursed. Suddenly, the blazing fire snake broke free and lunged at the assassin. As the beast tore into the assassin, Chu Liang seized the chaotic moment. Let the tiger devour the wolf. I need to loop back and prepare a surprise party. Time to set the trap. The double-blade assassin, covered in wounds, barely fended off the beast before the snake finally lost interest and slithered away. Pain racked the assassin's body, but his hatred burned even hotter than the fire. I've locked onto your life force, Chu Liang. There is no escape from my blade. His mind was a storm of bloodlust. Kill. Let's see how many lives you have left to spend. Then, his eyes locked onto his prey. Arrogant brat. He charged forward like a demon. You think my injuries make me weak? You are sorely mistaken. You dare face me head-on. Even in this state, one strike is all I need to sever your head from your shoulders. Suddenly, he froze, his face draining of all color. An army of wood spirits emerged from the trees like vengeful ghosts. Huan Lin roared. Capture him. Villain, surrender now. The heaven's net has been cast. There is nowhere to run. The assassin stood paralyzed. Damn it, cornered. He chose violence. Chu Liang, I'll drag you to the depths of hell with me. He fought madly, but the wood spirits moved as one single, powerful entity. They combined their powers, suppressing him completely. He was trapped in a spiritual cocoon, immobile. But then, a dark, ominous aura leaked from the seal. The assassin ignited his very blood essence. Mystic yin thunder. With a deafening boom, he shattered the containment. The backlash was catastrophic. He coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood, his body broken, his consciousness fading into the abyss. So this is the price of the mystic yin thunder. It shredded not just his body, but incinerated his very soul. He was at the end of the road, his eyes rolled back, white and wild with madness. Impossible! I must kill you. Why won't you die, you monster? He lunged at Chu Liang like a rabid beast, screaming, even if my soul is extinguished forever, ... I will tear the flesh from your bones. Chu Liang froze. Such terrifying hatred, and his speed has transcended his limits. The assassin hacked wildly at the air, believing he was slicing Xia, laughing with the hollow voice of a madman. Finally, his strength failed, and he collapsed into the dust. As binding vines wrapped around him, the double-blade assassin's mind was already gone. Ha ha ha! Success is finally mine. The villain's maniacal laughter tore through the sky. But suddenly, a shadow detached itself from the darkness behind him. Chu Liang emerged like a phantom from the abyss, his voice chillingly steady. I am painfully aware that my cultivation is but an ant, compared to your mountain. You could extinguish my life with a mere thought. Did you truly believe I would offer my true body for the slaughter? The poison has taken hold. You are Since death is imminent, perhaps you can satisfy my curiosity. Whence comes this bone-deep hatred for me? Our paths have never crossed, yet you hunt me with the venom of a sworn enemy. Speak the truth, and I may grant you a merciful end. The dual-blade assassin's eyes bulged, threatening to burst from their sockets. His jaw locked in sheer terror. How does this Mia brat possess the legendary indestructible body? Illusion! This must be an illusion. Refusing to accept this nightmare, the assassin's killing intent flared one last time. Under the vast heavens, ... Does an unkillable man truly exist? Crushed by the weight of despair, he roared like a trapped beast. I will shatter my own soul before I let you take me. If the living cannot kill you, then the dead shall haunt you for eternity. His body slumped. A terrifying crimson specter ripped itself free from the flesh, dripping with malice. The vengeful spirit shrieked, a sound to tear the skies. But Chu Liang did not flinch. The soul-summoning banner unfurled instantly, birthing a black vortex. It began to devour the rampaging spirit, tearing essence from form. Yet, even as he dissolved into nothingness, the assassin's soul howled. Curse you, brat. Dust settled. Chu Liang bowed deeply to the spirits of the land. I owe my life to your aid this day. Elder Huan Lin trembled, waving his hands frantically. His voice carried the warmth of the earth. Young hero, Chu, stand tall. It was your benevolence that first saved our wood spirit clan. To stand idle would be a crime against the Tao. Chu Liang's expression then grew grave. However, deep within the volcano's heart, ... double quotes, ... I witnessed a nightmare bathed in magma. A winged fire snake, bearing 2 pairs of wings. Wan Lin turned pale. The calamity beast of legend, the winged fire snake, the scourge of the ancient era. A shadow fell over the elder's face. Their bloodline is steeped in cruelty and slaughter. It is said their progenitors ... once rivaled the gods of the heavenly origin realm, but they belong to the chaotic southwest evil mountains. Why has one descended here? Chu Liang weighed the gravity of this omen, a disturbing anomaly indeed. Yet his gaze remained as steady as a calm lake as he addressed the spirits. Fear not. I shall return to Mount Shu and alert the sect elders. We will return with the force of thunder to purge this evil. Huan Lin bowed, tears in his eyes. Our fate rests in your hands, young hero. Moments later, Chu Liang stood before Elder Shen within the sacred halls. The immortal sect's law was absolute. For uncertain threats, disciples serve as the eyes and ears, resolving what they can on their own. But when death looms too large, one must seek the masters. I have reported the sudden manifestation of the 5th realm beast to Elder Shen ... Double quotes. ... The winged fire snake haunts Wood Spirit Mountain. A sly fox-like smile played on Chu Liang's lips as he boldly suggested the master of Silver Sword Peak ... was the only one fit for this glory. After all, who else in Mount Shu dares command? Empress Phoenix. Meanwhile, Chu Liang sprinted to wake the sleeping dragon, his master. Master, wake up. That beast is a walking treasury. Its gallbladder is divine medicine, only 1 rank beneath the red gold dragon snake given to senior sister Jiang. At the mention of treasure, her eyes snapped open. Empress Phoenix and Chu Liang leaped atop the golden fur roar, dragging Big Head in their wake. ... Tearing through the clouds toward the mountain. Empress Phoenix scowled, but her blade was swift. In a flash of cold light, she severed flame from flesh. ... Restoring the sanctity of the wood spirit realm, hoisting the colossal carcass of the winged fire snake effortlessly onto her shoulder. ... Empress Phoenix licked her lips. Finally, a feast worthy of my appetite. I've been starving for this. Chu Liang pumped his fist. Master's might reaches the heavens. Later, he offered the choicest cuts to Zhang Yubai. With such spiritual delicacies in hand, how could he neglect the senior sister who guarded his path? Zhang Yubai tasted the offering, eyes lighting up. The spiritual energy in this meat is pure. Junior brother, your heart is kind to remember me. My guidance was well placed. Under the moonlight, they cultivated side by side. Satisfied by the meal, the cold beauty finally relented. ... Agreeing to impart the supreme art, shrinking earth into inches. This was no mere trick. It required piercing the veil of the Tao itself. The concept was vast, leaving Chu Liang grasping at mist for now. But time waits for no man. Bidding farewell to the white moonlight of his heart. ... He arrived at the sword transmission hall. Junior brother Wen, has the flying leaf artifact been restored? Wen jerked his head up, eyes wild. Senior brother, see, you have arrived. He beamed, presenting his work with the pride of a maniacal genius. Behold, the pinnacle of my craft. I initially blamed your clumsiness for the damage, but then a bolt of lightning struck my mind. The flaw was in the very soul of the design. Chu Liang blinked, amused. It seems to have grown ... substantially. When activated the device ... his voice rising in fur. You used defensive runes for suppression, because you lacked the power to dominate. Thus, I have forged a mechanism of absolute control. When pointed a trembling finger at the complex engravings, the defensive matrix was shattered beyond repair. So, I obliterated it. I built a new foundation from the ashes. You said the old form was a sitting duck. I pondered this deeply, and realized your wisdom was profound. A static target, no matter how ironclad, will eventually crumble before a relentless storm. Terefwa. I abandoned all-around defense. I concentrated every ounce of power into a single point, this indestructible umbrella, when grinned like a demon. Test its might, senior brother. Very well. Chu Liang focused his key. The air screamed as a torrent of energy coalesced into a roaring dragon. Obliterating the dummy target in a blinding explosion. Chu Liang stood amidst the smoke, dumbfounded. Junior brother, since when does crowd control mean massacre? This level of destruction, it dwarfs the flying leaf blade entirely. When she laughed with pride, a sharp glint in his eyes. This control art exists on a completely higher plane. Does it not? I have meditated on this for an eternity. The neck remains the ultimate vulnerability. Fuse that with bone-crushing bite force, and a single strike becomes a death sentence. Under this pressure, no enemy could twitch a muscle. Suddenly, a disciple burst in. Sheer panic etched onto his features. Chu Liang. Thank the heavens I found you! Seeing Chu Liang, and when she still. Frozen in confusion, he roared with urgency. You must hurry. Your golden fur lion is under siege. Witnessing the golden lion being brutally subdued. That little demon! Chunling Tong cackled cruelly, screaming at the top of his lungs. Kill the beast. Hit it harder. Chu Liang materialized instantly to intercept the blow, his voice slicing the air like cold steel. Cease this madness. With a terrifying, icy calmness, Chu Liang interrogated the aggressor. Lu Qin, senior brother, I demand an answer. What sin has my spirit beast committed? To warrant such a ruthless execution, Lu Qin sneered, his aura dripping with arrogance as he flaunted his status. This mongrel nearly harmed the great-grandson ... of the pill. Cauldron Elder. I disciplined it, yet it dared to bare its fangs. This beating is an act of mercy. Had it actually scratched the young master ... I would have slaughtered it on the spot. Unable to stomach the audacity, Lin Bei stepped forward, his roar matching his fury. That is a filthy lie. I witnessed the whole thing. That brat cast stones at the golden lions. Head first, the lion merely roared in Then, your lackey attacked. This is blatant persecution of a defenseless beast. Lu Qin twisted the narrative, scowling with utter contempt. It is merely a dirty animal. So what if I discipline it? Does its life hold value? If you dare let it roar on Mount Shu again, I will petition the Elder. Then, all of you shall face the sect's wrath. The golden lion's eyes burned with suppressed humiliation. As it let out a low, heart-wrenching whimper. But Chu Liang gently placed a hand on its mane, signaling the golden lion to endure the shame. Chu Liang's gaze hardened with resolve, yet his words sought peace. Senior brother, the child is unharmed, and my beast has paid the price in blood. I swear it will never dare to offend anyone on Mount Shu again. Let us bury this grievance, here and now. Triumphant, Lu Qin puffed out his chest, issuing a final decree. Drag it back and train it properly. Do not assume that owning a mount makes trash like you. Special in any way. The brat Chunling Tong mocked them, turning his back alongside the arrogant Lu Qin to depart. But if anything happens, can a nobody like you shoulder the consequences? Chu Liang stroked the golden lion's head, his eyes pooling with pity as he whispered, Do not worry, old friend. This is far from over. Lin Bei, still fuming at the injustice, rushed over, his voice trembling with rage. That little devil needs to be taught a lesson. If there were no elders present, I would have educated those to myself. Chu Liang maintained a mask of calm, and swiftly calculated his Indeed. First, help me summon senior sister Chun Su, CI, from the Pill Cauldron. We will regroup at Silver Sword Peak. Scene shift to Silver Sword Peak. Linbei scanned the summit, his face falling with disappointment. Ah, is Marshal and Empress Phoenix not residing on the peak? Chu Liang explained with a steady tone. No. After Master handled the calamity at Wood Demon Mountain yesterday, the sect leader dispatched her to investigate a separate anomaly. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, Linbei shouted in frustration. Just our cursed luck. If the Empress were here, she would have crushed those bastards into dust. Chu Liang stroked his chin, eyes narrowing in deep contemplation. It matters not if Master is absent. I have already formulated a plan. Turning to Chunsu Sai, he asked, softly. Senior Sister Chun, what is Big Head's condition? Chunsu Sai channeled healing ki into the Golden Lion, smiling gently to offer comfort. These are merely flesh wounds. A specialized ointment and rest will suffice. There is no cause for panic. Big Head is usually so docile. I cannot fathom why Senior Brother Liu would strike with such lethal intent. Suppressing the dark tide of his emotions, Chu Liang narrowed his eyes, and forced a bitter, cold smile. Who exactly was the aggressor? Chunsu Ci grew serious, unraveling the web of connections. The attacker was Liu Qin, the seventh direct disciple of the Pill Cauldron Elder, and the child is the Elder's only great-grandson. The Elder dotes on him to the point of madness, but lacks the time to raise him, leaving the disciples to babysit. The boy has no parents, but was born with innate spiritual intelligence, being spoiled since birth. He has evolved into a chaotic troublemaker. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. Chu Liang frowned, calculating silently. So, it was likely this mischievous brat, who cast the first stone at the Golden Lion. Big Head has pride. He likely tried to intimidate the boy the moment he landed. He possesses enough wisdom not to harm a human on Mount Shu. But Liu Qin, terrified of being blamed for negligence, struck with lethal force to prove his loyalty. By now, the Golden Lion was patched up and resting quietly. Done. Chunsu Sai looked at him with deep sympathy. Junior Brother Chu, I know your heart bleeds for your spirit beast, but that child is the apple of the Pill Cauldron Elder's eye. Senior Brother Liu acted to shield the boy. If you pursue this vendetta, you risk offending the Elder himself. Your path on Mount Shu would become a road of thorns. Perhaps it is best to. Chu Liang's face remained an unreadable abyss, as he smiled warmly. Rest easy, Senior Sister. Please return to the pavilion and deliver a message for me. Tell them my mount, disturbed the Elder's great-grandson, and I am consumed by shame. I will arrive personally to offer my apology. Suddenly, a battalion of Chu Liang's fellow disciples materialized, shouting in unison, Big Brother, we heard your lion was ambushed. Who dares display such arrogance? Let us settle this blood debt for you. Chu Liang's expression instantly brightened. His eyes darted around, a cunning fox-like grin forming on his lips. Well, look at that. The cavalry has arrived. I was just pondering how to orchestrate this play. Meanwhile, Chun Ling Tong was up to his old wickedness, hurling rocks at an innocent spirit monkey. Chun Kong sat nearby in deep meditation. Turning a blind eye to the brat's destruction. Get down here. I will smash you to death. With eyes closed, Chun Kong struggled to maintain focus. That idiot? Liu. Why did he have to provoke Silver Sword Peak? What? Rotten luck. One must look at the owner before beating the dog. Today is my turn to guard this brat. I just pray the heavens grant me a peaceful watch. Chu Liang sat high atop his golden-furred lion, a smile sharp as a dagger hidden behind silk. Greetings, senior brothers. Regarding the trivial misunderstanding that occurred yesterday. I have returned specifically to offer my sincerest apologies. Xuanhuang's face darkened like a gathering storm, and he turned away stiffly. Watch where you tread. Do not dare harm my attendant. Chu Liang guided the beast forward, closing the gap. Surely, you still recognize this companion of mine? Xuanhuang pointed an accusing finger, his voice dripping with arrogance. I remember vividly. Yesterday, that wretched beast tried to devour me. Sensing the cue, the cunning lion feigned total submission. Ah, but that was merely a misunderstanding. I brought him here to Kuta and begged for mercy. Big head, bow before the young master. Chu Liang beamed, spinning his web of deceit. In truth, he only wished to play with you. He is a peculiar spirit beast who cultivates through pain. He delights in being pelted with stones. Chu Liang immediately began his demonstration. Observe. Watch as I strike him with full force. Seeing the lion accept the hit with theatrical joy, Xuanhuang's curiosity was instantly piqued. You see? Do I speak falsely? A cruel grin spread across Xuanhuang's face as he gathered his spiritual energy. Step aside. Let me attempt it. Chu Liang stood back, fueling the fire with praise. Magnificent aim. Your technique is divine. Use more power. The harder you strike, the more affection he feels. Xuanhuang, completely deceived, unleashed his ki without restraint. What a fool! Chunqin observed silently, one eye open in deep meditation. Has the assassination attempt failed yet again? How can a mere disciple at the early 4th realm repeatedly survive against a peak 5th realm? Assassin! His expression hardened into gravity. I must focus on my secluded cultivation. I intervened once. The elder cannot claim negligence. Suddenly, a voice pierced his concentration. Senior brother, Chun-Chin. What a stroke of fate to find you here. A slender, gaunt figure approached with a respectful bow, hands clasped. I am Xuanhuang Liang. We have crossed paths before. I have hit a bottleneck in the Tao of alchemy and hope to seek your wisdom. May I request your guidance on this matter? Chun-Chin adopted a dignified mask, suppressing his irritation. Junior brother Shang. Of course I recall our meeting, the son of Shang Shu when from Cloud Peak. A forgettable name with mediocre talent. Yet, Chun-Chin could not refuse without losing face. He forced a benevolent tone. Speak your mind, junior brother. If it is within my knowledge, I shall answer. Xuanhuang Liang beamed with gratitude. Many thanks, senior brother. Chu Liang smirked internally. The snare was set. Perfect. The guardian is distracted. It was time for the main event. However, fate had a twist in store. The legendary young white Z wandered into the fray, feigning ignorance. Chu Liang whispered, Xuanhuang, do you know this creature? Xuanhuang retreated cautiously. Great-grandfather fears it. He calls it the White Z, and warned me to keep my distance. Chu Liang wore a mask of benevolence, setting the final trap. Nonsense. The White Z is a gentle spirit beast. Just like Big Head, it delights in being struck by stones. It craves the game. Chu Liang urged him on with a devilish smile. Go on, let us greet him properly. Naive Xuanhuang grabbed a massive boulder. Very well. Chu Liang stifled a wicked laugh behind his hand. You enjoy throwing stones, you brat. Let us see if the divine YZ appreciates your insolence, or if this will be your funeral. The stone tore through the air. However, the young white Z dodged with effortless grace. Before he could react, the beast struck from below. A cataclysmic blow launched Xuanhuang high into the heavens, his face twisted in sheer terror. His expression turned ashen as he cursed silently. I knew it. Whenever that wretched Chu Liang appears, calamity follows. Meanwhile, Chu Liang stood by, feigning shock. His voice dripped with sarcasm, infuriating the victim. Oh, heavens! Little White Z, how could you be so rude? Doc, Chu Liang watched from the shadows, his casual smirk pouring oil onto the boy's blazing rage. Wait, did the little white Z actually unleash a lethal strike? That artifact is the Pill Cauldron Elder's lifeblood. Chu Liang, you have truly courted death this time. Sixth senior brother, move. We cannot let the child fall into the abyss. Lu Xun arrived only to witness a pathetic sight, the boy dangling from a branch, wailing in agony. The pain, it feels like my bones are shattering. Fortunately, this was no ordinary mortal child. Having stepped into the body refining realm, his physique was tempered like steel. At worst, he suffered a few fractures, nothing life-threatening. Time flowed like water, shifting the scene. Inside the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, Ling Tong's tantrums threatened to collapse the very roof. I will summon great-grandfather. I want that white Z-skinned alive. How dare a filthy beast harm a noble bloodline like mine? Terrified, he immediately shifted the blame onto Lu Chen, silencing him instantly. Little Tong, listen to reason. The true villain is not the beast, but the puppet master who goaded you into provoking it. Lu Chen panicked, desperately scrambling to salvage his crumbling reputation. While soothing the child, he ruthlessly twisted the knife. That Chu Liang is the root of all this evil. Then have great-grandfather obliterate him. This rage is killing me. Lil Tong, do not trouble the elder just yet. Shall we seek vengeance on your behalf personally? The logic pierced through Ling Tong's tears, and his eyes gleamed with malice. Do you have the strength to make him pay? You must crush him. Break his spirit completely. Rest assured, consider his fate sealed. However, a fellow disciple standing nearby, could not suppress the terror rising in his throat. Seventh senior brother. Chu Liang's master is the Empress Phoenix. The mere mention of that legendary name. Instead of silencing the child, his wails erupted with renewed, ear-splitting force. If you cowards refuse, I will summon great-grandfather myself. Pushed to the brink, Lu Xun made a ruthless decision. What is there to fear? The Empress is far from Mount Shu. We march on. Silver Sword Peak. We will teach that brat a lesson carved into his very bones. If the Empress seeks retribution later, our master will shield us. After all, we are acting in righteous defense of Ling Tong. Once master learns of our loyalty, our standing within the sect will soar. Inside his mind, the gears of calculation spun wildly, weighing risk against reward. If Chun Ling Tong runs to the elder in tears, senior brother Lu and I are finished. However, if we become the blade of his vengeance, and he recounts the tale with a smile, the elder will surely grant us protection. Lucan's expression darkened as he schemed. As for the terrified rumors regarding Empress Phoenix, let the masters deal with the affairs of the heavens. No matter how tyrannical she is, can she suppress a guardian elder of the sect? Furthermore, the blood feud between our master and the Empress is known throughout Mount Shu. Our priority is to extinguish Ling Tong's fury before it consumes us. By protecting the boy, we may even inherit a supreme reward from the elder. With resolved eyes, he produced 2 spirit pills and made a solemn vow. Rest now. We shall channel our ki to help you absorb the medicinal essence. By tomorrow, when your flesh has knit back together, we shall descend upon Silver Sword Peak and hunt the villain down. Agreed? At that precise moment, miles away, Chu Liang sneezed violently. Someone was cursing him from the shadows, but in his heart, he had already predicted the enemy's next move on the chessboard. After humiliating the bloodline of the Pill Cauldron, Elder ... Retaliation is as inevitable as the sunrise. The enemy is a disciple of the 6th realm, a cultivation level far above my own. In a direct clash of power ... My defeat would be absolute. Chu Liang rubbed his chin, his mind racing for a strategy. Master is away roaming the realms, and I lack the strength to defend the peak. Shall I flee to Jade Fall Peak for sanctuary? Taoist Yan shares a bond with Master. He would not leave me to die. Besides, it would be a fine excuse to visit Senior Sister Zhang. Suddenly, a spiritual missive cut through the air like an arrow. A talisman from outside the sect. It was an urgent warning from Yunjuan. Senior brother, see, a catastrophe approaches. A martial uncle from my sect arrives tomorrow to settle a blood debt. His name is Jiang Ju Quan, ancient elder of our order. He seeks justice for the white ape. I know not the details, but I send this warning at great personal risk. Brother, you must prepare for the coming storm. Chu Liang fell into deep contemplation as the formidable image of the man formed in his mind. Senior Jiangju Q of the Heavenly Gang sect, hailed by the Zhanghu as the strongest sixth realm cultivator in the 9 provinces. His martial Tao has reached the apex, allowing him to rival even 7th realm GRANDMASTERS ... without falling to a single disadvantage. But surpassing his terrifying combat power is his reputation ... a beacon of righteousness and justice ... that thunders across the lands like a divine decree. A spark of inspiration flashed in Chu Liang's eyes. The trap was set. If this righteous senior descends upon Silver Sword Peak tomorrow ... then the pieces of my strategy are already in place. He picked up his brush, ink flowing like destiny onto the paper. Greetings, senior. Seeing these words is like seeing my face. If I speak a single word of falsehood, let the heavens strike me down where I stand. To clarify the truth of this matter. Double quotes ... I humbly invite Sinu to Mount Chu. The fate of the white ape shall be fully revealed. The letter was sent. The die was cast. The following day, Jiangju Q stood with his disciples. At the appointed gathering spot. Yu Bai and Chu Liang waved with overflowing enthusiasm. A warm welcome to our esteemed guest. Hearing that Senior ... has graced us with his presence. This junior is trembling with awe. Forgive any lack of proper etiquette. The elder ignored the flattery, his presence cutting through the air like a blade. Chu Liang maintained his composure against the suffocating pressure. Dispense with the theatrics. I have come for one reason, only the truth, behind the white ape's demise. That beast was a guardian of the Heavenly Gang sect. You claim to have an explanation. Speak, senior. This is hardly the place for such grave matters. Inside, I have prepared a Mount Shu specialty simmered with the rare flesh of the fire-winged serpent. If senior would do me the honor, please enter. We can discuss the Tao over wine and meat. Jiangju Quest's face remained like stone. There is no rush for food. If your conscience is clear, then a banquet is acceptable. But if you are a villain, I will not stain my lips with your food. Left with no retreat, Chu Liang was forced to make his stand right there at the gates. He began to weave the tale of that fateful day on Black Whale Mountain. Senior, the truth is this. It began with the struggle for the swordleaf mystery flower. The white ape, blinded by greed, plotted to slaughter innocent commoners. Leaving me no choice but to deliver divine justice. Every detail, every witness, and every trace of evidence. All of it stands ready for your judgment. With a bow of absolute deference, Chu Liang spun his intricate web of words. Senior Jiang, I know my status is low, but the truth of my tale is heavier than Mount Tai. The skepticism in the elder's eyes melted, replaced by a dawning realization. The peak fell silent, but it was the suffocating calm before a catastrophic storm. Speak of the devil, the elder muttered, his gaze sharpening. The guests from Mount Chu have come to court death. The scene explodes at Silver Sword Summit. Outside the pavilion, the aggressive mob touch down, their killing intent rolling off them like suffocating black smoke. Chu Liang, drag your carcass out here. The roar shook the very foundations of the building. Yesterday you schemed against us. Today, we demand a blood debt. Chu Liang stepped into the sunlight, his face a mask of terrifying serenity. Two senior brothers from the Pill Cauldron Pavilion. Two, what do I owe this murderous visit? We're here to crush you. One of them spat, veins bulging. You humiliated us and made the young master cry. Have you forgotten the price of offending your betters? You filth. The brat pointed a trembling finger, barking like a miniature tyrant. Cripples him. Break his legs. Let's see if Empress Phoenix can save her little pet now. ... So who will shield your arrogance? Spiritual energy flared like a bomb about to detonate. But Chu Liang raised a single hand. Halt. If you wish to break my bones, so be it. ... But let us weigh the karma first. Chu Liang's expression turned tragic. A lamb offering its throat to the wolves. I am weak. After I speak, I will not raise a finger to defend my life. He pointed a trembling finger at the brat, voice ringing with righteous injustice. First, you let this child stone the golden lion. The beast merely roared in defense. ... It did not strike. Is this the truth, little one? The boy faltered under the pressure. Yes. Chu Liang turned to the seniors, eyes burning. And afterwards, I lowered my head and apologized. Then, you threw stones at the Baiza beast and got attacked. Instead of blaming your own foolishness, you came to execute me. Is this also the truth? The boy nodded dumbly. Yes. Chu Liang sighed, the sound of a man abandoning all hope. This is simply the strong devouring the weak. You fear the beast's claws, so you trample the humble disciple instead. Do you deny it? You trample on morality simply because your cultivation base crushes mine. Is that the way of your sect? Luzon's patience shattered. Enough preaching. Spiritual pressure exploded as they lunged. So what if we bully you? The strong rule the weak. That is the iron law of this world. The trap snapped shut. Chu Liang's tragic face morphed into a triumphant smirk. From the shadows, Senor Jiangjuk emerged, his expression dark as the abyss. Senor, did you hear their confession? Flashback to the brutal reality of the cultivation world. The gap between the third realm and the sixth realm wasn't just a distance. It was the difference between a mortal and a god. The pressure was insurmountable. Now, Senior Jiang stood before Luzon like an immovable mountain. ... Freezing the blood in their veins. The gap between a sixth realm disciple and a seventh realm grandmaster. It was the difference between a soaring dragon and an ant on the ground. Two arrogant disciples facing a peak seventh realm monster. Their arrogance evaporated, replaced by the cold sweat of absolute terror. It's Jiangjuk. Their souls nearly left their butt. They scrambled back, tripping over their own robes. Misunderstanding. Senior, please. We have eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. But mercy had left the building. Jiangjuk unleashed his aura. With a casual wave, he slammed them into the earth, the stone pavement shattering under the impact of their bodies. Jiangjuk loomed over them, his voice a low rumble of thunder. You use strength to oppress the weak? Tell me, how does that make you any different? ... From the demonic heretics we exist to slaughter. He proceeded to deliver a physical sermon, a brutal beating that left the watching brat trembling in his boots. Senior, mercy, our master will hear of this. Senior, we were wrong. But their screams were drowned out by the sound of justice being administered. Seeing his bodyguards annihilated, the brat tried to slink away. Asterisk thud. He walked straight into a human wall. Chu Liang. The boy sweated rivers, trying to summon his crumbling dignity. What are you doing? My grandfather is an elder. I am a child. The sect rules forbid hitting children. Chu Liang looked down with a devilish grin. Of course, I would never strike a child. He shifted his gaze to the massive golden lion, drooling with anticipation. ... And the boy's soul left his body. However, you trespassed on Silver Sword, Peak, and my guardian beast here. Well, he doesn't understand the concept of human status. Before the brat could scream for his mummy, the lion snatched him up and launched him into orbit. C.A. Chu Liang whistled, tracking the flight path. Magnificent form, though he didn't fly as high as the Baizi threw him. We need to increase your muscle mass, partner. The dust finally settled on the chaotic scene. Senior Zheng dragged the unconscious trash away like sacks of rice, while Chu Liang bowed with theatrical gratitude. Safe travels. Senior, justice has been served. With the nuisance removed and the bullies en route to judgment at Tongshan Peak, Chu Liang turned his attention to his fellow conspirator, Brother Yu. Brother Yun nudged him, eyes shining with the light of epiphany. Brother Xia, that day, your brick-throwing art... It has haunted my dreams. It inspired me to create a supreme technique. Please, observe. Always hungry for new combat arts, Chu Liang focused intently. After a session of intense instruction, Chu Liang grasped the essence. He hurled a brick, watching it pulverize a stone wall with the force of a cannonball. He was thunderstruck. By the gods, combining the return flow movement with hidden weapon mechanics. Brother Yun, you have opened a new door to the martial Tao. The kinetic energy is devastating. I christen this divine art. The great force flying brick. A technique destined to terrify the cultivation world was born. The two laughed heartily. A bond forged in violence. Brother Chu, your physical talent is monstrous. If your key cultivation stalls... join the body refinement hall. You are a natural-born tank. Brother Yun flatters me. Suddenly, the sky turned crimson as a pillar of fire descended. Empress Phoenix stepped from the inferno, hair messy and expression sour. What a waste! That mission didn't even pay enough for a premium jug of wine. She finally noticed the disciples. Little C. Why are you loitering? Greetings, Senior. Welcome home, Master. Chu Liang immediately switched to a grieved disciple mode. He pointed at the lion, eyes wet with fake tears. Master, someone bullied our golden lion while you were away. Her eyes widened. What? A terrifying aura exploded from her. Which bastard dared to lay a hand on my lion? Her tone carried a scandalous implication that froze the air. Do they think my pet is some cheap toy to be used? Realizing her mind had gone straight to the gutter, Chu Liang waved his hands frantically. Master, not that kind of bullying. Its virtue is intact. He poured out the bitter tea of his grievances. Drop by agonizing drop, from the indignity of the golden fur lion suffering under a hail of stones, to the stinging humiliation of Luo Kam's whip tearing into his pride. The mastermind was none other than the spoiled scion of Elder Don Din's bloodline. To make matters worse, the disciples of Don Jin Ho had dared to seek petty vengeance just days ago. Had a senior from the heavenly constellation sect not intervened at the critical moment, absolute disaster would have befallen them. Yet, the scroll of their humiliations was far from fully unrolled. Upon hearing this chronicle of injustice, Master Dinufeng's eyes erupted with righteous hellfire. She vowed to wash away this shame with blood then and there. Sensing the glorious chaos, Luang fanned the flames with glee. Step aside. I hear that old Fossil's great-grandson is a rampant tyrant. If we do not beat the rules of the Zhonghu into him now, he will mature into the greatest calamity Mount Shu has ever known. Say no more, Master. Lead the way. Without wasting a breath, she enveloped the trio in her tyrannical spiritual pressure, preparing to tear a hole through the very sky. You lot, stick close to my shadow. Little soul, you know the drill. Open your eyes wide and witness how your master demands justice in this dog-eat-dog world. Meanwhile, deep within the Donjin Pavilion, Lindong was wailing like a banshee. Swathed in bandages, he and his senior brother staged a pitiful performance. Great-grandfather, you must uphold the heavens and grant me justice. Great-grandfather! The agony is tearing me apart! You cannot imagine the cruelty of that devil Soluang. He commanded his beast to launch me into the firmament not once, but twice. Seeing his precious bloodline weeping blood, Elder Don Din's heart melted instantly. There, little Dong, dry those tears. Great-grandfather will never allow you to swallow such bitterness in silence. Hearing this vow, a vicious light flickered in Lin Dong's teary eyes. So, will you crush him for me? The elder hesitated, his face clouded with conflict. Well, as a supreme elder of the sect, it is beneath my status to strike a mere junior. However, the moment his master returns, I will drag you to their doorstep and demand a reckoning. I will force him to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Will that suffice? Luo Cam stepped forward, bowing until his head nearly touched the floor. Master, allow us disciples to settle this blood feud. We stained your face last time. Please grant us a chance to polish your honor once more. Indeed, the grievances of the younger generation should be settled by their own fists. Elder Don Jin nodded sagely, bending to coddle the child again, dismissing the others with a regal wave. You two, proceed. Understood. We will lie in ambush for that brat. Xuanhuang, but the moment they turned to depart, the very second their feet touched the threshold, calamity descended upon the Danshin pavilion. Dinufeng had arrived like a god of war, sensing a killing intent vast enough to freeze the blood. Elder Don Din instinctively shielded Lin Dong. Little Dong, retreat. With a sonic boom, the two disciples were blasted back into the hall like kites, with severed strings. The elder stared, his rage warring with shock. Dinufeng, you dare crash into my sanctuary and strike my disciples. Elder Don Jin summoned a colossal cauldron, his aura flaring like a supernova. What is the meaning of this insolence? I will not permit you to rampage through my domain. Yet, Dinufeng did not even blink. She raised a hand, commanding silence. Stow it, old man. I am not here to exchange pleasantries. I heard my disciple and my golden fur lion were tormented. I have simply come to collect the debt in flesh and bone. The elder scoffed, his expression darkening like a thunderhead. My disciples were already thrashed by Truong-si. Who exactly are you claiming is the victim here? Dinufeng blinked, caught off guard. Ha! What does Truong-si Kayet's beating have to do with my grievance? Her predator's gaze locked onto the trembling child hiding in the back. Her killing intent spiked as she interrogated Lin Dong. You are the little wretch who stoned my golden lion, aren't you? The boy was paralyzed by the weight of her murderous intent, crushed under the suffocating pressure of Dinufeng. Lin Dong clutched his head and wailed in despair. I was wrong. I swear to the heavens, I will never throw stones at a spirit beast again. Great-grandfather, save me! Her rage seemed to manifest as physical flames, scorching the air, causing the boy to shriek like a dying animal. So it really was you who stoned my family. Have you lost your mind, ancestor? Help. Suddenly, a barrier of azure spiritual energy enveloped the boy. Elder Don Din stepped forward, shouldering the crushing pressure. His expression was grim as stone. Dinufeng, if you crave violence, fight me. Hearing the challenge, a savage grin split Dinufeng's face. Her battle aura detonated. Magnificent! It has been an age since we crossed hands. Old man, I have been itching to school you in the arts of pain. Xuanhuang and Van Hien stood on the periphery, helpless ants watching titans clash. Terrifying eldritch energy instantly swallowed the entire Tongtian Peak. The disciples, watching from the edge, were pinned to the earth by the sheer gravity of their power, unable to twitch a muscle. Just as the clash threatened to shatter the mountain, several high-ranking elders materialized from the void to suppress the chaos. Stay your hands, Old Tran. Have you lost your senses? How dare you unleash such forbidden spells on Tongtian Peak? An elder bellowed in disbelief. Elder Dan Din wasted no time, leveling a trembling finger of accusation straight at Dinufeng. Old Tran, Why you brawling with a mad woman like her? She attempted to execute little Dong. How could I possibly swallow such a blatant insult to my bloodline? But the moment the words left his lips, Danu Feng roared back, her voice shaking the hall. The other two elders could only force awkward smiles. Shut your mouth, you old fossil. That brat of yours committed heinous deeds. I only came to ask him a single question. Does holding the title of Mountain Guardian Elder give your descendants the license to run rampant and trample the sect's laws? Elder Lin Tam attempted to chastise her for her sharp tongue, but Danu Feng simply scoffed, radiating pure disdain. Spare me your nonsense. I am the most reasonable person under the heavens. If you want grievances aired, we shall air them. Without another word, she stomped straight toward where Xuanhuang was cowering. Xuanhuang instinctively retreated in alarm, but Danu Feng seized him and thrust him into the spotlight like a shield. So Luang was left speechless. It is time for you to explain the logic to these dinosaurs. It seems Master has discovered the joy of outsourcing the thinking. Resigned to his tragic fate, he stepped forward, clearing his throat to untangle this catastrophic knot. Honored elders, in the Genesis, this was but a speck of dust. After being dispatched by my master, he wove the tale of the initial transgression and the vandalism that sparked the war. He detailed the savage aggression of Tranlin Dong's spirit beast, and the domino effect of calamity that followed. Having finished his narration, Xuanhuang maintained the perfect etiquette of a blameless victim. He bowed respectfully toward Elder Dan Din. That is the unvarnished truth. I firmly believe that the revered Elder Dan Din was completely kept in the dark regarding these sins. If the elder had known, surely his righteousness would never have permitted such injustice. 2. Stand. Correct? The elder remained silent, trapped by the iron bars of logic. Finally, he sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. I have indeed just learned of this. Trong Siu Kaijate has already disciplined my disciples with a heavy hand, and I will ensure they taste further punishment myself. So, let us consider this debt paid in full. Elder Dan Din gestured to his two disciples, who were still embedded in the wall, like macabre frescoes. He turned to reason with the madwoman Danu Feng. I didn't even have a breath to issue orders, yet this brute barged in without cause and broke my students. I did not witness Trom Siu Kaiyate's attack, but if I hadn't restrained my own power just now, how can you possibly call this even? Seeing the embers of war glowing hot again, the mediator stepped in with authority. Enough. Elder Lin Tam delivered the final verdict. This appears to be nothing more than a grand misunderstanding between sects. Elder Dan Din has agreed to punish the offending disciples. Naturally, there is no covering up of potential crimes here. Even if Danu Feng acted with the fury of a storm, no one truly lost face today. Let us not shatter the harmony of our sect over a moment of passion. But she refused to sheathe her blade. Her finger remained locked on the golden lion, driving the elder to the edge of insanity. No one suffered. Sinners must pay the blood price. Is this what you call justice? My poor innocent golden lion was simply strolling the path of the Tao when he was brutally ambushed. Who will answer for this tragedy? The poor beast is broken. He has sealed himself away on Silver Sword Peak, haunted by terrifying heart demons, who will mend the eternal scar on his soul. And I haven't even settled the debt for little Tong's injuries. Danu Feng fearlessly scolded the pill cauldron elder. Humph! Do you know why your grandson tasted the dirt? It is entirely your fault. If you hadn't drowned him in privilege and arrogance, how could he have twisted into such a wicked creature? A beating on Mount Shu is a blessing in disguise, a lesson to preserve his life. Out in the ruthless cultivation world, not everyone will be his doting grandfather. She then turned her piercing gaze to little Tong. If you cannot teach him the Tao of conduct, then my discipline was merely an act of supreme kindness. The elder looked down at the weeping boy, crushed into silence by her overwhelming logic. The other elders nodded, swayed by Danu Feng's sharp wisdom, forcing the old man to swallow his bitter pride. You truly have spoiled that child into rotten wood. For 2 years, his cultivation has stagnated. Surely you noticed. A jade must be cut to become a masterpiece. Such talent will walk the demonic path if left unguided. Fine. I will discipline him with an iron fist from now on. My disciple accepts his punishment. Let this matter turn to ash. However, just when the dust seemed to settle, Di Feng spoke up again, her aura exploding outwards. Did my words not reach your ears? Despite his surrender, she was determined to wring every drop of justice for her child. Beating him was merely to vent my righteous fury. I gained nothing but sore knuckles, but my mount was injured in the clash. How exactly will you compensate for that loss? At the very least, I demand medical expenses and compensation for spiritual trauma. The eldest brow twitched violently, his patience snapping before this insatiable woman. Don't push your luck too far. The two masters continued their negotiation so naturally that Chu Liang could only watch in stunned confusion. Old Chun, if your bloodline was in the wrong, compensation is the law of nature. Aunt Dion spoke up. If the victim is a spirit beast, perhaps a spirit beast pill, of common grade, would suffice. The disciplinary elder's words sounded suspiciously like she was aiding a robbery. The scene shifts to the shadows of the world. 1 hour later, Luzon knelt before the suffocating presence of the killing god. I summoned you an hour ago. Why do you dare court death with delay? Boss, allow me to explain. Your subordinate encountered a catastrophe on Mount Shu. He began to recount the entire nightmare, the source of all our recent failures and misery. Is that cursed brat, Chu Liang? If the twin blade assassin had just succeeded in eliminating him, none of this chaos would be unfolding. Because of him. The higher-ups of Mount Shu almost exposed our shadows. The killing god closed his eyes, radiating a calm that was colder than death. From now on, you are forbidden from provoking Chu Liang or stirring trouble at Mount Shu. The assassination order is officially revoked. Luzon's jaw dropped, doubting his own sanity. The boss was known for ruthless tyranny, yet he chose retreat. I thought after the Twin Blade's death, you would unleash a storm of vengeance upon them. Obey me. Ignoring Luzon's shock, the killing god revealed the next phase. I called you here to announce that the beasts from Vile Spirit Mountain have been unleashed. The grand plan is proceeding without a flaw. We only await the destined hour to launch our total annihilation of Mount Shu. During this critical window, you must remain a phantom on Mount Shu. Do not create a single ripple. Yes. The killing god then leaned forward, his voice dropping to a grave warning. That lunatic, do not provoke Di Feng. If you die by her hand, I will not even collect your corpse. In short, from this moment forward, etch this into your mind. Mount Shu houses 2 pure lunatics, 1 young, 1 old. Your only chance of survival is to stay far away from them. Lu Xun was baffled, but carved the warning into his soul. I have lurked in Mount Shu for 3 years, yet the secrets of that era, remain a dense fog to me. Aside from the calamity known as Di Feng, who is the other danger. The killing god sipped his tea, his eyes dark as the abyss. The disciplinary elder of Mount Shu, Tian Lingxin. Meanwhile, back at the peak, Chu Liang couldn't resist, asking the question burning in his heart. Master, what exactly is the bond between you and the disciplinary elder? Di Feng swigged her wine and replied casually. The same as the bond between you and me. She fell into a rare moment of solemn reflection. My mother perished at my birth, and my father vanished into the mist. It was Aunt Tian who carried me up to Mount Shu. She bore the weight of the heavens for my sake. Even the sect leader opposed it, but she stood against the entire world to protect and raise me. The revelation struck Chu Liang like a tribulation lightning bolt, leaving him. So the disciplinary elder is my grandmaster. She is my ultimate backer. Chu Liang, asked again to be certain. So, Elder Tian is your master? Seeing his misunderstanding, Dinu Feng waved her hand dismissively. No, I walked the path alone. No one on Mount Chu possessed the capability to teach me divine arts. Chu Liang froze, questioning the very fabric of reality. His master walked the rare path of body cultivation. It seems truly no one on the mountain was qualified to guide such a monster. But even without transmission, shouldn't there be a title of master and disciple? Then, realization dawned on him like the morning sun. Her ability to wield the samadhi true fire hinted at a royal bloodline. Secrecy was the only armor for her survival. She spoke plainly of her ambitions, and Chu Liang knew better than to pry into the abyss. I grew up under her wing, but I seized Silver Sword Peak. Because I wanted to escape her shadow and forge my own legend. It seemed his master wished to bury the ashes of the past. But the greatest mystery was finally solved. Chu Liang grinned, a thrill running through his veins as he understood the true power dynamic. No wonder my master can act like a tyrant on Mount Chu and still reign supreme. All this time, she was family with the disciplinary elder herself. With the conversation concluded, Chu Liang left Dinu Feng's chambers to find a golden lion. Outside, he found the massive beast resting, its giant head bowed low. He retrieved a pill and offered it to the creature. This trip to the Pill Cauldron Pavilion wasn't wasted. I secured a Spirit Ascension pill, perfect for a divine beast like you. This pill held the tyrannical power to shatter bottlenecks. The golden fur roar collapsed into instant slumber, its body desperate to absorb the terrifying potency coursing through its veins. The Spirit Ascension pill had begun its domination. However, true evolution cannot be rushed. The medicinal essence required time to fuse completely with the beast's spiritual meridian. A long period of refinement lay ahead. For the foreseeable future, the beast would remain in a state of suspended animation, its aura fluctuating wildly as it underwent a legendary metamorphosis. But the moment that pill is fully refined, Silver Sword Peak will command a terrifying sixth realm spirit beast. Chu Liang patted the creature's head, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Under normal laws of cultivation, only a seventh realm grandmaster possesses the spiritual pressure required to tame a sixth realm mount. Yet here I am, defying the very heavens themselves. That brutal beating I endured was a small price to pay for such power. Suddenly, his focus snapped back to the mission the mountain god ritual awaited. The clues were laid out like a map of destiny. It was time to mobilize the squad. By the following afternoon, Chu Liang had summoned his junior martial brothers. They assembled amidst the ruins of Red Cotton Peak. Big brother, did you actually decipher the ancient riddle for the ritual's location? Chu Liang grinned, radiating the confidence of a mastermind. I cracked the code the instant my eyes swept over it. I kept silent to ensure you loose cannons didn't leak our advantage. It was merely a play on ancient characters. Mountain god manifests, right of the Jin Lin River, double quotes. Single quotes. ... Atop the Chrysanthemum Mountain. Midwealth moon. The date clearly indicates June, but the character for Chrysanthemum holds the true secret. Combine the strokes from the right side of Jin and Lin, and the character transforms into cotton. As for the mountain god's manifestation, it points unerringly to the Red Cotton Peak altar. The disciples gasped, awestruck by his divine calculation. Today is the 8th day of the 6th month. In other words, the anomaly triggers right here. Tonight, that explains the strange alignment of the stars and these specific coordinates. Senior brother, your intellect is truly... Whatever treasure descends today, we shall be the first to seize the destiny meant for us. Suddenly, a fragrance of celestial flowers announced the arrival of true nobility. Zhangguba drifted forward, leading her sisters. Junior brother, the one who always seeks the spotlight in lectures. What are you? ... Senior sister Jiang. Chu Liang stammered, panic rising as he tried to mask his tactical objective. Oh, just admiring the heavens. A simple picnic with the boys to cultivate our brotherhood. And you, Yubai smiled, her expression as clear as a spring lake. Ideally, the same as you. The weather invited us for a stroll. Hearing this, Chu Liang clasped his hands, signaling an immediate retreat. What a coincidence. Well, we dare not disturb your elegance. We shall occupy this side, and leave the peace to you. He turned, ready to execute a tactical withdrawal, but the fairy was not letting him escape so easily. The spiritual energy here is refreshing. Why divide our forces? Let us combine our camps. Chu Liang froze, a forced smile plastering his face. Yubai tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with dangerous mischief. Is something wrong, or do you find our presence burdensome, junior brother? Chu Liang let out a hollow laugh. He was checkmated. Refusing the sect's most beloved idol would be nothing short of social suicide. He spun around, desperate for backup, only to find his so-called loyal brothers practically drooling in agreement. Chu Liang was rendered utterly speechless. You absolute traitors, he screamed internally. But then again, what mortal man possessed the will to reject the enchanting fairy? Moments later, the two factions sat facing each other like opposing armies. A thick, awkward silence hanging heavy in the air. Yubai finally shattered the tension. You boys came for a picnic without a single snack. Instantly, a disciple raised his hand. I came prepared for war. Chu Liang stared at the lavish spread in disbelief. Asterisk, this guy is a walking spatial treasury of food. Not bad. Asterisk, the martial sisters' eyes lit up, their appetites awakened by the feast. Just then, a formidable pressure approached from the horizon. It was the elite duo, Yang and Qing. The groups locked eyes, surprise flashing across their faces. We are... merely picnicking. What brings the esteemed senior brother Zai to this remote peak? Yang coughed, quickly composing a dignified excuse. Just a stroll to observe the celestial changes. Chu Liang nodded. Then we shan't detain you. But Yang, sensing the gathering storm, pivoted instantly. Since fate has gathered us, let us unite. Qing sat down, but her focus wasn't on meditation. Her gaze locked onto Chu Liang and Yubai, narrowing like a detective uncovering a scandal. Internal screaming commenced within her mind. Asterisk, I knew it. My instincts were correct. Look at how attentive senior brother Chu is. Asterisk, and senior sister Zhang isn't pulling away. That is definitive proof. In her eyes, the very air around them shimmered with the pink aura of romance. Asterisk, no wonder he bought that dual cultivation manual so a goddess like Sister Zhang would demand absolute discretion for her lover. Qing grinned, reveling in her fanfiction, manifesting into reality, completely ignoring Yang's darkening expression. Asterisk, the ship is sailing, full speed ahead. Ship? What ship? Yang ignored her mumbling, his mind racing with paranoia. Asterisk, these two. They aren't idling here by chance. Asterisk? Asterisk. They must have deciphered the mountain god's coordinates as well. This piece is a lie. The battle for resources is inevitable. Asterisk? Asterisk. I will crush them both. The glory of the mountain god ritual belongs solely to Jade Sword Peak. As thoughts clashed, night descended upon Red Cotton Peak. Amidst the crumbled altar, the majestic phantom of the Shu mountain god manifested. With divine intent, his spectral finger rose, pointing straight toward the looming Swordbox Peak. Down in the markets, chaos erupted. Cultivators pointed trembling fingers at the giant projection in the sky. What in the nine heavens is that? It's the avatar of the mountain god. The ritual has commenced. A roar went out across the sect. Go. Follow the guidance or miss your destiny. The sky exploded into a kaleidoscope of flying sword trails. Qing launched herself forward, her movement technique momentarily overtaking even you. Behind them, Chu Liang activated his trump card. Asterisk, dual golden core. Resonance. His speed detonated, blasting him past the leaders toward the floating archipelago. As they neared the massive peak, Chu Liang's eagle eyes scanned the terrain. Flags planted on each aisle, ... Those are the tokens of destiny we need. He flashed forward like a phantom, snatching the banner. His eyes widened. The markings pulsed with spiritual energy. This was no mere flag, but a fragment of the ancient map itself. With a sharp gaze at his rivals, he surged ahead. Whoever controlled the final fragment would hold the ultimate trump card to dominate this trial. But Zhang Yubai was a force of nature, unleashing the divine shrinking earth 2 inches art. She folded space itself, her hand materializing inches from the prize. A voice dripped with fake concern from the shadows. "Senior sister, watch out." But the words masked a lethal ambush. A blade humming with murderous intent flew straight at her back. With godlike reflexes, Yubai spun, shattering the attack with a single blow. While she locked eyes with the treacherous Xuanhuang, Chu Liang saw his opening. His blade sang as it left the sheath. "Senior brother Z, he roared, unleashing the terrifying pressure of the golden core realm. The cloud-piercing sword key screamed through the air like a dragon. Crushed by the sudden aura, Xuanhuang was forced to contort his body to survive. The path lay open. Chu Liang's fingers grazed the cold shaft of the banner. He claimed the prize. Yet he froze, sweat trickling down his neck. Why hadn't the invincible senior sister struck him down? Her eyes seemed to pierce right through his soul. Her aura remained as tranquil as a stagnant lake. "The map requires 4 pieces," she stated coldly. "Possessing one is useless. Why waste energy on a death match now?" Chu Liang's face instantly brightened. "Senior sister is wise and merciful," he boldly suggested. "Then let us join forces." Xuanhuang stood rooted to the spot, his mind blank. "I consider this treasure shared between us." "Chu Liang proclaimed shamelessly. "Once the other fragments appear, we simply trade intelligence. Why don't our squads form a supreme alliance?" Before she could reply, jealousy exploded in Xuanhuang's eyes. "Hold on. You would ally with this guy? Your alliance should be with me," Xuanhuang demanded, leaving Chu Liang speechless at the audacity. "Actually, I could generously accept you into my team too, junior sister. We are the elite," Xuanhuang argued. "Let us crush the ants first, then decide the victor." Suddenly, a gleam of amusement danced in Yubi's eyes. "Since you both speak so much, why don't the 2 of you form a party?" The suggestion struck them like lightning. Chu Liang laughed awkwardly. "Now, that is a plot twist. If everyone is an ally, the competition becomes meaningless." She delivered her ultimatum, and the 2 rivals had no choice but to bow to her logic. "I have no interest in your politics," she said with icy indifference. "Seek me out only when the map is complete." "Understood. Senior sister is truly wise." Suddenly, the wind shifted. Auras flared in the distance. Reinforcements from all 3 sects were finally descending upon the battlefield. Too many witnesses. "We must vanish," they concluded. "Tonight, we decipher the clues, and tomorrow, we seize destiny." Scene change. Hours later, Chu Liang rode his giant leaf artifact back toward the peak. His cultivation journey had been nothing short of miraculous. In just 3 months, he had risen to challenge the heavens alongside the prodigies of Mount Shu. Oh! A sudden spiritual tremor shook his consciousness. A soul bond resonated deep within him. He traced the energy to the mystic white tower. The mysterious egg. The seal was finally breaking. Back in his sanctuary, he held a trembling shell with trembling hands. This was the supreme loot, claimed from the Wind King's corpse. He had refined it within the White Tower's dimension, feeding it his own essence. Day and night, he had guarded it like his own child, investing pure, true ki, waiting for this singularity. The moment of awakening was finally here. Yet, why did a chill run down his spine? As golden fractures spider-webbed across the surface, his heart raced. Reveal yourself. Will it be a heavenly dragon? A phoenix? The shell exploded into dust, the light fading to reveal ... A worm. Chu Liang froze, his expression crumbling. The egg was the size of a boulder. Why is the beast the size of a noodle? He stared at the pathetic serpent, his soul weeping. I wasted months of cultivation for this. It's just a common garden snake. The creature leaped, drilling straight into the floorboards. This isn't a spirit beast, he realized. It's a living drill. Watching the wood vanish, he gasped. It digests matter the instant it touches it. A horrifying thought struck him. It's born starving! My house. He scrambled to grab a porcelain bowl, trapping the little glutton. Cease your destruction! At once, desperate, he withdrew high-grade resources from his spatial storage. Eat these spirit berries. They are overflowing with ki. The snake ignored the treasure and bit right through the bowl. It eats ceramics too. He panicked, intervening before his home collapsed. Try something harder. But the moment it touched his magical leaf artifact, crunch! Chu Liang's soul left his body. His mind screamed in agony. It devours magical treasures. He shook the tiny menace. You unfilial brat. Do you want to bankrupt your father? Eat the berries. As the snake squirmed, he noticed a change. Wait, did it expand? Wood did nothing but one bite of a magical artifact. ... And its cultivation base surged, its body doubling in size. He inspected the creature with dread. This wasn't a snake. It was a bottomless abyss. There is nothing in this world it cannot devour. He realized in horror. If I leave it here, it will eat Mount Shu down to the bedrock. Where can I seal it? There was only one prison strong enough. Get back in there. He banished the creature into the White Tower's dimension, projecting his mind inside. Terrified it would consume his cheat item, he checked the tower. Thankfully, the little monster had curled up into a deep hibernation. Crisis averted. For now. Scene change. Golden sunlight bathed the sect peaks. Lin Bei arrived early, bragging about his new position at the External Affairs Hall. After the usual sect gossip, his expression darkened. Actually, I carry a message for you. A disciple from the majestic Taiyin sect awaits you in the reception hall. C.A. Chu. Liang frowned. Taiyin sect. Our paths have never crossed. They are one of the 9 heavens' immortal gates. Why come for a nobody like me? Suspicious. He followed Lin Bei. Entering the hall, he wore his perfect professional mask. Greetings, fellow Taoists of the lunar sect. I present the one you seek, even shrouded in shadow. This silhouette radiates the aura of a peerless beauty. Lin Bei's eyes sparkled like the galaxy itself, jaw dropping to the floor. Whoa. Losing all self-control, he stepped forward to admire the view. Greetings, fair maiden. You must be a jade. Fairy descended from the lunar sect. They say your sect hoards all the heavenly beauties. And today, that legend proves true. Say, if your official business allows, ... Perhaps I could steal you away for a meal. A trip to Mount Shu is wasted without tasting our signature spicy hot pot. Or if you prefer a quieter atmosphere, ... We could admire the romantic moonlight together tonight. However, something felt wrong. Watching the stranger's lips move, I saw a single, sharp word forming in silence. An insult dripping with silent fury. Scram! Unable to endure the nonsense, the stranger finally spoke, voice colder than absolute zero. Scram. I frowned instantly. That deep, resonant baritone. That was definitely not the voice of a delicate maiden. Then, the stranger's razor-sharp gaze locked onto me. I am the worldly walker of the lunar sect. I have come to Mount Shu for one purpose only. To find you. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, ... He cut straight through the pleasantries. My name is Lua Xiaoyang. The realization hit me like a lightning bolt. This heart-stopping beauty was actually a male cultivator. I quickly bowed to salvage what was left of our dignity. Forgive us, brother Luo. My friend here is blind as a bat. It is simply because your charm is too blinding. 1,000 apologies. He crossed his arms, radiating pure arrogance. Fine. It is not the first time I have dealt with such foolishness, though few are as shameless as this clown. Lin Bei, however, stood frozen in shock. Wait. The lunar sect is a sanctuary for women only. How could a man possibly stand among their ranks? Luo remained as stoic as a mountain. I am here on sect business, not to narrate my life story to the likes of you. I quickly stepped in to defuse the killing intent. So, Brother Luo, what urgent matter brings you to me? His expression darkened like a gathering storm. Days ago, a rogue calling himself the Qijing Immortal breached our gates. He demanded we open an ancestor's tomb within the forbidden grounds. Naturally, the elders refused such insolence. So he forced his way in and plundered the ancient, profound ice coffin. Our sect has issued a blood kill order across the entire mortal realm. We are hunting him across the 9 provinces. Rumors suggest you crossed paths with him in the South Sea. Do you have any leads? I rubbed my chin, weighing the gravity of that name. The Qijing Immortal. My mind flashed back to the mysterious little girl beside that old senior, and his connection to senior sister Jiang. ... I couldn't reveal the whole truth. Not yet. I needed to stall for time, so I shifted the battlefield. Before I answer, I must know the truth. How did a man join the lunar sect? The entire cultivation world knows they only accept women. With your identity so shrouded in mystery, I hesitate to share what I know. Luo fell silent, contemplating the exchange. Very well. It is no state secret. Years ago, I was born to a wealthy landlord family in the northern mountains. My parents saw the spark of potential within me. They believed a mortal life was beneath my talents. So, my father spent a fortune on the black market to secure a cultivation manual. It was rumored to be a lost art from the 9 Heavens sect. I cultivated the first 3 levels in solitude, smashing through to the peak of the 3rd realm with ease. But I was ignorant back then. Over time, I sensed a disturbance in my foundation. Maya features softened, becoming more feminine by the day. My heart turned cold as glacial ice. The technique was rewriting my very biology. But isolated as I was, I knew nothing of the wider cultivation world. Only when I reached the manual's final page did I leave home. I needed the 4th level to continue my path to immortality. I wandered the Jianghu, drifting like a cloud, joining small sects in a desperate search for answers. But nothing worked. My energy rejected every other technique like poison. Then the cruel truth was revealed. The manual my father bought was authentic, but it wasn't just any 9 Heavens technique. It belonged exclusively to the lunar sect's female lineage. Lin Bei couldn't hold back the laughter anymore. Theft. Lua glared instantly. What is so amusing? Nothing. Just recalled a hilarious memory. Lin Bei lied through his teeth, but internally, I was shaken to my core. No master, no resources. To cultivate blindly to the 3rd realm peak. That isn't just luck. That is terrifying, heaven-defying talent. Truly a monstrous genius, Luo continued. I traveled to the Yinflower Mountain, begging the lunar sect for the next scroll. Only then did I learn the cruel reality. The sect, is strictly female only. The elders were thunderstruck that a man could master the yin-aligned lunar arts. Unheard of. This time, even my resolve crumbled. Theft, poor guy. An absolute genius, ruined by the wrong manual. You too. What are you laughing at? I frantically covered my face. Same joke, just ... really funny. He sighed, resigned, and finished his tale. After much debate, they made an exception. They taught me the lunar golden core, and I did not disappoint them. My cultivation soared above all others like a dragon. I became the strongest of my generation, appointed as the sect's worldly walker. I clasped my hands, respectfully. Brother Luo, your journey is the stuff of legends. You truly are a peerless talent sent by the heavens. Since you've shown sincerity, I will return the favor. Let me tell you of the immortal swamp Carefully omitting senior sister Jiang's involvement, I spun a web of half-truths that satisfied his curiosity, without exposing our secrets. Luo pressed me with razor-sharp questions. He even activated the heart-reading pupil technique to test my soul. But I was prepared. I navigated his interrogation without a single slip. Satisfied, Luo Jiaoyong prepared to depart Mount Shu. We bid him farewell. Safe travels, Brother Luo. Let's meet again. Suddenly, Lin Bei turned to me, eyes widening in horror. Wait, I just realized something terrifying. Tomorrow is the fateful exchange with Senior Brother Su regarding the Mountain God Festival. Yet, our preparations are non-existent. Are we truly walking into the tiger's den with our eyes closed? He replied with the tranquility of a 1,000-year-old lake. Ease your mind. I have calculated every breath, every second. The exchange will unfold exactly as I have foreseen. Once the puzzle pieces are in hand, the true battle begins. The moment we trade our secrets for the festival's legacy, the negotiations are sealed in stone. 3 teams holding 4 distinct map fragments. When their spiritual energy aligns, the ultimate path shall manifest. We secured the Jade Scroll, its essence wrapped in primordial mist. But soon, every team held a replica. 4 cultivators of our caliber. Replicating a complex inkwash painting from memory is mere child's play, let alone a spirit scroll. Once the pact was sealed, I pulled Senior Sister Jiang into the shadows. I whispered the rumors of the Taiyan sect hunting the legendary whale-riding immortal, studying her gaze for a flicker of emotion. Yet, she remained the eternal Ice Queen, nodding with absolute detachment. It was as if the chaos of the world could not touch her heart. Moments later, within the Silver Sword Peak Pavilion, Chu Liang sat opposite Shangzi, the atmosphere heavy with the scent of conspiracy. Big brother, why summon us? Did you unearth a heavenly artifact? Even better, I smirked, eyes gleaming. I have a proclamation, but my next sentence struck them like a freezing spell. I have discovered a path to unimaginable wealth. Lin Bei and the others stood agape, souls trembling. Chu Liang's eyes shone like the North Star as he declared, there are over 100 squads competing on Mount Shu, ... Yet only our alliance holds the key to the second stage. By the laws of survival, the others should be destined for elimination. However, the disciples murmured in confusion. Ask your hearts. If a desperate loser was offered the complete second stage map, ... for the mere price of 50 sword coins, ... would they hesitate? They would pay in a heartbeat. Precisely. But consider the arrogance of the victors. Who would be foolish enough to auction off their advantage for copper scraps? Wait a moment. A disciple with twin-tail whiskers suddenly cut through the tension. Big boss, surely you aren't planning to sell the scroll itself? That is akin to handing swords to our enemies. Chu Liang's gaze sharpened like a blade. Engage your mind before your mouth. Even with your cultivation, you cannot decipher the riddle within that scroll. So what makes you fear that those we already crushed in the first round can surpass your intellect? The disciple clenched his fist, the light of understanding dawning on his face. True. Big boss possesses divine wisdom. I brushed off the praise, rising to my full height. My aura flared, commanding absolute obedience. Cast aside your hesitation. Follow my command. Disperse immediately and hunt down the captains of every rival faction. Approach them from the shadows. Whisper that this is forbidden intel, stolen from right under my nose. Make them believe they are the chosen few. 50 sword coins is the price. I guarantee their greed will seal the deal. We stand to harvest thousands of coins from this single master's. I raised a hand toward the heavens. Speed is the essence of war. Finalize the transactions before the secret becomes common knowledge. Once the market floods, the value plummets. Move out. Tonight, we become rich. Upon hearing this command, the room exploded with avaricious determination. Yes, boss. The squad scattered like autumn leaves in a gale, transforming into phantom merchants of information left in solitude. I sealed the chamber against prying eyes. It was time to unveil the heaven's secret. I placed the scroll upright, letting it encircle the dancing candle flame. Aligning with the southeast and northwest meridian, the flags atop the golden summit peak correspond perfectly to these celestial coordinates. Precision is the path to truth. I ignited the central flame. Chu Liang levitated, his spirit gaze piercing the forest projection manifesting from the map. A hidden formation exists after all. My eyes locked onto a boulder within the illusion. A massive monolith seals the valley entrance. The direction lies in the... Why does this spiritual signature feel so familiar? The scene shifted to Pagoda Peak, near the ruins of the demon locking tower. Chu Liang rode his sword, cutting through the wind toward the roaring waterfall. Mid-flight, my spiritual sense locked onto a round boulder, obstructing the path. That stone. It mirrors the prophecy. I descended with the ethereal grace of a descending immortal. This obstacle appeared from the void, placed here to guard the heavenly secret. I channeled my ki and shoved the massive rock aside. Just as I calculated, the gateway to stage 3. It lies right, suddenly, from the abyss of the cave. 2 emerald eyes pierced the darkness like demonic lanterns. My heart skipped a beat. A colossus of shadow lunged at me with speed that defied the laws of physics. My pupils dilated in shock. Impossible speed. The creature halted a hair's breadth from my face, the wind of its movement ruffling my hair. That was when I recognized the majestic form of the White Z. Wait, ... Why are you here? I stood beside the beast that eclipsed the sun. The elders deployed a divine beast to guard the third clue. Is this a trial, or are they simply bullying the disciples? The White Z let out a soft, harmless coo, nuzzling the air. But a realization struck Chu Liang, like a bolt of tribulation lightning. This poses a catastrophic problem for others. Moving the stone triggers the guardian. How could ordinary disciples of the Third Realm survive this? How could a mere Third Realm cultivator hope to defeat a divine beast? Even if they combined their strength in a grand formation, who would have the gall to strike a sacred beast of Mount Shu? Fortunately, this trial is nothing but a cheat code for me. I pointed a confident finger. Lead the way, my friend. The blue-eared creature obeyed instantly, hopping forward as my spirit guide. We soon arrived before an ancient mural depicting a solitary crescent moon. I stared at the stone canvas. What is the meaning of this sigil? Stepping closer, my mind raced through the archives. Does this represent the legendary white, jade-glazed bell? Under the caress of moonlight, the third clue shall reveal itself. Deciphering this means seizing the ultimate destiny. But this riddle, it is far more esoteric than the last. 2 days later, a wave of madness descended upon Mount Shu. At first, those who purchased the map believed they held a heaven-defying secret, studying it in the deepest shadows. But soon, the cruel reality was exposed. Almost every single team in the festival had emptied their pockets for the scroll. But look, on the bright side, lest the entire sect could suffer through the impossible riddle together. Under the ruthless laws of the cultivation world, these disciples were mere ants, cannon fodder who should have been eliminated ages ago. Yet, against all odds, here they stood, defiant in the second round of the Mountain God ceremony. And the architect of this miracle was a single man, a peerless, jade-skinned cultivator who had practically dragged them across the finish line. Every gaze in the hall was glued to him, filled with nothing short of fanatical worship. But their AOD turned to shock when the spoils of war crashed onto the table. Heavy sacks overflowing with glittering spirit sword coins. Chu Liang didn't hesitate. Since juniors barely lifted a finger during the trials. ... I shall be benevolent. You may divide 2% amongst yourselves. Lin Bei broke into a cold sweat, scratching his head in sheer panic. Senior brother, surely you jest. The entire strategy was your masterpiece. If we take 2 whole shares, aren't we robbing you blind? Chu Liang's expression shifted to one of profound heartbreak as he side-eyed his companion. Do not worry about this, senior brother. I will somehow manage to scrape by with the remaining 98%. Lin Bei froze, the realization hitting him like a thunderclap. Ah, I understand now. Asterisk, so this is the ruthless business path of Silver Sword Peak. Yet, even a meager 2% amounted to over 100 sword coins for a disciple merely at the divine intent realm. This was an astronomical fortune. Without clinging to senior brother Chu Liang's thigh, accumulating such wealth would have cost them years of blood, sweat, and tears. Just as the juniors were drowning in the ecstasy of newfound riches, the air suddenly vibrated. A spiritual transmission from the heavenly summit descended. It was Elder Shen of the Sword Pavilion. The gravity in the elder's voice sliced through the celebration like a blade. With the loot distributed, the gathering instantly dispersed, and Chu Liang rushed to answer the summons. Within the solemn, ancient halls of the Sword Pavilion, Chu Liang clasped his hands, bowing with practiced grace. Disciple pays his respects to Elder Shen. The old master chuckled, his eyes twinkling with a hidden light. You arrived quickly, brat. I assume you have already deduced the reason for this sudden audience. Let me guess. A mission I cannot refuse implies a headache I definitely did not ask for. The elder grinned broadly. Sharp as ever. The playfulness vanished in an instant. This is no trivial matter. In Misty Wave City of the East Sea, traces of the demonic path have reached. Specifically, the vile Six Souls sect. Nearly a dozen mortals have been mercilessly slaughtered. We suspect a remnant of the Third Realm is pulling the strings behind these atrocities. We require a Golden Core Realm cultivator to lead the subjugation squad. Naturally, I placed your name at the very top of the list. Chu Liang didn't flinch. I thanked the elder for his incredibly heavy regard. The elder pointed toward the heavens, a benevolent yet cunning smile playing on his lips. Listen well. If you lead this team to victory and purge the evil, your status on the mountain will finally rival the true elites. You will stand shoulder to shoulder with monsters like Su Yang and Zhang Yubai. Chu Liang's eyes snapped shut as he bowed deep. This disciple will dedicate his very life to the mission. Elder Shen nodded, immediately shifting to logistics. This mission requires a squad. You will need 2 or 3 Divine Intent Realm juniors. Do you wish for the sect to assign them? Or will you handpick your own team? Chu Liang's mind began to race like a supercomputer. 2 names instantly surfaced in his consciousness. Lin, Bei, ... He might only be in the late stage of divine intent, but the man was slippery as an eel. His street smarts were invaluable in the chaos of the outside world. Taking him meant fewer headaches when dealing with the locals. Then there was Shang Zilian, peak divine intent realm, and already preparing to condense his golden core on Mount Shu. In terms of raw offensive power, he was the apex predator among the juniors. The decision was made. This disciple will summon 2 fellow brothers. Battle coordination is key, and I prefer working with people I can trust. Elder Shen laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the hall. Very well. Make it happen. The Flying Immortal Mausoleum, a sanctuary of eternal silence, built by humanity to honor the legendary souls who once carried the world on their backs. Yet, the vile Nether King sect trampled upon this hallowed ground. They tore 6 of the 18 spirit monuments straight from the earth. A blasphemy that shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A firestorm of fury ignited within the heart of every righteous cultivator in the realm. Realization struck Chu Liang like a lightning bolt. Those stone tablets ... were stolen tombstones. His jaw clenched as a surge of righteous indignation boiled within his chest. The souls resting here were the Iron Guardians of the 9 provinces. Without their blood and sacrifice, this fragile world ... would have been devoured by demons ages ago. And yet, these Nether King disciples, scum born of the very humanity meant to be saved ... spit on their ancestors' graves, twisting holy monuments into dark artifacts. Chu Liang's gaze turned icy cold as he locked onto the South Guide envoy. A silent vow was made. One fatal strike the moment a gap appeared. As they ventured deeper, the suffocating fog thickened around them. The bone torch flared violently against the encroaching gloom. The group halted. The South Envoy's voice pierced the mist like a blade. We are nearing the end of the valley. Victory is within our grasp, but to survive, we require one final harvest. It is time for our own to hunt. But hold on. Their squad had 3 soul hook envoys and no leader. As Chu Liang analyzed the strange formation, the South Envoy signaled an Earth Demon envoy, silently assigning the wretch to command our undercover trio. No pleasantries were exchanged. Just one big, happy, demonic family. Or so it seemed, until the Earth's Demon envoy began to grumble. You lot better stay sharp. If you fall behind, don't expect me to save your sorry hides. Pu Shan immediately shifted into the role of a loyal lackey. Understood, my lord. We follow your lead. Pu Shan bowed low. Yet, the Earth Demon envoy's irritation only festered. Useless fodder. What good are you, if you can't even fight? Pu Shan slowed his pace, deliberately creating distance. He whispered to Chu Liang, "Do we strike now?" Chu Liang shook his head. "Hold. Earth Demon envoys die by the dozen out here. Let's not give them a reason to suspect us just yet." Luo Yao chimed in. "Agreed. We simply need them to guide us to the destination. Once the target is in sight, our sect elders will descend." But ahead of them, the Earth Demon envoy smirked, a sinister scheme forming in his mind. 3 little ants. Just wait until I get my hands on you. He glanced around, confirming their total isolation. I'll strip you dry and silence you. Forever. Who would ever know? Oblivious to his thoughts or. So, he believed. Chu Liang's group followed. They ventured deep into the forest shadows. Once they were sufficiently far from the main army, the envoys suddenly halted. Before the trio could react, the envoy spun around. With a twisted grin, he summoned a set of ritual artifacts. 3 incense sticks flared to life in a bronze urn. Smoke billowed from a porcelain vase, manifesting a terrifying spirit. Chu Liang merely raised an eyebrow. A vengeful spirit. Impressive. The Earth Demon envoy looked down at them with mock pity. I already hunted in the previous round, but dragging you deadweights around means I have to work double? And frankly, that feels like a losing deal. So, here are your options. His voice boomed, the massive ghost looming behind him like a nightmare. Option 1. Hand over every treasure you possess. If the price is right, I might let you live. Option 2. I slaughter you right here and take it all anyway. Die in this fog, and your souls will remain trapped here for eternity. Choose wisely. The 3 exchanged blank stares. Chu Liang let out a long, exhausted sigh. Seriously, brother, we were going to let you live. Why are you trying so hard to die? Silence stretched between them, thick and awkward. The envoy's face twitched. Are you deaf? Pu Shan scratched his bald head, feigning innocence. We heard you. We heard you. What is the rush? The envoy's patience snapped. Then why aren't you emptying your pockets? Fine. One by one, they revealed their offerings. Luo Yao raised a finger glowing with holy light. Pu Shan produced a golden ring. Chu Liang drew an ancient, rusted sword. The envoy's smug grin vanished, replaced by a cold pit of dread. You, ... you want to fight? Do they have a death wish? He decided to execute one as an example. But Luo Yao moved first, channeling raw power into her fingertip. 5 labors, 7 injuries. The strike slammed into the envoy, forcing corrupted ki from his body. Pu Shan instantly hurled his golden ring. The artifact multiplied in mid-air, splitting into dozens of bands that clamped onto the envoy like iron pythons. He screamed as the metal bit into his flesh. Desperate, he craned his neck toward. His spirit summoned, Master Fei, save me! With a casual flick, The spirit dissolved Pushan's bindings. Cold sweat dripped down the envoy's face as his mind raced. These techniques, they aren't normal Fourth Realm skills, and they definitely aren't demonic cultivation arts. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The envoy's jaw dropped as he looked up. What in the heavens is that? The sky filled with thousands of burning talismans. Chu Liang's ultimate technique. 10,000 talismans sword art ignite. The sheer pressure forced the envoy to his knees. Chu Liang remained calm, guiding the inferno to consume his enemy. Yet, a frown creased his forehead. That attack drained the big head doll completely. Good thing my personal key reserves are double that of any normal cultivator. With no other options, a gamble was necessary. Chu Liang stepped forward, presenting a solemn proposal to the ancient soul. Old Fei, Senior, your enemy has fallen. Do you not wish to savor the vengeance for his past crimes? He gestured to the charred corpse. Of the earth, evil envoy. Inside the spiritual vessel, the old soul weighed the benefits. If I die, I get incense. Why risk my spirit existence for a dead body? Old Fei retreated into his porcelain jar, his voice dripping with arrogance. I do not know him. Suddenly, sword intent rained down from the heavens. The demonic cultivators scattered in fear. But this chaotic scene was merely a stage set by Chu Liang to mask the true cause of the earth. Envoy's demise. After recovering his key, he unleashed similar strikes on two other squads. Regrouping with the South Envoy's team, Chu Liang's group donned their disguises. They had to play the part perfectly to the world. They were righteous cultivators, hunting evil. Furthermore, the three of them used their own sword energy to inflict self-harm, blending seamlessly with the wounded survivors. Thanks to Pushan's award-winning acting skills, the deception was flawless. The South Envoy took point, leading the group into the unknown. Surrounded by a suffocating, murky void, the team moved out once more. Finally, their footsteps slowed as they reached the end of the foggy mountain valley, the ultimate destination of this perilous journey. A brilliant spectacle unfolded, piercing the eternal darkness. Behold, the abyss of slumbering dreams. The South Envoy pointed forward, commanding with authority. We have arrived. Before us lies the reflection of the secret realm. We need only shatter the barrier ahead to gain entry. He ascended into the air, his demeanor calm yet arrogant, as he instructed the others. I shall open the realm. The spiritual pressure is fluctuating. Protect me! A voice from the crowd responded instantly. Understood. The South Envoy spread his arms wide. The moment his voice faded, the barrier trembled violently, rippling like a drop of water, disturbing a still lake. From within the seal, azure horns pierced the void, emitting a soft yet domineering glow. It materialized into a colossal dragon, its gaze locking onto the South Envoy, who was focused on breaking the seal. In a heartbeat, 5 azure dragons manifested simultaneously. Their killing intent was clear. Annihilate the intruder, disturbing the gate. Panic flashed in the South Envoy's eyes. The Southwest Envoy, standing below, charged forward, roaring. We are here to assist. Instantly summoning the dragon suppressing Steely, he slammed the massive artifact down upon the azure dragon's heads, shouting, soul-suppressing Great Steely. But from the mist swirling around the barrier, sinister eyes opened. An armored arm emerged from the fog, swinging a blade at the demonic cultivators below. Countless ghost soldiers appeared, bathing the area in eerie green light, chanting in unison, Kill! 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 The ghost soldiers ignored the small fry, their only goal to protect the barrier. They directed their spears straight at the South Envoy, who was locked in his ritual. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the Southwest Envoy barked orders. Earth Envoy, hold them off. Soul Envoy, suppress the Steely for me. The subordinate's name immediately responded with unwavering loyalty. Yes, your orders are absolute. A fraction of the force engaged the enemy. while those below poured their energy into stabilizing the stone monument. The stele shook violently under the pressure. Some of the cultivators began to tremble, screaming in despair. "It is no use. We cannot hold it." Pushan, standing in the rear, pretended to help suppress the stele while shouting propaganda, "Brothers, hang in there. If we survive this moment, the envoys will lead us to the ultimate treasure. Grit your teeth. Now is the time to unleash 120% of your power. For the glory of the Ming-Wang sect." Chu Liang, not wanting to be outdone, added fuel to the fire. "Do you want to live as cowards or die as heroes? Even if you must burn your longevity and shatter your golden cores, hold this line. Do not give up." Suddenly, a heavy footstep echoed, accompanied by a poem that shook the heavens. "The 9 provinces shall tilt." The majestic phantom of the ghost prime minister descended, bringing a storm that warped the earth and sky. The dynasty falls, tearing the azure firmament. His form radiated a ghostly green aura, his eyes burning with authority, a visage of terrifying dignity. The sudden appearance of this boss-level entity struck fear into the demonic cultivators. Pushan quickly transmitted a warning to Chu Liang. "It is the soul of the previous dynasty's prime minister." The South envoy, seeing the threat, barked at his minions. "Stop him! I am on the verge of opening the realm." The ghost prime minister raised his voice, a sound of ancient power, pointing a finger of judgment at the intruder. "Invaders, you dare desecrate my dragon court? Do you think all the generals and ministers are dead?" His spectral army roared, charging toward the South envoy. "Slaughter! Slaughter! Slaughter!" The South envoy unleashed a barrage of skulls, attempting to buy precious seconds, but he had severely underestimated the ancient soul. With a mere wave of his sleeve, the prime minister dissolved the attack. The Southwest envoy, witnessing the overwhelming power, turned to his comrade and screamed, "The ghost is too strong. I cannot hold him. Hurry up!" While channeling the barrier, the South envoy replied, "Almost there." Suddenly, the Southwest envoy drew a dagger and slashed his own palm. He flung his hand, blood mixing with 10 floating skulls to form the blood sacrifice technique. The skulls shrieked toward the prime minister, forming the 9-skull killing formation. But the old ghost simply flicked his hand, shattering the Southwest envoy's formation instantly, sending the cultivator stumbling backward. At that exact moment, a rift tore open in the barrier. The South envoy shouted in triumph, "It is open." He spun around, eyes wild with excitement. "Success!" The South envoy flashed toward his ally in a blur of speed, shouting, "I am coming to help you." But suddenly, his expression twisted. His hand plunged ruthlessly through the Southwest envoy's abdomen. A cruel sneer curled on his lips. A smile dripping with venom twisted his features. "My gratitude for the escort, brother, but this is where our paths diverge ... permanently. Did you truly think I would surrender the war soul to the likes of you?" While his companion froze in horror, the Southern envoy wore the arrogant sneer of a conqueror. Sensing the killing intent, the victim scrambled to react, but the traitor's voice thundered like a death knell. Corporeal blood sacrifice. In a heartbeat, his vessel detonated in a cataclysmic eruption of gore. Pandemonium swept through the ranks as the dark cultivators met a gruesome end. "My blood, it's boiling. What sort of sorcery is this?" Hundreds of bodhis burst apart, painting the sky in a symphony of crimson. An eerie violet aura swallowed the battlefield. Amidst the carnage stood the Southern envoy, veins pulsing like vipers on his forehead. His form was now encased in a nightmarish armor forged from human skulls. The betrayed Southwestern envoy glared back, eyes burning with the fires of hatred. "I knew you wouldn't let me refine the soul unchallenged, but you have severely underestimated my foundation. The external body incarnation technique. I mastered it eons ago." A pale blue soul shadow emerged unscathed from the wreckage. The traitor scoffed, attempting to flee as a mere spirit. Suddenly, the floating skulls unhinged their jaws. The dread nine-scowl soul-suppressing array formed instantly, hungry to devour the fleeing spirit in one bite. But the southwestern envoy refused to fade into oblivion. Shooting a look of pure malice at his betrayer, he howled at the heavens. "You crave my life so badly. Then I shall drag you down to the Yellow Springs with me." The sky turned pitch black. A colossal hand bound in chains descended, summoned by a forbidden incantation. Netherworld Kisetagaraba. Manifestation. The traitor's eyes widened in disbelief. Madness. Consorting with the underworld shaves, decades off your longevity. You are accelerating your own demise. But as the spectral palm crashed down with the weight of a mountain, the traitor did not simply wait for death. He bellowed with primal force. Dragon suppressing Stelia. Descend. As the massive monument rose, the azure dragons sealed beneath it awakened ... and unleashed their fury upon the chaotic mass of cultists. Chu Liang signaled his team. Eyes sharp. Their internal strife is our golden opportunity. Close the distance. But by the time they arrived, the southern envoy had already vanished into the secret realm, leaving his rival to be pulverized between the Steely and the underworld general. Chu Liang made a split-second decision. The path is clear. Into the realm, immediately. Meanwhile, the southwestern envoy was fighting a losing war. He barely withstood the crushing blow, his spirit trembling violently. I survived it. But as he looked up, true despair seized his heart. The portal opened by the traitor ... was sealing shut. Terror gripped his very soul. The entrance, it vanishes. Suddenly, the vengeful spirits of the former dynasty's minister launched their assault. A volley of spirit arrows pierced his spectral form, yet, fueled by the primal instinct to survive, he ignored the agony and surged toward the fading light. The secret realm ... I must reach it. To hesitate meant certain destruction. Thwack. Another arrow tore through his chest. Soul essence bled from the wound, but his gaze remained locked on salvation. Just a little further. Seeing Chu Liang's group enter, his resolve hardened into steel. If I reach that sanctuary, I live. Then I shall slaughter that traitor and claim the treasure for myself. However, Fatan, Chu Liang had their plans. The protagonist spun around, launching his ancient blade into the heavens. The envoy's face twisted in confusion. What is the meaning of this? Chu Liang remained as calm as a still lake, fingers weaving a seal. River severing. Sword art, wind, fire, and thunder. A torrent of distinct flames erupted from the blade. It swept through the void with devastating majesty ... engulfing the remnant spirit just as he tried to struggle. Inside the secret realm, the dragon suppressing Steely followed the momentum, crashing through the barrier. Boom. Moments later, the dimensional rift sealed completely. Chu Liang extended a hand, circulating his ki to retrieve the massive stone artifact. The realm is locked. We shall secure the soul-suppressing Steely now and transport it back to Mount Shu. Later, the group descended onto solid ground. A heavy silence fell. That traitor likely fled into the abyss. Chu Liang mused. We must formulate a strategy before pursuing. Luo Yao spoke up, her voice steady but cautious. It is a pity the battle erupted so abruptly. We still remain in the dark regarding ... what exactly the devil sect is seeking within these walls. Suddenly, a chilling voice answered from the shadows, and a cold, corpse-like hand clamped around her ankle. Then allow me to enlighten you. Luo Yao glanced down, terror washing over her like ice water. Her entire body locked up, she couldn't twitch a single muscle. A body immobilization spell. Before she could scream, another hand shot out. It seized her throat in an iron grip. She gasped, struggling for a sliver of air. the southern envoy materialized from the darkness, a mocking laugh rumbling deep in his chest. I must admit, I am genuinely impressed. The Marquis always boasted his soul-hooking order was impenetrable. Yet, here we are! Rats crawling right under his nose. Chu Liang stepped forward, eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. A misunderstanding. Surely, release her, and we will depart this instant. We have no desire to hinder your treasure hunt. The envoy glared at him, his gaze sharp with suspicion. Do I look like a simpleton to you? Monk Poo! Sean suddenly burst into boisterous laughter. He flashed in front of the enemy with a grin. Ah, envoy. The truth is, ... I am actually a double agent sent to apprehend these two. But the envoy didn't buy the bluff for a fraction of a second. He tightened his grip on Luo Yao's delicate throat. Silence. He gestured to the looming palace gates with a sinister smile. Enough games. Be obedient dogs, and I might spare the girl's life. Now, march toward that palace. Chu Liang assessed the odds and nodded slowly. Agreed. The envoy followed closely behind Chu Liang and Pu Shan, his voice dripping with cunning malice. I am sure you noticed my injuries. I may encounter difficulties ahead. I will require you two to clear the obstacles for me. Chu Liang walked point, glancing back over his shoulder. Envoy, surely you overestimate our humble abilities. If a powerhouse like yourself cannot handle it, what hope do we have? The southern envoy let out a low, knowing chuckle. Drop the innocent acts. I know exactly how dangerous you truly are. The one who slaughtered my assassin in the mist, ... was you. Is that really true? Your strength is absolute. Yet, despite his arrogant front, cold sweat trickled down, betraying the terror gnawing at his soul. A single, devastating strike was all it took to obliterate the Southwest Guide. If not for his greed and lingering suspicion, he would have butchered this trio long ago. This brat! He is definitely hiding cultivation far beyond the Golden Core realm. Chu Liang began to narrate their ascent, deliberately dragging out every syllable to stall for time, unable to stomach the monk's endless chatter any longer. The South Guide envoy finally unveiled the sinister ambition driving his madness. He jabbed a trembling finger at Chu Liang, his voice thundering with greed. I came for the 7th Realm War, soul sealed within this mountain. It is my destiny to claim it. I care for nothing else. Silence is what I require, not a healer. Utter one more word, and I will rip this wretched girl's tongue from her very skull. Do you comprehend? Chu Liang slowly interpreted the desperate, muffled groans struggling to escape Pu Shan's sealed lips. He is saying, understood! Please spare, Miss Lo— But the envoy screamed in fury, his patience snapping. I do not need your translation, you fool. Chu Liang finally wrapped up his story with a heavy sigh. And thus, through blood and sweat, we conquered the summit. But as the magnificent plaza loomed before them, ... overshadowed by a majestic hall, the envoy's grip on Luo Yao's throat tightened mercilessly. His voice dropped to a glacial whisper. Behold, the 5 elements, heavenly mystery formation. Shatter this array, and the treasury is ours. I leave the labor to you. Chu Liang glanced back, his hawk-like gaze searching for a single flaw in the enemy's stance. Impenetrable defense. A sneak attack now would be suicide. With a sigh of decisive resignation, he turned his back and spoke with measured calm. I shall do my utmost. Chu Liang took a solitary step forward, his mind running 10,000 simulations in a heartbeat. The path ahead was silent. Too silent. Proceed with caution. If the key shifts, use the flight artifact instantly. Suddenly, rippling out of the void itself. Golden bindings materialized. They snapped around his limbs faster than the eye could follow. Chu Liang analyzed the threat instantly. It seems I have triggered the formation's defensive mechanism. A cataclysmic wave of scorching heat erupted from the golden seal. It surged towards Chu Liang, promising nothing but incineration. He unleashed his phantom footwork to evade. This creates a problem, but his dodge triggered a secondary trap. Just as he twisted mid-air, narrowly escaping the flames, a spectral green light swept over his body. Chu Liang raised his guard, sweat beading on his brow. Is the assault finished? Suddenly, his spiritual sense screamed in terror. Too late! With a bone-jarring impact, spiritual vines whipped Chu Liang, hurling him all the way back to the starting line. He scrambled out of the dirt, gasping for breath. This formation is monstrous. I nearly lost my life. Forcing a complete strategic reassessment. That explosion was merely a warning to expel intruders, not a killing blow. The South Guide envoy erupted with volcanic rage. Cease your pathetic performance! If you fail to shatter this formation, I will execute this girl where she stands. Chu Liang feigned panic, waving his hands frantically. My cultivation is too shallow. You insist I am an expert, but even experts have limits. The envoy's brow furrowed deep, his eyes narrowing with lethal skepticism. Playing the pig to eat the tiger will not work on me. Drop the act! Suspicion gnawed at his gut like a parasite. He is feigning weakness to bait me, waiting for the moment my guard drops. I am a veteran of the Zhenghu, boy. Just then, Pushan's booming voice sliced through the tension. He bowed his head, eyes shut in prayer. Fine. Let this poor monk attempt it. Pushan stepped forward, his expression grave, observing young hero Chu's failure. This array is in constant flux. Highly troublesome. However, if I utilize my supreme movement technique, I can outpace the formation's reaction time. I have already surpassed young hero Chu's distance. The traps cannot catch me, but his triumph was shattered instantly. Multicolor bindings erupted from the void and constricted Pushan in an inescapable grip. His confident smile vanished, replaced by a gut-wrenching premonition of doom. The moment he struggled, the twin forces of frost and hellfire slammed into his body, but the nightmare had only just begun. Sword ki rained from the heavens like judgment. Deadly earth spikes thrust from the abyss. The deafening roar of destruction drowned out all hope. Pushan slammed his palms together. A barrier materialized, but terror was written on his face. What is this overwhelming pressure? Why is it so vastly different? From the attacks young hero Chu faced, I am done for. My indestructible golden bell shield is shattering. In that split second between life and death. Chu Liang roared, his fingers weaving a rapid sword seal. Dustless sword, strike. I have you. Fall back immediately. Dragging the monk from the encirclement of death. Chu Liang exhaled a long, trembling breath. That was far too dangerous. Young hero, Chu, you are my savior. He collapsed onto the stone, gasping desperately. Mother of Buddha, I nearly met my end in that slaughter array. Chu Liang recalled his blade, his eyes narrowing in calculation. That power was leagues above what I encountered. Does the lethality multiply the deeper one ventures? Blue veins pulsed dangerously on the South Guide envoy's forehead. In his blind fury, his fingers dug deeper into Luo Yao's slender neck. That feeble sword aura just now. You truly are. You are truly just a worthless ant at the divine intent realm. He discarded Luo Yao like a broken toy. And gathered his violent ki, his voice dripping with insanity. Then you are of no use to me. I will cripple your cultivation. And make you watch while I defile this girl. But Chu Liang did not flinch. His fingers locked into a seal. His expression hardened with the cold resolve of a hunter who has finally cornered his prey. A brilliant, blinding golden light exploded into existence. Red/divine sword. Lightning Talisman. Activate. The blade tore a massive void through the envoy's chest. His mouth hung open, frozen in disbelief. He is merely a peak divine intent aunt. How can he command such sovereign sword energy? He seemed so fragile, breaking the array. So where did this god-slaying power come from? As his life force faded into the void, the Southern Guide envoy was consumed by a single, horrifying realization. Was I played for a fool? Impossible. How could a supreme master mask his aura so flawlessly? To pretend to be the prey, to hunt the predator, ... Nay, to become the prey itself. He deceived my very soul. Chu Liang stared down at the pile of ash that was once a powerful enemy, his eyes lost in the depths of strategy. Indeed, the perfect lie is the deadliest weapon under the heavens. If not for that final, reckless gamble, the enemy would never have exposed his fatal weakness. Without warning, a spiritual shockwave battered their souls. A disturbance erupted from the deepest abyss of their consciousness. What manner of vile sorcery is this? A look of pure horror cracked Chu Liang's composure. His limbs locked up, paralyzed by the pressure. As his vision cleared, he saw the monk and la ... shrouded in a ghostly, luminous mist. Like marionettes with cut strings, they marched blindly into the dark. Chu Liang's blood ran cold. They are walking straight into the killing formation. No! He summoned every drop of spiritual energy to force a scream from his throat. Stop! Snap out of it! But his voice dissolved uselessly into the void. Do not go there! Wake up! A silhouette condensed from the shadows behind him. It was Xuanhuang. Save your breath. His voice was grim, speaking with the speed of urgent wind. If they halt for even a heartbeat in this ageless realm. The dream key will devour their consciousness, dragging them into the eternal, immortal dream. Once a soul crosses that threshold, there is no return. You possess a divine artifact that anchors your spirit, but it can barely protect you alone. Saving them is far beyond your current cultivation. Chu Liang's killing intent spiked defensively. Who are you? Do you have a method to save my companions? Xuanhuang stood like a mountain, his gaze unreadable. I can save them, but everything has a price. You will owe me a favor. Before the sentence even finished, Chu Liang roared. Deal. The instantaneous reply startled the mysterious cultivator. Why you aren't even going to ask the terms? Chu Liang's eyes burned with resolve. Lives are at stake. There is no time for negotiation. You said yourself, ... that once they enter the palace, their souls are extinguished. A rare look of approval softened Xuanhuang's stoic face. You walk the path of true righteousness. With a casual flick of his sleeve, the enchantment shattered. Chu Liang exhaled a heavy breath, the stone in his heart finally lifting. The calamity has passed. The crushing pressure on his own soul evaporated. He clasped his fists in a respectful salute. My eternal gratitude, Senior. If you have a command, speak it. However, my cultivation is humble. If the task shakes the heavens, I fear my strength may not suffice. Xuanhuang replied instantly. It is a trivial matter. First, you must bury this encounter in your heart. No word of my existence shall ever cross your lips to another living soul. Second, you will be my messenger. Xuanhuang smiled faintly, his aura becoming gentle. It is not a dangerous request. Whether you honor this pact, ... depends entirely on your Tao and your conscience. I witnessed you execute that demon sect disciple. That is why I intervened. Chu Liang's face instantly radiated the holy light of justice. We are proud disciples of the orthodox path. To slay demons and uphold the heavens is our sworn destiny. Xuanhuang passed him a sealed scroll. Deliver this to the Ji clan. It is for the 13th Miss Ji. No other eyes may gaze upon its contents. Chu Liang nodded with solemn gravity. I will guard it with my life. The agreement forged, Xuanhuang prepared to vanish. Since the karma is settled, our paths diverge here. I can only sustain this immortal dream for another half-and-cent stick of time. When time runs out, reality will collapse. You must escape the ageless realm before then, or be entombed here as a statue for eternity. See Chu Liang's expression turned. Understood. By now La Tao and the monk blinked open, their eyes dazed and confused. What just happened? My mind. It went blank. Chu Liang glanced at the empty void where the senior had stood. He vanished without a trace. He turned to his team, voice low and urgent. This place is cursed, and the formation is unbreakable. My instincts are screaming danger. We need to retreat immediately. The group nodded in perfect sync. Agreed. Let's move. They looked to Chu Liang, sensing his anxiety. But even in the face of death, a cultivator must never forget the loot. Chu Liang swiftly patat down the southern envoy's corpse. A heavy object landed in his grip. From the ashes, he retrieved the wooden idol of the Ghost-Faced King. It pulsed with strange spiritual energy as supreme treasure, but as they sprinted back to the realm's entrance, disaster struck. The three exchanged looks of absolute despair. The exit is sealed. Suddenly, the heavens above them erupted in flames. Just as Chu Liang prepared to crush his jade talisman in a last-ditch effort, the magnificent and terrifying Empress Phoenix descended like a goddess of war. Little are you in there? With a lazy wave of her hand, she shattered the dimension barrier like fragile glass. Found you at last, you troublemaking brat, Chu Liang shouted, tears of joy threatening to spill. Master! You have no idea how beautiful you look right now. We thought we were going to die in here. Empress Phoenix's face darkened, a storm brewing in her eyes. I would have arrived sooner, but I was delayed by some pests outside. Ran into 3 trash heaps from the 3 Absolutes Valley. Had to break a few bones and teach them some manners before I could leave. If my disciple had lost a single hair, I would have turned their sect into a graveyard. She blinked, finally noticing the 2 strangers. Oh, are these kids your new playmates? Chu Liang stepped in quickly. Indeed, these are my comrades in life and death. This is Master Pushan of Cloud Temple. And this is Miss Lep. Empress Phoenix's eyes sparkled, swooping down on Lada. What an adorable little doll! Is that white hair natural or a cultivation quirk? Which sect claims you? Who is your master? Chu Liang cut in, panicked. Master, this secret realm is profoundly evil. We need to evacuate right now. Empress Phoenix looked disappointed. What? We aren't going to loot the place. Chu Liang practically shoved toward the rift. Safety first. The treasures are gone. I'll explain everything back at the peak. Through a mix of begging and dragging. He finally coaxed his battle maniac master to leave, but her entrance had been too explosive. From the shadows, the dormant soul of the ancient dynasty's prime minister awakened. The ancient specter roared, shaking the cavern. Who dares disturb my eternal slumber? Empress Phoenix stared back, completely unimpressed. Where did this old fossil crawl out from? The Prime Minister's soul instantly sensed her heaven-shaking aura. His arrogance vanished faster than smoke. Guess what a joyous reunion. This woman is a monster. Run. But 6 massive azure ghost dragons blocked his path, while the Prime Minister wisely fled. The 6 ghost dragons surged forward in a blind rage, lacking the wisdom of the old ghost. They failed to realize they were charging at a titan. One dragon lunged at the Empress, jaws gaping wide. Empress Phoenix didn't even flinch. It was time for a lesson in pain. With a single, casual step, the master crushed the dragon's skull into oblivion. The remaining 5 demon dragons, witnessing this godlike power, regained their senses and fled into the clouds in sheer terror. Even Pushan could only bow before such overwhelming might. The threat was neutralized. Emerging from the mist mountain, The group bid their farewells to Luo, Jiao, and the others, knowing that the threads of fate would weave their paths together again. But as they parted ways, Luo Jia couldn't shake the image from her mind. That woman obliterating a dragon with a single stomp. She swore never to offend Silver Sword Peak, fearing for her own elder's life. Chu Liang, ever the strategist, spun a perfect tale for the sect archives. On our return, I reported that the evil cultivators of the Underworld King sect turned on each other, blinded by greed for the treasure. I, along with the spies, double quotes, ... simply fished in troubled waters, reaping the rewards while they destroyed themselves. The master was quite pleased with my ... creative interpretation. If this report hit the 9 Provinces Chronicles, Silver Sword Peak's fame would skyrocket. But suddenly Bai rushed in, pale as a ghost, screaming at the top of her lungs. Back at the peak, Little Fish was trembling. Master, senior brother, Chu, it's a disaster. Bai gasped for air. The alchemy pavilion is here. They caught Little Gold stealing food meant for the divine White Zephyrs. Our spirit pet has been arrested. Chu. Liang stood frozen, speechless. But Empress D, Nufeng, her eyes narrowed dangerously. That old fossil dared to arrest my pet? Does he not know to look at the owner before beating the dog? Master, wait, Chu. Liang tried to mediate. We are clearly in the wrong here. But it was too late. D, Feng's aura flared with rage. She was ready to settle this the hard way. If logic fails, we use fists. We must avoid our weakness. Chu Liang shivered beside her. Is that really how philosophy works? And then the terrifying truth hit him. Her version of avoiding weakness was simple. When you are right, preach logic. When you are wrong, ignore logic and unleash violence. As for the golden fur lion... It was truly a tragedy of gluttony. The trouble began days ago, when the Alchemy Hall disciples noticed the food consumption of the beast Herudo... Specifically, the precious White Zephyrs had spiked abnormally. They increased the supply, but the anomaly only grew. Hearing this report... The alchemy elder snapped awake from his meditation. Intrigued by this strange phenomenon, the Hall Master himself rushed to the habitat to investigate. Man and beast stared at each other in confusion. The elder assumed the herd was on the verge of a cultivation breakthrough, so he eagerly checked their spiritual roots. But alas, the White Zephyrs showed no signs of ascension. Nothing had changed. That was when the elder realized the horrifying truth. It wasn't cultivation. It was physically impossible for those beasts to consume that much. And as everyone in the sect knew, Mount Chu fed the White Zephyrs with top-tier spirit supplements, worth a fortune. The alchemy elder's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Surely a guarding disciple was embezzling the pills. He returned to the hall and secretly activated the heavenly vision and earthly hearing. A celestial surveillance technique to catch the traitor in the act. The entire alchemy hall held its breath, seething with rage because... Through the magical projection, they didn't see a single human disciple stealing the pills. Instead, a massive head surfaced in the pill pool, inhaling the elixir like a giant vacuum. Witnessing this, the elder's fury burned the skies as he flew to the scene. The thief was caught red-handed. Realizing there was no escape, the big head didn't even try to fight. Instead, it frantically stuffed the last few pills into its mouth, cheeks bulging like balloons. Back in the present, standing behind the terrifying Dinu Feng... Chu Liang offered a timid suggestion. Master, surely we don't need violence yet. Why don't we go... assess the situation? Fine. If talking fails, then we negotiate with fists. She turned to him and nodded sharply. Let's go. Yes. Courtesy. Before force. Chu Liang echoed nervously. Quickly, master and disciple departed one, riding a blaze of fire. ... The other balancing on a leaf. Chu Liang narrated. We rushed to the alchemy hall for what I hoped would be a rescue, and not a war. Inside the hall, a disciple held a ledger, guarding the golden fur lion's cage. Chu Liang approached him. ... Putting on his best diplomatic smile. Deacon brother, greetings. Regarding the fine to redeem our lion. ... How much are we talking? The man flipped through his book. Let's see. Golden fur lion. Grand theft of elixir pills. 8,000 spirit coins. The number 8,000 struck Chu Liang like divine lightning. Before he could speak, Di Nufeng's aura exploded, her voice dropping to a demonic growl. What did you just say? The deacon collapsed to the floor, soul shattering in terror. It wasn't me. The alchemy elder personally set the price. ... And fixed the penalty. Di Nufeng's face twisted into a mask of fury. She glared down at the trembling disciple, her voice shaking the walls. How many of your trash pills did it eat to cost that much? Why don't you just go rob a bank instead? The man on the floor turned pale, tears welling up. The elder said, because it's a mountain guardian beast, the crime is severe. She retracted her aura but kept the icy tone. Go summon your elder. Now. The disciple scrambled to obey. Yes, ma'am. But suddenly, a voice drifted from the shadows behind them. ... Making both master and disciple spin around. No need. I am already here. Seeing the figure manifest, Chu Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This man was one of the 4 true guardian elders of the sect, a powerhouse from the same generation as the sect leader, and since their side was the one who let their sheep graze on his pasture, Chu Liang felt the weight of guilt. But Di Nufeng feared neither heaven nor earth. She pointed a finger straight at his nose. You old fogey, you've got some nerve, don't you? Chu Liang watched in horror. Master, why are you starting a war? This won't end well. However, the alchemy elder didn't rage. He simply offered a cold, calculated smile. As soon as I saw this beast belonged to Silver Sword Peak, I knew a stubborn mule like you would come to cause trouble. Hearing this, she snapped. You knew it was my lion and still dared to arrest it. You are clearly looking down on me. The air crackled as their gazes clashed, stealing the guardian deity's divine rations. The arrest was absolute justice. That beast has been gorging on spirit pills for an eternity. ... Honestly, the punishment is an act of mercy. But if you dare cause another disturbance, do not expect such benevolence again. Upon hearing those words, killing intent exploded from Empress Phoenix. Flames surged as her eyes blazed with fury. Excellent! If words are useless, then I shall speak with fire. Terrified, Chu Liang scrambled to restrain her. Master, wait. Diplomacy. Before destruction. Remember the sect rules. Empress Phoenix let out a scoff that could freeze magma. Did I not already offer a gift of courtesy? Chu Liang was dumbfounded. You call incineration courteous? Cold sweat drenching his robes, Chu Liang made a desperate gamble. Let this disciple attempt one final negotiation. Empress Phoenix glared, her patience wearing thin. Do you possess enough spirit stones to ransom that gluttonous lion yourself? Chu Liang pleaded, I simply wish to try. He stepped forward, bowing with perfect etiquette toward the pill tower. Silver Sword, Peak Disciple, Chu Liang, pays his humble respects to the Pill Peak Elder. The elder floated in the void, gazing down like a god. So, you are that madwoman's only disciple. His gaze was heavy with contempt as he snapped. You look no different from a well-behaved house cat. Chu Liang felt a ripple of confusion within his soul. Why does he look at me as if I am trash? But outwardly, He wore a mask of polite submissiveness. Ah, yes. Silver Sword Peak is often empty due to our harsh training. However, this golden lion, is the master's constant companion, and she cherishes it deeply. If we have offended the peak, I pray the elder's vast heart will grant us forgiveness. Witnessing Chu Liang's obedience, the old man offered a faint, patronizing smile. You understand the rules? But save your flattery. I watched your master grow up. I understand her twisted virtue far better than a mere disciple ever could. Hearing this, Empress Phoenix's aura flared. And just what is wrong with my virtue? Chu Liang instantly cut in, shielding the conversation. This disciple is merely a humble junior. The history between my master and the pill elder, is not for me to speak on. However, there is one small matter regarding the Tao that confuses me. I hope the elder can enlighten me. The elder paused, intrigued. Speak! Chu Liang seized the moment. The elder stated the golden lion's crime was stealing the guardian beast's rations. But according to this disciple's knowledge, the lion and the white Z share a deep bond. Every pill consumed was with the white Z's permission. So how can that be classified as theft? The Pill Peak elder acknowledged the logic, yet his arrogance remained unshaken. There is truth in your words. If the elixir belonged to the white Z, it would be fine. But these spirit pills come from the sect's treasury. I feed the white Z, because it has contributed greatly to our sect's glory. However, your spirit beast has zero merit. If it eats, it must pay the price. This is the unchangeable law. Hearing this reasoning, Chu Liang was genuinely surprised, secretly admiring the old man's sharp tongue. The Pill Peak elder possesses terrifying logic. With the sect rules on his side, he completely dominates the moral high ground. Empress Phoenix sensed her disciple's disadvantage. Did this brat actually lose the debate? Her knuckles cracked. If words fail, my fists will not. Chu Liang, sweating profusely, blocked her path again. Master, restrain your aura. This disciple has a counter-strategy. Chu Liang turned back to the elder, eyes gleaming. You said the lion cannot eat because it lacks merit, correct? Then, if it were to establish a legendary merit, it would be entitled to the pills, would it not? The elder scoffed. That depends entirely on the magnitude of the merit. Hearing this, Chu Liang instantly summoned the dragon-suppressing stone stealing. As the heavy artifact slammed into the ground, Chu Liang declared, Remember your words. Behold, this item. The golden lion unearthed this ancient treasure just days ago. I heard the dragon-suppressing stele was lost ages ago. A sacred monument, honoring the fallen heroes of the human race. Stolen by the vile demon sect. But now, it is returned to its rightful home. He looked at the elder with a victor's smile. I wonder, how many contribution points is retrieving a national treasure worth? And just like that, the golden fur lion was liberated. On the journey back to Silver Sword Peak, Empress Phoenix rode a wave of flames while Chu Liang sat atop the beast. She beamed with pride. You did well back there, brat! Empress Phoenix threw a heavy arm around his shoulder. Let me tell you, that Pill Peak, Geezer ... is the one I detest the most. He looks down on us because he practices alchemy while we practice war. He thinks he's the only one with wisdom. We battled constantly in our youth. But once my cultivation base rivaled his, claiming he didn't want a reputation for bullying the younger generation. Recalling the elder's face when the stele appeared made her laugh shake the heavens. But today, seeing you use your wits to leave that old fogey speechless. That felt even more satisfying than crushing his bones. Hearing Empress Phoenix's delight, Chu Liang could only smile wryly at his master's bloodlust. Comparing himself to the elder, a sudden realization struck Chu Liang like lightning. How has master managed to dominate Chu Mountain for so long? Without ever suffering a true loss. Recalling her domineering attitude today, the pieces clicked into place. I was worried, but if she was truly ready to strike a peak elder, she must have had a safety net. If she were simply a chaotic brute, the other elders of Shu Mountain would have expelled her ages ago. Could it be that Master's backer in Shu Mountain is an existence no one dares to offend? If that is true, doesn't that mean I can act even more arrogantly in the future? As the tempting thought crossed his mind. He immediately shook his head. No, I cannot become a generic arrogant young master. I must protect my reputation. I am not like my master, after all. Chu Liang narrated. After resolving the Golden Lion incident, I immediately departed for the Ji clan's main branch. To complete the letter delivery mission entrusted to me by the scholar. However, reality was cruel. He sat on the steps in utter despair, the Golden Lion snoring beside him. In that silence, the butler's words echoed, shattering his world. Young hero of Shu Mountain, our Ji clan has no 13th miss, named Ji Linghua. The ancient and formidable Ji clan was a fortress of secrets, a true labyrinth to navigate. Just who was this enigmatic 13th young miss that demanded such absolute concealment? Chu Liang leaped onto the golden fur lion's broad back, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Without verifying the recipient's spirit aura, leaving the scroll here was impossible. Retreating to Mount Shu seemed like the only path left. Yet, just as the spirit beast crouched to spring, a frantic silhouette waved from the gloom of an ancient spirit tree. Hey! You and the lion, hold your steps. Caught off guard, Chu Liang reined in the beast's surging energy and turned toward the mysterious stranger. How may I assist you? She asked, her eyes dancing with mischief. You seek to deliver a jade slip to the 13th lady, do you not? He nodded slowly. Precisely. She dusted off the forest debris from her robes, offering a sheepish grin. Forgive my disheveled state. I was laying low, yet beneath the grime, a peerless, jade-like beauty shone through. Extending a slender, lily-white hand, she declared, hand it over. I am the one you seek. Chu Liang stood frozen, his gaze locked onto her shimmering, golden pupils. With eyes burning like molten gold, she undeniably possessed the core bloodline of the Ji family. And yet, lurking in the bushes like a thief, her aura reeked of deceit. As she waited with bated breath for the letter, Chu Liang dropped a thunderbolt. Nice try, young miss. But you are definitely not the person I am looking for. This missive is for the eyes of the true 13th lady alone. Her composure cracked like glass. Huh? How did you see through my disguise so easily? So, I was right. Chu Liang smirked, tapping his temple with a knowing glint. I saw through nothing. I was merely gambling. But your reaction, that sealed the verdict. Now, I am certain. She stomped her foot, pouting with indignation. You cunning little fox. Yet, refusing to admit defeat, she beckoned him. However, I do hold the secrets you desire. Come closer. I will trade this information for your time. Despite the absurdity, Chu Liang dismounted, sensing a tale that could shake the heavens. It was ludicrous for a noble daughter to be skulking outside her own gates, but if this was the key to his mission, he would play her game. Clearing her throat, she finally offered a proper salute. I am Ji Lingyu, the 9th young miss of the Ji clan. I rushed out the moment I sensed someone seeking the 13th lady. Chu Liang tilted his head, puzzled. So, this Ji, is she your younger sister? Lingyu shook her head, her expression turning solemn. No. Ji Linghua is my aunt. Chu Liang's jaw practically hit the floor. Say that again. The 13th lady was from the previous generation. That defied all logic. He had announced her name at the gate. Surely the guards would recognize their own elder. How could an entire clan feign ignorance of a direct descendant's name, unless... A dark shadow lay over her very existence. Ji Linghua sighed, her voice dropping to a whisper. The new guards are clueless. My aunt severed all karmic ties with the Ji clan ... double quotes ... over 35 years ago. Chu Liang's eyes narrowed as the weight of history crashed down on him. What could cause such a catastrophic rift? The scent of a legendary scandal filled the air. As Lingu prepared to unveil the past, Chu Liang casually produced a bag of spirit melon seeds. Ready for the drama. I only know the whispers of the elders, she began. Back then, my aunt was the clan's radiant phoenix, the most cherished genius of her generation. But destiny is cruel. After roaming the world, she returned, pledging her heart to a rogue cultivator, a man with no sect, no background, and no status. The entire clan erupted in fury. Chu Liang cracked a seed, nodding with the wisdom of a storyteller. Classic. The Heavenly Swan and the Toad in the Well. It is a tale written in blood and tears. A wandering practitioner could never satisfy the arrogant standards of the ancient Ji elders. So melodramatic. When the clan refused, the 13th lady didn't beg. She drew her blade against her own throat, terrorizing the entire household with her resolve. Despite the elder's rage, she swore a blood oath. If she could not wed him, she would walk the path of solitude forever. The estate suffocated under the tension. Then he arrived, a white-haired warrior descending into the chaos, looking like a reincarnated god of war. Defeated disciples littered the ground. The rogue cultivator had stormed the main gates, demanding to challenge the Ji clan's supreme elites. His terms were absolute. Victory meant the elders would bless their union. On that day, he faced 7 of the clan's heaven-chosen prodigies in succession. Miraculously, he crushed them all. But the elders, claiming his arts were demonic and underhanded, refused to honor the sacred duel. Suddenly, supreme elders descended from the clouds on flying swords, forcing the arrogant cultivator to gaze up in awe. The true monsters had awakened. They delivered a cruel, final ultimatum. He could marry the 13th lady only when he ascended to the 7th realm, the level of a grandmaster. Undeterred, he stood before the Xuanhuang Manor and made a heaven-shaking vow. He would return in 3 years, with power enough to claim his bride. Chu Liang suddenly interrupted, reciting 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never bully a youth for being poor. Lingyu gasped. How did you know his exact words? Chu Liang shrugged. Isn't that the standard catchphrase for a 3-year pact? Never mind. Please, continue. Lingyu's expression darkened like a storm cloud. Sadly, reality is not a legend. The 3 years passed, and now 35 years have vanished without a trace of him. Rumors say he ventured into the forbidden southern domain mountains seeking a miracle, a graveyard where countless souls are extinguished every year. Spitting out a seed shell, Chu Liang sighed. In the ruthless cultivation world, miracles are scarce. Most heroes simply fade into the dust of history. When the deadline arrived, Lingyu whispered, my aunt stormed the ancestral shrine, a final act of defiance against the heavens. She stole the sacred genealogy book and struck out her own name. Before the shocked elders, she declared, if Jiyu King Yuan does not come for me, ... then I shall sever my bloodline with the Ji clan. In this life, I will never return. Since that day, the name Ji Linghua became a taboo curse. The elders erased her existence. To the new generation, she is nothing but a phantom. Lingyu clenched her fists, her eyes burning with admiration. I have never met my aunt. But that rebellion, that unyielding spirit, she is the hero I aspire to be. To her, that woman was a deity, the ultimate ideal. Chu Liang played the role of the awestruck listener perfectly. A legend, truly. But do you know where this unparalleled figure is now? She shook her head, and gloom washed over her features. I don't. If I had even a breadcrumb of a clue, I would have crossed the world to find her. But my gut tells me she went to find Gyu, a bond that deep. Even time couldn't sever it. Chu Liang feigned a gasp. Is that so? Internally. However, thunder crashed in his mind. Wait. The scholar who gave me the letter was that Gu King Yuan himself. He masked the shock with a gentle, polite smile. Miss G, I have to ask, why hide in a desolate place like this? His voice was calm, but his legs were screaming in absolute agony. Can't feel my toes. How long have we been sitting? She finally sighed. I'm terrified. I'm locked in a high-stakes survival game with my 8th brother. Last one standing wins their freedom. Chu Liang blinked, radiating pure innocence. A leaving home match. Since when is running away a competitive sport? She laughed at his ignorance. You don't get it. The G-Clan's laws are a golden cage. It's suffocating. Usually, the elders hunt us down with the divine earth divination art. Escape is impossible. But this time... I have an ace up my sleeve. Here in Dihong Valley lies a formation that blinds the heavens themselves. Their divination is useless here. The perfect blind spot, Xiaochu. Leon nodded in genuine respect. Miss G, your strategy is terrifyingly brilliant. With the chat over, Chu Liang resumed the tale. I bid her farewell and mounted the massive golden lion. Her parting cry chased after him. If you find my aunt, send word immediately. We soared into the clouds, leaving the valley behind. But suddenly, a cold shiver crawled down my spine. Something was wrong. Chu Liang checked his six, instincts flaring. M, flying high on a golden lion. So why do I feel a gaze burning a hole in my back? A tail. He scanned the endless blue. The sky is empty. Not a soul 4 miles. Unless... Single quotes. His eyes sharpened. In a heartbeat, sword key fled. He summoned the Lotus platform. Revelation. Spellbreak. Show yourself. A wall of blades multiplied, aiming at the void. The illusion shattered like glass, revealing a terrified man facing death. Brother, stop. Don't kill me. The man flailed wildly. I'm Ji Lingfeng, the 8th brother. I saw you with little you. She's my sister. I was just suppressing my aura to dodge the elder's spiritual lock. I come in peace, I swear. Chu Liang lowered his blade, dumbfounded. This is the other player in that ridiculous game. I let out a long breath. Turns out, this big brother was just hitching a ride on my beast to escape his own family. We went our separate ways, and my trip to the G-Clan ended. But, meanwhile, the timeline rewinds. 3 days. Darkness swallowed the room as the candles died. A hooded figure sat in the gloom, radiating an aura of pure, suffocating malice. A subordinate stood nearby. The seated man clutched his head in torment but worse. His sleeve hung empty. His arm was gone. Invisible flames gnawed at his ruined flesh, refusing to die. My elite guards all perished. Every last one. I have no choice but to emerge from seclusion. The subordinate bowed low. Lord Marquis, your name still strikes fear into the heart of the sect. Raise your banner, and an army will answer. The injured man scoffed, his voice dripping with despair. Useless, even with the white silver king. Double quotes, ... We barely survived the 4 palaces. Now he is dead. I am just a broken right protector. How can I restore anything? Yet a sinister ember glowed in his eyes. But 3 children escaped the southern territory. A stroke of heavenly luck. The subordinate nodded. Hidden dragons among the sole envoys. The Marquis looked up. The sleeper agents in the four palaces, activate them. Hoarding these pawns is meaningless now. The subordinate bowed deeply. As you command. The unholy fire chewed at his stump. Damn it all. My blood essence is draining away. He gripped the wound, howling in agony. My power is fading, but at a terrible price. I have finally grasped the horror of the mirror heaven 8 trigrams. Jure, if I, the purple gold Marquis, ever recover, you will pay 1,000 times over. The mutilated villain swore his vengeance. The scene shifts. The next day, Chu Liang narrates. Finally, I returned to the safety of Mount Chu. I headed straight for junior brother Wen. I needed his eyes on that mysterious wooden statue. He waved as he entered. Morning, brother Wen. The scholar smiled politely. Greetings, senior brother. Wen took the object and froze. His eyes went wide. Senior brother, this is an evil. Wen described a nightmare-made flesh, a colossal four-armed demon with a visage twisted into horror from the Nether King sects records. It's one of the 10 true forms. A supreme demonic artifact. Legends say it summons the Kasitigaba, divine force, from hell itself. This carving, it's a conduit. Wen looked grim. There is a guiding force inside. I suspect the demon's actual essence is sealed within this wood. Chu Liang's hand trembled. Wait, am I carrying a spiritual bomb in my pocket? Wen thought for a moment. Technically, yes. It invokes the power of a dark deity. Then he waved it off casually. But relax. It probably won't bring about the apocalypse. Probably. Merely grasping this relic won't invite immediate doom. Yet, carve my words into your soul. The moment you extract the treasure within, you must grind this cursed vessel into absolute nothingness. Chu Liang frowned, intrigue flickering in his gaze. You speak with such certainty. Is the extraction truly guaranteed? The expert offered a sly smile, rubbing his fingers together in the universal sign of greed. Every miracle has a price. A mere 200 sword coins, and the deed is done. Chu Liang nearly coughed up blood. 200. 200. That costs more than forging a high-grade artifact from the ground up. Do you truly have the gall to demand such a fortune? The man chuckled, his face thick as a city wall. My dear customer, you pay not for the sweat of my brow, but for the priceless value of the storage artifact itself. This evil earth statue is no common bauble. It is a treasure trove waiting to be cracked open. The logic was sound, yet it pierced his wallet like a dagger. The Runa Master leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. This little toy, only a disciple of the sword inheritance, like yours, truly holds the secret arts to unlock it. You could petition an elder, certainly. But their fees, they would make my price look like an act of charity. Chu Liang exited the shop, his feet dragging as if lead-bound. Great. Just great. Once again, I am forced to scrape for every single copper coin. The road to immortality was paved with gold, and his pockets were tragically empty. To condense a golden core required resources that felt eternally beyond his grasp. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. A spark of memory ignited a forbidden manual he had recently seized. The blood-devouring great technique. Chu Liang's eyes narrowed as gears turned in his mind. I recently liberated this demonic divine ability from the outside world. Perhaps I can exchange this forbidden lore for sect contribution points. Hope blazed within his chest like a fresh fire. He dashed toward the Hall of Law, bowing with practiced respect as he crossed the threshold. Senior brother Feng Yuan. The scholar lifted his gaze from an ancient tome. His eyes, pools of calm stillness. Greetings to you, junior brother, Ca. Liang blinked, taken aback. He had only crossed paths with this senior brother for a fleeting moment. To be recognized so instantly, The senior's memory was as sharp as a drawn blade. Chu Liang wasted no time, presenting the scroll with an ingratiating smile. I have obtained a cultivation method belonging to the demonic sect. I came to inquire if this could be exchanged for a bounty. Feng Yuan accepted the scroll, his eyes sweeping over the ominous title. He gave a slow, deliberate nod. The archives indeed lack this specific dark art. It is eligible for exchange. Suddenly, his expression turned to stone, fixing Chu Liang with a piercing stare that made cold sweat trickle down the junior's back. One question. Junior brother, see, I may be overstepping, but heed this warning. Do not dare attempt to cultivate this yourself. Chu Liang's muscles tensed. Why is that, senior? Feng Yuan's gaze seemed to drift into the distant past. He spoke of a cultivator who once walked this treacherous path, a man who gained monstrous physique and power, only to lose his sanity to an endless, consuming inferno of rage. This is the way of the demonic Tao. It plunders the life essence of others to fuel one's own bloodline. Such an act is an abomination against the great Tao and the natural order. Karma will coil around your soul like a suffocating python. Typically, demonic cultivators practice auxiliary arts to suppress this accumulating sin. But no matter how many rituals they perform to balance the scales, in the end, there is no escape. The blood debt must always be paid. The cycle of the heavenly Tao spares no one. Chu Liang rubbed his chin, absorbing the wisdom. I understand. It is akin to the legendary Rainbow Justice Sword. There must be a law of causal retribution. When it detects a soul drenched in the blood of innocence, it strikes them down as easily as slaughtering a chicken. But then, a dangerous spark ignited in his mind. True, slaughtering innocence invites ruin. But what if the prey is a demon, slaying monsters to salvage the world? That would not incur negative karma. In fact, it should grant heavenly merit. Chu Liang visualized himself draining the essence of a demon king, and then looking up to see a celestial sword pointed directly at his throat. He hesitated. If I kill only for the sake of devouring power, will the heavens still pass judgment? Will the Rainbow Justice Sword seek my neck, regardless of my target? Feng Yuan cut through his thoughts, his eyes still on the manual. If you merely study the technique, you will not be corrupted instantly. However, a cultivator must tread with absolute caution. It is wisest to avoid unnecessary karmic burdens entirely. Otherwise, when you face the tribulation of all later in your journey, this karma will become an impassable mountain. Besides, if it is a blood-refining technique you seek, the Hall of Law is not without its own orthodox collections. See? Chu Liang grinned. You possess such a scripture. Feng Yuan smiled back, eyes twinkling with hidden depths. Naturally, such divine abilities are not exceedingly rare. Few practice them simply because a cultivator's spiritual energy is finite. One cannot chase every secret treasure under the heavens and expect to master them all. He snapped his fingers, the crisp sound echoing through the hall. A scroll descended from a high shelf, landing as gently as a feather in Chu Liang's hands. Feng Yuan proposed a trade. If you wish, use your reward from the demonic scroll to obtain this orthodox technique, the lotus blood purification. Art progress is slower, yes, but it is as stable as Mount Tian. Only by cultivating in this manner can one truly walk the righteous path. Chu Liang bowed deeply, hands clasped. Many thanks, senior brother. I shall take my leave. He turned to depart, but a voice froze him in place. Junior brother, Chu. Hold on. Feng Yuan extended an open palm. The value of your contribution does not equal the price of the lotus art. You must settle the difference. Chu Liang froze, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. How? How much is lacking? His heart hammered against his ribs. Was he about to face financial ruin yet again? A technique of this caliber could cost thousands of sword coins. If he had to cover a massive deficit, he was finished. Feng Yuan began to calculate on his fingers with agonizing slowness. Let me see. Then, he announced a price so gentle it felt like a spring breeze. 7 sword coins. Stepping out of the hall, Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief that shook his entire frame. But the dilemma of the golden core remained unresolved. First, I must visit the alchemy hall. I need intelligence on spiritual herbs. He moved with renewed purpose, navigating the winding mountain paths until the bitter scent of medicinal pills filled the air. Is this the sanctuary where one seeks knowledge of heaven and earth treasures? Before him stood a massive pillar of light, the archive of the precious medicine hall. He stared at the glowing script, formulating his grand strategy. If I wish to fuse to top-tier golden core, the supreme method is the dual cultivation of yin and yang. I have the yin attribute secured. Now, I desperately need a heavenly treasure of pure yang attribute to bring balance. He projected his spiritual sense into the archive array, sifting through thousands of records in a single heartbeat. Finally, the information he sought materialized in golden letters before his eyes. The sword leaf mystic yang flower, located at Black Whale Mountain in the eastern coastal region. The 300-year Dragon Ridge ginseng in the northern territory. And the red sun, white deer, snow lotus, the western regions. The scorching hellscape known as the Blazing Sun Plains. A land home to legendary treasures like the 300-year spirit ginseng and the purple sun. Snow lotus. Incredible wealth, defying the heavens. But the journey is a death sentence, spanning endless wastelands of despair. Is that all? With zero hesitation, Chu Liang snatched a command token from the Pillar of Light. His target. The ominous Black Whale Mountain of the eastern region. Weighing the token in his palm, his gaze turned razor. The back of the wood concealed a secret, a warning carved by a predecessor. While hunting at Black Whale Mountain, I trespassed into a forbidden zone. There, I saw it. The legendary swordleaf mystic sunflower. But a leopard demon beast forced me to retreat with nothing but my life. I abandoned the flower and fled like a dog. Signed, Lin Bei. A chill ran down Chu Liang's spine. What a twisted, ironical web destiny weaves. To think I would confront your legacy again so soon, Lin Bei. Everything is set. Summoning his lotus platform, he tore through the sky, returning to his peak. Today, I refine my spirit. Tomorrow, I harvest the divine herbs. But suddenly, a spiritual ripple exploded from within his robes. His pupils constricted. This unique fluctuation, ... double quotes. He produced the soul hook token instantly. A message from the dark network. Has Luo Jiao or Pushan made their move? Meanwhile, within the void of the shadow realm, a titanic projection materialized, casting a suffocating shadow over 3 figures. The crushing aura of the giant descended upon them. Ah, the 3 of you, ... Still whole. The chatty one cried out. Lord Reception Envoy, is it really you? You survived the calamity. Heavens, the envoy lives. Does this mean we ascend? Are we Earth Fiend envoys now? The other 2 remained silent, dead as the grave. One finally bowed, voice trembling. This subordinate remains. The 3rd echoed. Your concern honors us, Lord Envoy. This subordinate is alive. The giant's voice rolled like thunder across the void. Excellent. The southern and southwestern networks have been completely purged. Only you 3 remain standing. The Marquis sees your survival, and for defying death, he grants a supreme reward for escaping the Reaper's sight. The Marquis bestows a heavenly material, earthly treasure upon each of you. Reach the apex of the Golden Core realm. Use this divine power to smash the bottleneck of the 5 elements realm. Report to the nearest Tauti Pavilion at once. We will handle the transfer. The 3 figures sank into contemplation. The chatterbox's mind spun like a whirlwind. The mission was a catastrophe. The entire squad was slaughtered. Yet, the survivors get no punishment, but a heavenly reward. Instead, this kindness, ... It reeks. It goes against the cruel nature of the demonic path. The central figure harbored equal suspicion. A true zealot of the Nether King sect would be weeping tears of blood right now. What a shame. We are all impostors here. Even the Silent One doubted. Such sudden fortune. Outwardly, they bowed deep. We thank the Lord. Mark, but the chatterbox wasn't finished acting. Repaying the Marquise's grace is impossible. My admiration flows like the Yellow River, endless and eternal. The giant waved a massive spectral hand. Enough. This is the Marquis's will. Stay loyal, and the Marquis provides. He never lets his own suffer a loss. A sinister grin warped the giant's visage. Under the Marquis, even failures, double quotes, ... can reap a massive harvest. So imagine what awaits those who achieve greatness. The chatterbox roared with passion. For the Marquis, I will climb mountains of blades and swim through seas of fire. But the middle figure felt a piercing chill. Something was wrong. This reception envoy, his spiritual signature was distorted. The giant extended a palm. Very good. Now, a crucible awaits you. A task for the Marquis himself. You will infiltrate the Whitebone Hall. Become our eyes in the darkness. The 4 underworld halls have leached off the Marquis's authority for too long. The Marquis requires daggers hidden within their robes. A sleeper cell, waiting for the command to slaughter. Await the day of reckoning. The chatterbox gasped. Undercover! How exhilarating! But with our trash cultivation, ... can we truly execute this? The middle figure trembled, feigning terror. I fear I am unworthy. The giant's voice softened, dripping with false comfort. Rest easy. The Marquis has faith. You will not fail. Bide your time. Sheave your claws. I will send the signal when the heavens align. They bowed as one. We obey. Back in the physical world, Chu Liang smirked as he strode forward. Who could have predicted this? My career as a double agent is entering a second golden age. Refuse a chance to embed myself deeper into the Nether King sect. Impossible! Even the Master and the Elders of Mount Shu would applaud this audacity. But the politics can wait. The Purple Gold Marquis needs time to weave this web. Danger looms. And in this world, absolute strength is the only truth. I must break through to the core formation stage. Now. His gaze locked onto a sealed jar before him. However, ... this brings up a fatal flaw. To survive as a spy, I need to breathe demonic energy. I lack the signature dark arts of the Nether King sect. Could the Confucian soul cultivator inside be the key? Chu Liang gently shook the vessel. Time to convert this senior to the path of righteousness. But the stubborn old soul refuses to acknowledge reality. Chu Liang let out a long sigh. He set the jar down and bellowed. Oi, old senior. He tapped the porcelain playfully. Open sesame! Open sesame! Dead silence. Chu Liang's patience snapped like a twig. He slammed the jar onto the table. Fine. Have it your way. I'll just piss inside the jar then. Instantly, the porcelain prison violently trembled in sheer terror. A crimson phantom exploded from the jar. His eyes blazed with the fury of 1,000 suns. You arrogant brat, do you seek death? Dare to test my patience, and you shall perish. Facing this spiritual pressure, the young disciple merely smiled. He bowed with perfect etiquette. Since senior has descended, this junior greets you with utmost respect. The towering spirit retracted his killing intent. He straightened his robes with dignity. I am Grandmaster Fei. Since a junior like you is meeting a supreme elder for the first time, your ignorance is forgivable. I shall show mercy once. However, heed my words. To summon my divine avatar, I demand 3 sticks of soul-nourishing incense every time. No incense, no appearance. Furthermore, if you beg for my martial assistance, you must offer rare heavenly treasures to restore my spiritual essence. Elder Fei stretched out a greedy hand. Thirdly, even when I am resting, I require a daily tribute of soul incense just to exist. And Fourth, though a beggar like you surely cannot afford it. Ha! Fourth, if your pockets are empty, find a wealthier master to serve as my vessel. Replace yourself immediately. These are my absolute laws. Defy them and suffer the karma. The disciple offered a polite, yet chilling smile. This junior has engraved your teachings into his heart. Please, senior, return to your sanctuary for now. With a swirl of smoke, the spirit vanished into the porcelain jar. A cunning light flashed in Chu Liang's eyes. He sprinted toward Empress Phoenix. Master, your disciple needs guidance. She barely lifted an eyelid on her throne. Little C, what disaster have you caused this time? Chu Liang slammed the jar onto the floor. Behold, Master, a mighty, divine soul that I fortuitously acquired. I hoped you could exchange some wisdom with him. Her brow twitched. Ha! Ignoring her confusion, Chu Liang roared at the jar. Senior Fei, this foolish junior has a terrible memory. Please, state your demands one last time for us. Smoke erupted outward. The spirit shook with indignation. Insolent brats, are you deaf? I told you plainly. 3 sticks of soul-nourishing incense to summon me. Is your brain damaged beyond repair? Suddenly, Elder Fei froze. The air grew suffocating. Wait. ... Something is wrong. The spiritual pressure here. ... A terrifying existence stands behind me. He turned slowly. His form shrank from a giant to a mere insect before the majestic shadow of Empress Phoenix. Shaking violently, he clasped his hands in desperation. My humble name is Fei. Please, great immortal, just call me Little Fei. She descended from her throne. Little Fei, is it? She pointed a finger at his spectral face. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. My disciple says you have many rules. Why not recite them for me? Terrified, he drifted backward. No. Those were merely suggestions, random thoughts. Please, Great One, you are the law. Your word is the only rule in heaven and earth. A sphere of scorching flame ignited in her palm. Oh, not my rules. From now on, you will obey my disciple unconditionally. Serve him with your life, and you may continue to exist. But if a single hair on his head is harmed... Elder Fei collapsed, staring in horror at the flame. Wait. That is the legendary Samadhi True Fire, the ultimate nemesis of all yin spirits. A single spark means eternal oblivion. He shrieked. I wouldn't dare. I swear, on my Tao, to protect him, I will not allow a single mistake. In truth, his earlier greed was not just arrogance, but survival. I have cultivated a perfected soul body. I am far superior to a common ghost. To maintain this form, I cannot absorb filthy yin energy. Seeing their cold stares, he panicked. Leaving a spirit jar consumes my very essence. And if I engage in battle, the drain is catastrophic. Without high-grade supplements, a few skirmishes would be enough to scatter my soul forever. That is why I hibernate within the artifact. Every manifestation burns my life force just to stand here. Chu Liang looked at the pathetic spirit. Senior Fei, what exactly is your cultivation realm? The old ghost began to weep. It is a tragic, ancient tale... double quotes. Empress Phoenix flared her aura. Summarize it. He stiffened. Yes, ma'am. Composing himself, he confessed. My aptitude was mediocre. My lifespan was fading. Yet I failed to break through to the 7th realm. Desperate to cheat death, I walked the Tao of the soul. Miraculously, I used a forbidden art to sever my spirit from my dying flesh, and sealed myself within this jar. A wave of profound regret washed over him as he remembered his past ambitions. But a bodiless existence is a curse. I can only exist as a guardian spirit, fighting for a host, trading my power for resources. I have served 10 masters, Some righteous, some wicked, until fate delivered me to young hero Empress Phoenix scoffed. You've rambled for an eternity. But aren't you just a glorified ghost? He shook his head frantically. No, it is different. My consciousness remains pure and untainted. She tilted her head, unimpressed. So, a ghost with a brain. Is that it? Sweating bullets, he added. I possess no resentful energy. Empress Phoenix smirked. Oh, so you're a cheerful ghost then? The tension finally snapped, and the atmosphere lightened. Chu Liang listened as the spirit argued that abandoning the flesh was not true death. But a defeated ghost is an obedient one. With the hierarchy established, Empress Phoenix returned to her slumber. Chu Liang whispered new orders to his captive spirit. The details of their scheme remain a mystery. However, Chu Liang later claimed that after understanding Master Fei's struggle, he promised never to abuse the spirit's power. Of course, facing the overwhelming might of his master, Master Fei had no choice but to agree to this voluntary servitude. Sometime later, when the sun and moon shared the sky in a rare alignment, Chu Liang began his cultivation. Energy flowed like liquid starlight into his meridian. He explained that during the intersection of sun and moon, I utilize the spiritual light blood purification. I harvest the essence of the heavens, fusing their power directly into my bloodline. Torrents of hydroenergy surged from the void, twisting and obeying the absolute command of his outstretched hand. The physical toll was crushing. Breath exploded from his lungs as cold sweat drenched his brow. As gravity reclaimed him, he landed heavily. His gaze locked onto the lingering moisture dancing at his fingertips, and he whispered with reverence, Truly, a divine ability. Cultivating the blood-tempering art is nothing short of torture, But the results? A feral grin spread across his face, undeniable. His mind drifted to the legendary technique, the blood escape. Just one session, and my foundation has already shifted. This path is not for the faint of heart. He knew the secret ingredient to power was simple. A relentless, bone-breaking grind. If I can reach the Earth Fiend realm, a single mouthful of blood could transform into anything my will desires. But his ambition didn't stop at mere transformation. Perhaps the endgame is the mythic rebirth from a single drop of blood. Suddenly, croak. A bolt of violet lightning shredded the heavens. A massive shockwave rattled his very skeleton. Above him, a colossal tree roots and loosened into the sky, defying the laws of nature. He stared up, paralyzed by Is that the peak golden core realm? A heavenly phenomenon triggered by a breakthrough. The aura washing over the mountain felt familiar. Wait, golden core peak. Is this senior sister Jiang's doing? Her image flashed in his mind, peerless, untouchable. Jiang Yubei. He covered his face, her voice echoing in his memories. Don't fear those with God-given talent. Fear the talented who outwork you to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth. I can't slack off now. I have to push past my limits. If I face her at the Shushan summit and get crushed, I'd never live down the shame. He downed several vials of key gathering pills and summoned a small, spectral figure. Come out, big head doll. Handle this excess energy for me. Meanwhile, atop a floating celestial isle, Empress Phoenix watched the distant tree. My little treasure is making waves. Master Yan gazed out with a heavy sigh. Your disciple is a monster. In thousands of years, Shushan has only seen two people trigger a heavenly phenomena. Sleeping. Jiang Yubai makes the third. You should be proud. Then, he shot her a sly glance, though her sudden enlightenment at the golden core stage, might actually be thanks to your other disciple. Empress Phoenix blinked, confused. Say what now? Master Yan smirked. I've been watching them. Ever since she met him, her training intensity has doubled. I even heard her mumbling in her sleep recently. Something about the battle of the Great Tao is inevitable. And if I rest today, Chu Liang will surpass me tomorrow. That child has shaken her core. In the flashback, the icy goddess was hugging her pillow, trembling in the dark. The Great Tao. Chu Liang. ... I must not lose to him. Empress Phoenix burst into raucous laughter. My disciple is traumatizing the genius into getting stronger. Huh? As expected of the man I chose. He is simply built different. The next evening, as the sun bled crimson into the horizon, a flaming paper crane descended from the clouds toward Sagat. HMA missive from Tongshan Peak. The message burned in the air with golden letters, an open invitation to all disciples of the Shushan sect. At high noon, a Tao lecture will be held for all peaks. The speaker! Fourth Realm Cultivator. The heavenly phenomenon, Invoker. Zhang Yubai. Of Biliwell Peak. He whistled low. Now that is rare. He rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing in thought. A lecture from a peer of the same generation. Sharing pointers privately is one thing, but an official sermon organized by the Wuliang Palace, that is unprecedented pomp and circumstance. Usually, such events featured a revered elder, floating in a halo of divine light, dropping pearls of wisdom to the masses below. That stage is reserved for the four guardian elders or the peak masters themselves. Only after deep seclusion and profound enlightenment do they dare preach. To speak of the Great Tao, ... requires absolute mastery. His mind raced, connecting the dots. A fourth realm disciple holding the podium. This has to be a first in Shushan history. It's not just sharing experience. The higher-ups are paving the road to the throne for senior sister Jiang. He visualized it clearly. Zhang Yubai raised the banner, a legion of sword cultivators rallying behind her command. Her fame was organic before grassroots support. But this lecture, this is an official coronation from the top brass. They are cementing her status, making it undeniable. She is to be the figure, the undisputed #1 of our generation. The face of Shushan. Even if she misses the title of head disciple later. ... Her influence will be unshakable. His thoughts drifted to the mysterious man summoning the butterfly-winged avatar. A falling leaf signaled the arrival of autumn. The sect's sudden urgency. It must be tied to the demon god's recent resurgence. In times of peace, they wouldn't rush to elevate a disciple. But now, the drums of war are beating in the distance. A new generation needs a commander. Dark clouds are gathering over the realm. A war with no timeline. ... And unknown casualties. Shushan must become a monolith of power. Old masters and young blood alike, united under one banner. The sect is done playing fair. They're going to funnel massive resources into the elite core, abandoning the scattering method. He sighed, shaking his head. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but his mind flashed back to the previous day's discovery. Junior Brother Wen had cracked the seal on that evil Dazong statue. Chu Liang had rushed to the sword hall, anticipation burning in his veins like wildfire. Boom! A torrent of violet energy had erupted from the wood carving, shocking them both to their core. The unsealing had gone perfectly. Treasures spilled out, each one raising his heartbeat, but he hadn't realized. The energy was twisting his very appearance. The air grew heavy with awkward silence. Let's ignore that one. Chu Liang coughed, shifting his gaze to a peculiar piece of embroidered fabric. Agreed. Wen nodded quickly. The whole was legendary. 5 dark thunder orbs, the Nether King's inheritance, and 4 corpse awakening talismans, the Soul Hook command, the heart-seizing nether sword, the crescent moon runed tablet, and the Black Reaper scythe. Every spoil of war was scattered across the table. Every last scrap of value stripped from that demonic cultivator ... was now laid bare before them. It was time to assess the harvest. They divided the hall into 2 piles. On the left, useful artifacts, and mysterious treasures to keep. On the right, pure merchandise, destined for the auction house. Chu Liang turned to junior brother when, a mercantile light flashing in his eyes, excluding what I am keeping for myself, ... How much can this pile fetch in sword coins? When calculated with the speed of an abacus, based on my professional expertise, you are looking at over 5,000 sword coins. Hearing that astronomical figure, Chu Liang's eyes shone like the stars themselves. 5,000 sword coins. To an ordinary disciple, this was a king's ransom. Even when his master made his move last time, he barely squeezed that much oil from the neighboring peak. But as the rush of wealth faded, the crushing weight of reality crashed back down on CH. The pressure of the golden core formation loomed over him like a mountain. He needed at least 2 sets of materials to guarantee success. Yet, the basic ingredients for a high-grade golden core ... cost 4,000 sword coins alone. If he failed the tribulation even once ... he would be completely destitute. Still, business came first. He turned to Wen. I have troubled you again. I will be taking my leave. But, to his surprise, Wen stood up abruptly. I will walk out with you. Chu Liang blinked, confused. Is your shift not unfinished? Wen grinned, his excitement threatening to burst. I can slack off for half a day. Besides, you are the only customer I have anyway, and today, is a day I absolutely cannot miss. Chu Liang pointed ahead, realization dawning. Ah, you mean senior sister Zhang Yubi's lecture? Exactly. How could any Mount Shu disciple miss this event? Chu Liang nodded, feeling the electricity in the air. True enough. But in his heart, he had to admit, senior sister Jiang's influence was truly apex tier. The duo made their way to the roots of the Bilu divine tree. The Taoist grounds were already packed with an ocean of meditating disciples, so lively, ... Chu Liang muttered. But suddenly, ... fate crossed their paths with familiar faces. What a coincidence! But Linbei panicked instantly. He waved his hands frantically, whispering to the others like a frightened rat. Go, move, fast. Zid Qing spotted him and waved enthusiastically. Senior brother, Chu Liang's heart dropped into his stomach. Oh no, I have walked straight into the Jade Sword Peak's main force. I have entered the tiger's den. Force2act.com. He waved back with a stiff, frozen smile. Zai Qing chirped happily. Senior brother Shu, it has been so long. Beside her, a man of similar age turned his head slowly, his gaze locked onto Chu Liang, cold, piercing, such sharp intent. Is this the eldest senior brother of Jade Sword Peak? Despite the crushing pressure, Chu Liang bowed respectfully. The man turned away dismissively, acknowledging nothing. Just then, Linbei shouted, It is about to begin. The crowd erupted in murmurs. She is here. A pristine foot stepped onto floating petals. A voice like clear spring water washed over them. Greetings, fellow... It was her. Zhang Yu. Today, I wish to share a mystery I have uncovered regarding the path of cultivation. The perfect heavenly cycle. Her gaze swept across the audience like a gentle breeze. I touched this realm due to my special physique... But I realized the Tao within it... is accessible to everyone, even without a special body. The perfect heavenly cycle is within your reach. As the crowd listened, completely mesmerized, Chu Liang noted internally. She wastes no words. She dove straight into the essence of the Tao. The information was priceless. These insights were far deeper than anything gained from external pills or medicines. Chu Liang absorbed every syllable. He visualized the meridian points in his mind. According to her, circulating energy was like birthing a storm within the body. You must generate gravitational force, devour the key of heaven and earth into your own vortex. and lock it within. This was the core secret. To push this vortex's attraction to its absolute limit. That is, the perfect heavenly cycle. She then shared unique methods for daily cultivation. Chu Liang was so entranced. That time lost all meaning in his meditative state. Before he knew it, the lecture had reached the interaction session. Zheng Yuba asked softly, "This fellow Taoist, do you have a question?" Chu Liang had been so immersed in the Tao, he forgot this was not a private tutoring session. The atmosphere turned heavy instantly. Confusion rippled through the crowd. As Chu Liang seemed to float up to stand beside her in his mind's eye, he asked with deadly seriousness, "Senior Sister Jiang, have you truly reached the perfect heavenly cycle? If your vortex theory holds true, can you not accelerate the rotation further? Or is the perfect heavenly cycle truly the limit of the Tao?" Below, two disciples sneered in disgust. One thought, "What kind of dog-far question is that?" The other scoffed openly. "A mere third realm. Disciple like you will never touch that boundary in your entire life. And you dare question what lies beyond." It was a known fact in the cultivation world. Zhang Yubai, of the Mount Shu sect, possessed the legendary, peerless, immortal spirit body, born with a natural affinity for the great Tao. Diligent in cultivation, gentle in spirit, she was the idol adored by the entire sect. But, as she began to explain, the disciples sat with mouths agape in shock. The reality was earth-shattering. This peerless genius, not yet 20 years old, had already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Her achievements were simply monstrous. Yet today, she shared her secrets freely, opening the vista of her own cultivation for all to witness. She stripped away the reliance on talent. Ignoring her immortal spirit body, she focused solely on the mechanics of the heavenly cycle. It was a phenomenon that shook the cultivation world. She illuminated a bright path for every disciple of Mount Shu to ascend, even if they could not trigger the anomaly. This wisdom would serve them for a lifetime. But, as the lecture concluded, Chu Liang realized something profound. In that moment of exchange, every disciple of Mount Shu finally understood just how terrifying Senior Sister Jiang truly was. Zhang Yuba's gaze swept across the hall like a cool breeze, acting on a sudden whim to grant a demonstration. Every disciple present burned with a desperate fever. They prayed this legendary senior sister from Mount Shu would resolve their doubts, hoping a crumb of her wisdom would be the key to their breakthrough. A chance to elevate their cultivation by a single step was worth more than gold. But suddenly, Chu Liang stood up, and the entire crowd froze in shock. 1,000 eyes bore into him, sharp with judgment. "That blast almost hit me earlier. Damn it! That kid is seriously lucky. He is merely at the peak of the spiritual awareness realm. Is he even worthy of breathing the same air as us? Perhaps Senior Sister Jiang sees some hidden potential in this trash. Could the cultivation bottlenecks of such a lowly junior really satisfy the profound answers she seeks?" Under the crushing weight of 1,000 jealous stares, the nameless disciple prepared to make his move. Chu Liang's voice rang out, clear and steady. "Senior Sister Jiang, my question regards the aftermath of the heavenly circulation phenomenon. Based on your vortex theory, is it possible to accelerate cultivation speed beyond the limit? Or is the state of perfection truly the end of the road?" The surrounding air grew heavy with disdain. The mob looked at him with venomous eyes, their thoughts sharp as daggers. What kind of arrogant nonsense is that? Is he joking? Is this just a pathetic attempt to grab attention? You are merely a third-realm cultivator. You will likely never touch the edge of the perfect heavenly circulation in your entire miserable life. And yet, you dare ask what lies beyond the summit. The sect elders are watching from the shadows. Why ask such a foolish question? Don't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on your delusions. Standing behind him, Lin Bei sneered, silently judging his friend. Great What a waste of senior sister's precious time. And our chance. How annoying. I can't wait to see a fool like you crash and burn. However, hearing the question, Zhang Yubai fell into a deep, startling silence. This angle? I have never considered it, she mused. For a disciple to ask this, surely he has discovered a truth within the perfect state that even I have missed. Composing herself, she addressed Chu Liang's inquiry with grace. My time in the perfect heavenly circulation state has been brief. I cannot maintain it indefinitely, so my understanding is not yet absolute. However, I suspect it is impossible. The term perfection itself implies completion. It means true Qi has perfectly saturated every meridian and acupoint. Theoretically, the vessel is full, there is no space left for growth. Hearing her logical dismissal, Chu Liang paused to reflect. But his mind drifted back to his internal vision, observing the strange big head avatar. That entity has been cycling the perfect heavenly circulation for ages, although its form hasn't changed. The spiritual mist surrounding it grows denser by the second. Could it be? Chu Liang looked up, asking a follow-up that would shake the hall. But senior sister, the phenomenon is merely a visual manifestation of the benefits, correct? If we use this phenomenon to commune with the heavens and earth, does that not imply the container is no longer the physical body? That there is unlimited space to grow, even after the cup is full? The surrounding disciples exchanged confused glances. This kid, He dares to question senior sister Jin. She showed mercy by answering you. And you have the gall to argue back. But unlike the mediocre masses, Zhang Yubai's eyes lit up with a brilliant realization. Your Dao. It holds truth. Excitement colored her tone as the pieces clicked into place. Previously, we believed the phenomenon was just a signal, a notification with no practical use. But if we follow your line of thought, the phenomenon is the transformation from mortal dust to divine starlight. It is the manifestation of the unity between heaven and man. The atmosphere on Babuluo Peak shifted instantly. Though many stood there, it felt as if only two souls existed in the entire world. An invisible barrier of wisdom separated them from the dullards outside. Her interest piqued. She pressed on. Exactly. That is the unity of heaven and man. The so-called perfection is merely the key to opening the sea of Qi to the universe itself. Internally, Zhang Yubai's worldview shattered and reformed. I thought perfection was the summit, the peak of cultivation. But if he is right, then perfection is merely the starting line. It is like thinking the sky is the limit, only to break through the clouds and realize there is an infinite galaxy waiting above. The other disciples stood slack-jawed, completely lost in the dust. What are they even saying? Why are they getting more excited? I understand the words individually, but when they put them together, it sounds like ancient celestial scriptures. Zhang Yubai still held a shred of scientific doubt. I wonder, will the visual phenomenon evolve as one maintains the cycle? If it does, then the speculation becomes law. Chu Liang nodded firmly. Precisely. The surrounding mob, however, returned to their scorn. I don't know what you two are discussing, but this kid is acting like a grandmaster. Does he think achieving the perfect heavenly circulation is as easy as drinking soup? Senior Sister Jiang has actually reached the fourth realm perfection. That is a legendary achievement. You are just a third realm nobody. Stop pretending to understand the Tao. Finally, the tension snapped. Su Jiang, unable to contain his arrogance, stepped forward. His voice dripped with sarcasm. This junior brother speaks with such authority. Surely, to know so much, you must have already achieved the perfect heavenly circulation yourself. In his heart, Su Jiang scoffed. Know your place. Trash. The question struck Chu Liang like a bucket of ice water. He snapped back to reality. Damn it! I was so focused on the theory. I forgot this was a public lecture. I've exposed myself too much. Sensing the suffocating tension in the room, he quickly scrambled to retreat. "Fellow Daoists, please forgive my impudence," I spoke, out of turn. Then, masking his intent with a humble smile, Chu Liang dropped a bombshell about his own aptitude. "I was simply blessed by fortune to hear the merchant's tune performed by Lady Zhu of the Southern Sound Pavilion. In that ephemeral instant, the gates to perfect circulation opened for me. That solitary moment is the source of my shallow insight. It surely pales before the profound wisdom of my seniors. If I have erred, I beg for correction." Hearing this, the crowd's envy didn't just linger. It detonated. Silence reigned, but their eyes shot daggers at him, their inner thoughts screaming in absolute rage. "You mean to tell us you achieved perfect circulation at the mere third realm? Preposterous! And you still have the audacity to feign humility. Worse yet, the renowned Zuling Shao of the Southern Sound Pavilion personally played music to aid your cultivation. What kind of heaven-defying privilege is that? Who under the heavens receives such treatment? Just what is his connection to the fairy of the Southern Sound Pavilion? The thought of a lowly third-realm junior enjoying such a legendary experience. It inflicted more pain than a physical blade. And look at him now, whispering to senior sister Jia, acting cryptic before the masseuse. Only the two of them share this secret context. It is practically a public display of intimacy. It was maddening to the extreme. However, upon hearing Chu Liang's explanation, Jiang Gubi's aura suddenly turned She responded with a biting chill in her voice. To receive personal guidance from Lady Zhu of the Southern Sound Pavilion. To reach perfect circulation. How truly fortuitous for you. This insight has merit. I shall address it later. Fine. Thank you, junior brother. Sit down. Immediately. Sensing the killing intent in her tone, a shiver ran down his spine, and he instantly obeyed. Understood. Zhang Yubai then addressed the hall. Do any other fellow disciples seek enlightenment? Su Jiang raised a hand. Unlike the venom directed at Xie, the crowd gazed at him with pure reverence. Finally, a true heavyweight was taking the stage. The eldest, senior brother of Jade Sword Peak, Su Jiang, a titan standing on equal ground with senior sister Jiang within Mount Shu. A Dao discussion between these two prodigies would be legendary. She nodded with respect. Please, speak. Su Jiang stood like a spear and voiced his doubt. You stated that perfect circulation is attainable without a special physique. This theory requires elder verification. However, I have pushed my odds to their limit and consumed Apex Tier medicinal pills, feeling as though I reached the absolute summit, yet that final gate remains barred against me. Why? The disciples leaned in, fervor burning in their eyes. They thought. Barring the immortal spirit body, senior brother Su represents our absolute ceiling. If he cannot shatter the bottleneck, even with pill support, then who possibly can? Faced with a flawless cultivator like senior brother Su, what practical guidance can even senior sister Jiang offer? Yet, Su Xiang's query plunged Zhang Yubai into a treacherous dilemma. Her mind raced desperately. How do I answer this diplomatically? The harsh truth is, Su Xiang's foundation is still leagues away from the theoretical requirements for perfect circulation. But to expose his flaws publicly would be ruthless. While he falls short of the perfect state, he is far from weak. In fact, among our generation, his name carries immense weight and dignity. If I deny him here, wouldn't that crush the martial heart of every disciple present? Suddenly, Peak Master Wang, sentimental transmission screaming directly into Su Xian's soul. You absolute blockhead. You are habitually making things impossible for a maiden again. How do you expect her to answer that? Su Jiang defended himself telepathically. Badmaster, didn't you instruct me to ask? The master mentally smacked him upside the head and continued his rant. I told you to ask questions, to build a connection, to interact. I wanted you to forge a bond, not slaughter the atmosphere. What are you doing? Trying to demolish the stage. Peak Master Wang facepalmed, sighing in utter defeat. Why is this brat more rigid than the sword in his hands? He excels at cultivation but fails at reading the room. In terms of emotional intelligence, he is a walking catastrophe. The master glanced at Jiang Yuba, who was visibly struggling. Little Jiang is overthinking it. The silence is becoming suffocating. If this drags on, I must intervene to help little Jiang salvage this situation. Suddenly, Chu Liang shouted out, stunning everyone. Maybe your buffs just aren't strong enough. The crowd glared. Him again. Feeling the scorching gaze of the hall, Chu Liang wanted to vanish. He knew that speaking up now would only paint a larger target on his back. But seeing senior sister Zheng Cornod, he had to step in. Ignoring the hostility, he offered his insight to rescue the situation. Judging from my experience entering the perfect circulation and the insights gained, since achieving that state requires more than mere energy cycling. It demands a cataclysmic boost, a comprehensive elevation of essence, ki, and spirit combined. If you only circulate energy, the door to perfect circulation will never open. Hearing Chu Liang's explanation, she paused. Chu Liang wasn't spouting gibberish. His words pierced straight to the core of the issue. But then, an image of Chu Liang with Mizu flashed in her mind, and a cold smirk curved her lips. Her inner thoughts turned sharp. Wait a minute. Chu Liang claimed he heard Miss Zhu play only once and temporarily entered the state. But his understanding is too profound for a fleeting glimpse. Just how many times did he listen? How many private meetings did it take to master this? Su Jiang stared at Chu Liang, stunned into silence. Finally, he asked, so you mean, if I can achieve a total amplification of essence, ki, and spirit, then success is possible? Chu Liang gently clarified for the rigid senior brother. It is not absolute. It still relies heavily on your own enlightenment. You must drive your cultivation to the very precipice of perfection. When the blessing of the heavens aligns with such will, destiny bows to the inevitable. Golden rain drifted down like celestial tears, unseen by the mortal eye. I have grasped the Tao. My eternal gratitude. He bowed deeply. Chu Liang returned the gesture with the grace of a sage. Between fellow Taoists, such heavy ceremonies are unnecessary. The surrounding disciples stood petrified, pupils trembling in disbelief. Whispers swept through the crowd like a rising gale. Have my senses failed me? Did he truly just dare to instruct senior brother Su? First, he enlightened senior sister Jiang, and now he guides senior brother Su. Could the twin sons of Mount Shu actually be dim fireflies compared to his radiance? Heavens above, just what kind of monster hides in the third realm? Chu Liang sensed a ripple in the spiritual ether and raised his gaze. Curious, why has the golden rain of enlightenment chosen to fall this very moment? High in the firmament, a figure strode across the void with supreme mastery. A translucent spirit projection coalesced from the mist. He turned his cold gaze toward the cloaked shadow lurking beside him. Mount Shu possesses not only the perfect circulation of Jiang Yubai, but now, this defying anomaly has emerged from the third realm. A dragon rises from the grass. Clearly, their sex fortune has not yet decayed. The cloaked figure threw his head back, laughter shaking the air. The 100-legged centipede may die, yet it never topples over. With Mount Shu's ancient roots, birthing a few geniuses is hardly a miracle. However, without the suppression of the Town Mountain godly weapon, they are doomed to scatter like ash in the wind. The spirit projection flared with visible irritation. You fool! There is a heaven-spanning chasm between a mere genius and a true monster. You may not comprehend the Tao, but heed my words. Those who awaken the perfect circulation are the chosen children of the heavens. Sensing the dripping disdain in his tone, the cloaked figure's aura spiked with murderous rage. I admit, your cultivation base transcends mine, but do not forget the mission that allowed you to infiltrate Mount Shu. His voice dripped with renewed arrogance. Choking the spirit's words, the cloaked man waved his hand with dismissal. Enough. Let us extinguish this pointless flame. Killing intent surged like a tide as he visualized Zhang Hubai and Su Jiang. I perceive the burden weighing on your soul. You fear Manchu's surging providence will shatter our grand design. But set your heart at ease. Our strategy was never to annihilate Manchu in a single, thunderous strike. We shall bleed their destiny dry, drop by agonizing drop. First, we slaughter their heaven-sent prodigies. Then, we cast them down from the 9 heavens, until they rot into the dust of history. The spirit released a heavy sigh. My hands are tied. I can no longer strike personally. The cloaked man betrayed no surprise. Naturally, unleashing power within Mount Shu now would be courting death. He raised a hand, crushing the air into a fist. You need only play the observer. Mark the elite disciples. Watch for those who descend the mountain. Signal me the moment they step forth, and I shall weave a net of inescapable death. Since Mount Shu loves sending their lambs to gain worldly experience, let them pay the ultimate price with their blood. The spirit warned with a dark gravity. Ensure the deed leaves no trace. The cloaked man scoffed. My execution is absolute perfection, even for that 3rd realm brat. I will dispatch assassins of the 5th, even 6th realm, to crush him into paste. There will be no path to the heavens, and no door to the earth. The spirit projection narrowed his eyes sharply. I do not question your capacity for slaughter. Crushing a 3rd realm insect is child's play. My warning concerns the leakage of secrets. Tread with the utmost caution. Ever since the true dragon awakened, Old Man Sekong has been restless. He has attempted to divine Mount Shu's fate time and time again. Had I not employed a supreme artifact to blind the heavenly secrets, my previous interference would have already been laid bare. I comprehend the gravity. The cloaked man nodded. The Mount Shu summit gathering draws near. That is the turning point of fate. Until then, I shall keep my movements cloaked in the deepest shadows. The spirit nodded in grim approval. Excellent. One more thing. I sense a tremor in the purple-green twin swords. When the hour strikes, you must wield a divine artifact. Without one, the variables are too catastrophic. The cloaked man gasped, his composure shattering. Brother, divine artifacts are not cabbages found in a common market. If the Netherworld sect summons the true body of the earth, Buddha... the price will be astronomical beyond measure. The spirit began to fade, his voice turning glacial. That is not my burden to bear. As his form dissolved into mist, he delivered a final, venomous sting. As a spy on the front lines, I exist only to execute the will of the command. It is you, in the rear, who must count the coins. The cloaked man was left trembling with impotent rage. You... Meanwhile, back within the academy walls, after absorbing the profound wisdom of senior sister Zhang Xiechu, Liang returned to his sanctuary. He plotted his next strategic move. I sent a spiritual transmission to Lin Bei, seeking the sword-leaf, mysterious yang flower. His brother's iron arms rejoiced at the prospect. After a brief but spirited debate among the disciples, Lin Bei agreed to spearhead the expedition personally. Xiechu, Liang and Lin Bei ascended the heavens, mounted on the majestic golden-furred lion. The wind screamed past them as they pierced the clouds. To pass the hours on the long voyage, Chu Liang brought the spirit beast Big Head along. As the looming, ominous silhouette of Black Whale Mountain pierced the horizon, Lin Bei began to weave an ancient legend of the region. Eons ago, this was no mountain, but a vast plain, kissing the edge of the eastern sea. The Lai tribe flourished upon this land. With sun-kissed skin and hearts brimming with joy, they lived a life of simple harmony. They survived by the boundless grace of the ocean, until one day, ... The heavens turned dark. The black demon whale rose from the abyssal depths. It was a leviathan, as vast as an island, radiating pure terror. It crushed fishing vessels like dry twigs, devouring every living soul. But hope arrived in the form of a titan. The legends speak of a wandering giant with strength that rivaled the celestial gods. His name was Fang Yi. Upon hearing the blood-curdling wails of the Lai tribe, a fire of righteous fury ignited within his heart. He journeyed south to sever a branch from the azure sky ancient tree. He marched west to slay the venomous worm of the desolate sands. Double quotes, ... and tore out its indestructible sinew with his bare hands. He then traveled north to find the realm's greatest artisan ... forging a fishing rod capable of shaking the very heavens. But a rod alone was not enough to tempt such a beast. Amongst the mortals, a woman of peerless beauty stepped onto the giant's hook, for the ultimate catch requires the ultimate bait. Luo Sha, the tribe's most beloved singer, offered her body to the angry sea. With a heavy heart, Fang Yi cast his line, sending her straight into the maw of the eternal abyss. In the mists of antiquity, Larsa became the ultimate sacrifice. Her curse melody pierced the abyss, summoning the nightmare of the deep. The black devil whale had awakened. The Leviathan consumed her in one cataclysmic bite, but the trap was sprung. As the Titan thrashed, the legendary Fang Yi unleashed his fury, binding the beast in chains of destiny. A clash that shook the heavens ensued. Fang Yi burned his life force to reel in the calamity. For 3 days and nights, the skies wept as man and beasts fought for supremacy. Finally, the aquatic tyrant was dragged to land, stripped of its dominion. Fang Yi suppressed the demon, and the Li tribe descended like locusts to finish the deed. They butchered the demon whale where it lay. Eons passed, and its colossal corpse fossilized, becoming the ominous Black Devil Whale Mountain. Pondering this saga, Chu Liang stroked his chin, his eyes sharp. In the cultivation world, myths are never idle chatter, he murmured. Every word of this legend was likely forged in blood and truth. The golden lion pierced the cloud layer as Chu Liang and Lin Bei dismounted. A cold aura gnawed at their bones. Treading on the black rock felt like walking on the spine of a dormant dragon. A terrifying pressure suggested the mountain could wake at any instant. The duo and their beast looked up, souls trembling. Dominating the skyline was the titanic effigy of Fang Yi, immortalized in stone. He remained locked in eternal struggle, with Larsa forever bound as the lure. Chu Liang exhaled, crushed by the weight of the past. The statue confirmed it. The legend was no fable. They approached a jagged scar in the cliff face, relying on Chu Liang's memory and Lin Bei's instincts. They navigated the labyrinth toward the hidden valley. The cultivators slipped through the shadows with ease, but a crisis arose. The golden lion was too magnificent for the gap. Big headwind as his massive bulk wedged tight between the walls. The passage rejected his generous girth. But with an explosive surge of muscle and a comical pop, the spirit beast broke through. They ventured deeper into the mountain's abyss. As Chu Liang spoke, the suffocating darkness finally gave way, bursting from the shadows. They were blinded by a radiant paradise. Chu Liang's breath hitched. We have finally pierced the veil and crossed the boundary. Their eyes blazed with avarice and awe. A vast spiritual valley unfurled before them. Divine fragrances washed over their souls, and spirit herbs grew as thick as common grass. Witnessing this nirvana, Lin Bei lost his composure. He dashed forward, roaring, Chu Liang, big head, move it! We've hit the jackpot. Chu Liang savored the air. The spiritual key is so dense, it feels liquid. Truly a sanctuary where heavenly treasures are born. Chasing Lin Bei's greed, they penetrated the valley's core. Lin Bei's trembling finger pointed to a blazing aura atop a boulder. Behold, the sword-leaf mystic sunflower, he rasped, forged from solar essence and overflowing with sharp metal key. But heed my warning, it possesses a killing intent. Sense a touch, and its 8 leaves snap shut like a guillotine. To harvest this divine herb, one must trigger the trap with a decoy. Only when its defenses are spent can you uproot the prize. That is the only path to perfection. Suddenly, a colossal shadow blotted out the sun. A titan white ape descended from the heavens. Clad in Taoist robes and speaking human tongue, it crashed down with a thunderous roar. Taste my fist, you insects! The pressure was suffocating, but they evaded the death blow by a hair's breadth. Scrambling for distance, Chu Liang barked in order. "Big Head, suppress him!" The golden lion roared, unleashing his primal fury to shield his master. However, this ape was a grand master of martial arts. With a casual backhand, he swatted the massive beast away like a fly. Big Head shook off the dizziness, his pride shattered, and lunged again. But before his claws could connect, a storm of fists pummeled his face. Enraged, the golden lion slashed wildly, yet the ape parried with insulting ease. After a fierce exchange, the ape vaulted backward. He sneered at the spirit beast. "Not bad. Your bones are sturdy for a stray cat." Before the bloodlust could boil over, Chu Liang stepped into the fray. "Big Head, heal." The ape's gaze bore into the human. "Why do you linger? I care not which sect claims you. This grotto is my domain, my sanctuary. Why have you not fled?" Chu Liang bowed, clasping his hands in a traditional salute. "Senior, please, quell your anger. This junior has a dire need for the mystic sunflower. If Senor grants this boon, we shall depart instantly. Moreover, we shall carry the location of this paradise to the grave." The ape's scoffed eyes blazing with golden fire. Delusional brat. Seeing diplomacy crumble, Chu Liang played his trump card. "My beast cannot defeat you," admitted, "but you cannot easily extinguish his life either. A war of attrition will only reduce your garden to ash. Since we face mutual destruction, why not settle this with a gamble?" The ape's interest piqued. "A gamble." Chu Liang smiled, his aura shifting. "This flower is born of heaven and earth. By the laws of nature, it has no true master. So, I propose this. If I harvest the mystic sunflower with my bare flesh today, I claim it. Do you accept?" The ape stared at him as if looking at a corpse. "Bare flesh. Do not attempt to garner my pity with stupidity. Even my cultivation body dares not touch that trap unprotected. If you wish to cripple your hand, proceed. Succeed, and it is yours. Fail, and you'll be gone." Chu Liang's eyes sharpened like blades. "It is a binding pact, senior." In a flash of movement, he vanished. Closing the distance, he thrust 2 fingers directly into the maw of the deadly plant. Clang! The sword leaf slammed shut on his fingers with bone-crushing force. Yet, not a drop of blood was spilled. With the flower clamped helplessly on his hand, he spun around. The mystic sunflower has accepted its new master. Hoisting the prize, he grinned. "Gratitude for the donation, senior." The white ape stood petrified, his mind blank. This mere mortal, defied the laws of nature. The ape's teeth ground together, radiating fury. Sensing the killing intent rising, Chu Liang wasted not a breath. "I have seized my fortune. Farewell, senior." The ape burned with humiliation, but his honor bound him. He watched them vanish, seething with impotent rage. As they blurred through the exit, Lin Bei stared at Chu Liang, as if he were a monster. "Heavens! How did your flesh withstand that divine steel?" Chu Liang held up 2 fingers, a mysterious glint in his eye. "A trifle of a technique I cultivated." But internally, his heart raced like a drum. He recalled a warning from his spirit weapon on the journey here. His legendary blade, the Crimson Slasher, had emitted a faint, ominous hum. This tribulation was far from over. Suddenly, Chu Liang yanked the reins with violent force. "Big Head, halt." "Hold, yet." Chu Liang descended from the golden lion, his gaze cutting through the sea of clouds like a blade. "Senior, I believe our wager has reached its conclusion. Why do you shadow my steps?" The figure stepped from the gloom. It was the white ape. "Here, Piha. I am merely unsatisfied with the result. Brat, I know the might of Mount Shu stands behind you. But tell me, how did you detect my presence?" The white ape stood tall, radiating an aura of ancient, beastly pride. In my younger years, I followed the great elder of the Heavenly Gang sect. When my cultivation hit a bottleneck, I sought this spirit land for my seclusion. His arrogance flared like a torch. Today, I admit defeat. The profound young swordleaf flower is yours. I shall show mercy and spare your lives. But in exchange, you must swear to never reveal the location of my sanctuary. Well, what is your answer? Chu Liang weighed the karma, his expression a mask of calm. Finally, he gave a curt nod. We accept your terms, Senior. However, there is no need to escort us any further. Hearing this, Old White released a heavy breath of relief and vanished into the mountain mists. Lin Bei, still trembling, asked, Chu Liang, how did you read his true intentions? The protagonist offered a faint, mysterious smile. He exposed his roots. Since we represent Mount Shu, and he fears the Heavenly Gang sect, he wouldn't dare court death by touching us. Crisis averted. They returned safely, but as night fell, the massive spirit beasts were barred from the mortal city, leaving them only one option: to lodge at a specialized cultivator's inn on the outskirts. Chu Liang sat in a lotus position, circulating his ki. But when the moon climbs to its zenith, hell broke loose. Outside, the golden lion had gone berserk. Two figures stood before it. One collapsed in sheer terror. The other, laid headless on the ground. Chu Liang moved with the speed of lightning. Murder? He flashed forward, slamming a palm onto the beast's snout, suppressing it with spiritual pressure. Big head, cease. The survivor glared at Chu Liang with venomous hate. Seizing the stage as a crowd gathered, he shrieked, This monster devoured a human! Help! Summon the city guards! Whispers of fear spread like a plague. Sensing the situation spiral out of control, Lin Bei asked, What is happening? Chu Liang's eyes narrowed, dissecting the scene. Big head never kills without a command. This is a trap. He summoned his immortal binding rope. Before the authorities could intervene, he had to unveil the truth. In a blur of motion, he bound the accuser tight. Big head, guard the entrance. The crowd roared in protest. Hey, you cannot do that. A fifth realm spirit beast is loose. We are powerless against it. Wait for the official guards! Ignoring the noise, Chu Liang dragged the man inside and sealed the room with a barrier. He produced a mystical candle. I ask. You answer. Seeing the eerie, flickering flame, cold sweat drenched the man's back. Don't do anything crazy. I'll talk. Lin Bei stepped up, eager to dispense justice. Let me handle this! You bound him and lit a candle, but without a whip. The atmosphere is lacking. Here, use mine. Chu Liang sighed at his friend's antics. I am not a torturer. This is a truth-seeking candle. It reacts to the aura of deceit. The artifact's reputation terrified the captive. Now, did you know the deceased? Why were you lurking here? Guilt flickered in his eyes as he averted his gaze. I was merely passing by. I witnessed the beast feasting on him. Whoosh! The flame roared up aggressively. Chu Liang smirked. Even a blind man can see through that lie. Crumbling under the pressure, the thug confessed. Fine. We came to steal the spirit beast. It looked valuable. Lin Bei. Shall I feed you to the lion then? He has been famished all day. That headless corpse was hardly a snack. Terror seized the man's soul. No, please. I am the only heir for 9 generations. I haven't left a successor. The candle's flame exploded in size. You lie, even while begging for your life. Desperate. The thug blabbered, wait, my neighbor has a son. Actually, he is mine. I mean, I never gave it much thought. Can that brat even support me in old age? Wait, is Widow Lin's kid mine too? This is unexpected. The duo watched this pathetic display of morality with deadpan expressions. All right, your sins are too numerous to count. A true stain on humanity. Chu Liang's gaze turned icy cold. One final chance. Do not waste my mercy. One more lie, and you become lion fodder. Snot running down his face, the thug shrieked, I will talk! We? Zhang and I are just local ruffians. He began to recount the day's sinister events. This morning, leaving the widow's house, a wealthy merchant clad in fine silk approached us. He offered a fortune and spirit stones for a single task: to steal a specific spirit beast. Fear lingered, but greed conquered our hearts. The payment was too heavy to refuse. We infiltrated the grounds. The beast looked terrifying, yet it remained docile. Emboldened, I moved to break the seal. Zhang Yu held a box given by the merchant. The old man said, show this to the beast, and it will submit. But the moment the lid clicked open, it did not tame the beast. It obliterated Ernio's head. A beam of white light shot out. Instant death. The scent of blood drove the golden lion into a frenzy. I collapsed in terror. Then, ... You arrived. He trembled violently. That box was never a taming. Tulip was a death trap. The veil of deception was finally torn aside as the mystic flame extinguished in Chu Liang's grip. The darkness of the scheme was exposed for all to see. A treacherous plot born from the shadows, betraying their very own kin. The puppet master had pulled the strings with terrifying precision, forcing these wretches to offer up their own blood just to slander the golden lion. With the interrogation concluded, Chu Liang and Lin Bei dragged the trembling culprit out from the abyss. Even the golden lion's suffocating, killing intent began to fade as the true enemy was brought to justice. The mist of deceit vanished instantly. As the thugs spilt their confessions before the masses, the truth echoed through the air. Yet, doubt still lingered in the eyes of the crowd. That is when Big Head stepped forth. As a majestic spirit beast of the fifth realm, his tyrannical aura crushed all dissent, silencing the chaos with sheer spiritual domination. Suddenly, the earth trembled beneath the heavy boots of the Imperial enforcers. Two high-ranking commanders arrived with a squad of elites, their presence demanding absolute order. After reviewing the testimony, the tension in the air finally dissolved. A commander stepped forward, his hands weaving signs to invoke a high-level divine art in search of the ultimate truth. He called upon the restless dead to identify the killer's mark. The verdict was absolute. The vengeful spirit bore no grudge against Big Head. Chu Liang's innocence shone as bright as the sun. The enforcers had no choice but to release them. However, amidst the debris, the commander's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something strange. A single, suspicious, white hair. With no spiritual signature to trace, they simply filed the record and withdrew their forces. But the moment the crowd scattered, Lin Bei turned to Chu Liang, his mind spinning with calculation. Brother, why did you stay my hand? Do you not recognize the owner of that fur? That accursed white ape is the only demon in this entire region that holds a grudge against us. Chu Liang's gaze sharpened like a blade. He had already pierced through the mystery. It was that ancient beast, without a doubt. But then, a cunning smirk replaced Lin Bei's anger. Wait. Think about the bigger picture. If the Imperial Court discovers the White Ape's involvement, they will mobilize an army to storm Spirit Valley and execute the beast for the crime of harming mortals. It is their duty to purge evil, of course. But if they strike first, the valley's mountains of heavenly treasures will be seized by the government. If the demon is destined to die, we should be the ones to inherit its fortune. Lin Bei grinned greedily. But Chu Liang's focus was purely on vengeance. That old monster dares to scheme against me? His killing intent solidified into cold steel. He would deliver divine punishment with his own hands. As for the heavenly gang sect, he would cross that bridge when the time came. Meanwhile, within a chamber, shrouded in darkness, the Southwest envoy communed with the remnant soul of Old Ding. Do you see it now? The ghost rasped weakly. The envoy nodded, his eyes burning with a sinister light. You are correct. That wretched brat, Chu Liang, is indeed cowering within Yanba City. I have pinpointed his spiritual signature at an inn on the border. The envoy formed a seal, activating the supreme scrying technique, heaven's sight and earth's hearing, to gaze upon his prey. But suddenly, his expression stiffened. Wait, what? In the heavens? He has a man bound in his chambers, in a highly compromising position. He holds a wax candle, and another man is disrobing beside him. Old Ding's soul flickered violently in sheer horror. Witnessing such a grotesque display of forbidden intimacy was too much for the envoy's sanity. He instantly severed the spiritual link. My eyes. Truly repulsive. Old Ding sighed. Thankfully was spared the sounds of such debauchery. Fighting back the mental trauma, the envoy's face twisted into a cruel sneer. Regardless of his depraved hobbies, I have found him. I shall summon the death squad immediately. Tonight, Chu Liang will be erased from the annals of history. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the target is locked, and the order is given. Assassins move in the shadows to claim his head and wipe his existence from the world. But at that very moment, our saga returns to the inn on the outskirts of Yanba City.